What's up, guys? Before we get into the probable cause affidavit, we are going to check out this part here, which I was checking out before. Notify. What's going on? What's going on? Notify. Holy crap, guys. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. What's wrong? What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong? Mau, the person. What's going on? He's fucked. He said he's fucked. I got the probable cause affidavit, so we're definitely about to go through some stuff. Debbie Witt said, "Oh my God, y'all." Jim says, "Gonna be a lot to discuss today." Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the phone lines are gonna be crazy, huh? What's up, Amber? The phone lines will definitely be crazy today, ain't no doubt. When I do open them, I got the affidavit. I got it. This is crazy. All right, so let's check this part out.
I was surprised, Michelle, really.
Getting word now that we're...
Hold on, let me get right on point. Here we go.
Please be seated. We're on the record in the 2nd Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrate's Division of District Court.
Is that Megan?
This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohlberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohlberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance.
Thank you, OG.
Mr. Kohlberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will
I know,
be
Mary.
against you.
I was watching it.
You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed, and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, State of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, State of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. and alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Koberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on
I see Jay.
January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m. We will make sure notice is sent, and then Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Koberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just done our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Koberger has a good family that stands behind him.
And Mr. Thompson.
The state's position is Mr. Koberger is not entitled to bond in this case. He can take charges as is noted on the arrest warrant itself. Under Code 19-816, 19-2903 both specify that given potential penalties in this case, there's no right to bail. The defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where his family is. We ask that he remain in custody. No bail.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal Law 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 29203, I am going to leave the bail set at this case as no bail at this point in time, 29 until I have additional or further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Koberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Commissioner, the state is asking for no contact orders for various family members of deceased and also for surviving roommates. I've spoken briefly with Ms. Taylor, she indicated there's no objection.
And Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me. Yes, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley, and then a number of members of the Gonsalves family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Koberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through a third person in writing or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them, or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. Cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders. And if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson? Anything further, Ms. Taylor? All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
All right, there you have it. Your first look.
All right, there you have it. Your first look at a scumbag. Not your last time. There you go. Then, well, we got this. There's your, probable cause affidavit. What the below information, Exhibit A, statement of Brett Payne. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department. Let me actually bring this over here. Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal, which CPL, and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. CPL Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residents, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Okay, so Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's, hereafter Kernoodle's, room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernoodle's laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined right here when the autopsy report provided by Spokane. Let's jump into here. Hold up, is this the same one? Oh no, it ain't. Yeah, it is. Hold up, I have them all, but where the hell did it go? Let me make sure I ain't reading the same one again, because I have a bunch of information that I got up on here. See, Smith and I entered the King Road residence at the bottom floor. Yeah, that's the same one. What the hell? I just had the whole entire thing. I don't even, hold up. Let me get it. Let me fix it. You said the DA released what? No bill, thank God. I got the whole entire thing on here. I just got to grab it. You said, wow, make a poll to see if y'all really think that's Dave. Y'all really think that's Dave? I'm sure most of y'all already seen the affidavit too. Not allowed to have any contact with people. Do you compare his voice to the caller? Man, a lot of you guys are asking that right now. Let's go. That's a long ass time to wait. He pushed the chair in. I believe it was him who called in 100%. I can't identify that. And I can't go based off of a courtroom hearing. This is disturbing. Dylan saw them witnessing such witnessing such trauma. Shut your brain down. No victim shaming, please. Yes, absolutely no victim shaming. I saw that. I noticed most of you seen the affidavit. I don't even know if I want to read the affidavit, dude. I got it right here in my downloads. I don't even know do we really want to go over the affidavit? I've already seen it. Personally, I've seen it from all the way first page, all 18 pages I've seen of the affidavit. It's actually pretty bad. No, been waiting on you, T-REV. Who saw him, Dylan, or Bethany? You said who saw him, Dylan, or Bethany? All he did was say yes. It's not enough to tell a voice overall. I agree with that 100%. I mean, does it sound like just from what you can hear? I can't tell. I'd need more. Yeah, exactly. We've all seen the affidavit. Not really. Hold up. My bad. I just woke up. I had to jump right on because of the affidavit. I jumped on, to be honest with you. I was on Grizz's page while I was reading it all through here, but I got it right here. This is where I got all the information was right on here. So it's all, there's actually 19 pages on here, but let me see. Right? Probable cause affidavit. We'll download the PDF right here. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. I saved them all separately. So we'll open it up like this, right? So we read this first page. I don't know why the second page is blank, but then it goes right here. And let's read it all the way through. It says, County Medical Examiner dated December 15th, 2022 to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves. Hereafter, Gonsalves' room, I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera. I think it's Noon's. I just want to say that on the cover here. There was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor on November 13th, 2022, that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered the bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed that appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. So, okay, I see what it was saying. When viewed from the door, the sheath was later processed and had K-bar USMC. Hold up. Really? In the United States Marine Corps Eagle, globe, and anchor insignia. Hold up. What is that? Insignia? Okay, stamped on the outside of it. It says the Idaho State Lab later located. Here, let me make this bigger so you guys can see too. I just want to make it bigger so you guys can see. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of the male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. Oh, there you go right there. There you go right there. So there's one big part for you. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included Bethany Funk and Dylan. I don't know what Dylan's last name is, but both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side on the first floor of the King Road residence. So let's go to the third page. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernoodle as seen by as seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Pierce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m., which I was trying to tell a lot of people that whole entire time. On November 13th, BF also estimated that approximately 1:45 Chapin and Kernoodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernoodle. Gonsalves and Mogan were located at the bar, the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video at the local food vendor called the Grub Truck, which we watched that footage several times, guys. And you all know that we've watched that footage several times. Maybe his car seen in that, I don't know. At 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. So that's where it was located at. We looked at that plenty of times, like I said. So the Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck. Yeah, it says the Grub Truck video, right here. Hold on. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for the public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement, a private party, blank, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the grub truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. So that body cam footage would be inconsistent, right? The one with the kids in the field, or is it not? Break that down. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So they identified him. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her room on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernoodle, as her cell phone or as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So I mean, wow. So she was using TikTok at 4:12 a.m. Poor girl, man. God bless her family, and our hearts go out to her family, guys. I'm sorry I'm not looking at the screen right now in chat, but I just want to go over this for myself. I have heard it. I have seen it, but I want to go over it with you guys. I want to go over it again so we can jump into the details. And when I open up the lines, you guys can call in and we can talk about it. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." What? That's crazy. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. Hold up 1 second. Let me get that off the screen too. That's crazy. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing. Oh man, in a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Okay, so comments, please light this up. Why wasn't, and I get it. I get the shock. I get that, etc. But why was the police called at 11? Please. I don't know if anybody can explain that, but this shit is sad right here. How are the police not called? I just want to know. I really want to know why the police isn't called. Man. Okay. Let's proceed, guys. Room. Okay, so all right, hold on. I'm starting on room. Locked herself in the room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. Okay, so it actually went down at 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. Oh, this was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then Aminia black, a protein stain. It says a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. Okay. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of Vans type shoe sole. So they were Vans. They were like a pair of Vans. Okay. Did he own a pair of Vans? They're going to be on that hard, and I'm sure maybe he got rid of them. If not, he's a dummy, regardless of the fact. Just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on second floor, this is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the earlier morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing I can't even read right. Listen to me. Reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. So it didn't have a front license plate. Okay. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of a suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m., which is how I think they came up with between 4 and 4:25. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave VIA Walenta Drive, which we talked about Walenta Drive many a times, right, guys? Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of, let me get this down here. It says, when suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Okay, so we'll get right here. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of that area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 is likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River. I want to say that's how it's pronounced. Palouse River Drive in Conestoga. Hopefully, I probably ain't even saying that right. Conestoga Drive, Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. So it's 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigations that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, on that part. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience, with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could be a 2011 through 2016 Hyundai Elantra. So there you go, right there. As a result, investigators have been reviewing the information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University WSU campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. So at approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270, and SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from, hold on, let me read chat a minute. Let me go to chat 1 second, because I want to see what you guys are saying. And I know in chat, I'm far behind right now. I haven't heard him talk yet. T-REV, his phone number last 4 is in the report. I know, I've seen it already. I have seen it, but we're going over it again. I like to go over it again to get information. You know, like I've been telling you guys, I've been waiting for the facts, right? So that's something that we've all been waiting for, is some facts in this. So we're getting the facts that are on paper, and we're going to talk about that today. We're going to open up the lines. We're going to talk about it at 219-885-9693. So make sure you get your phones ready, because we are about to talk about the case, the affidavit, the facts, and everything that's inside of this case. So shout out to everybody that's here. I love you all. Let's see. I'm just reading some of you guys here. I know I'm way far behind. I'm at 12:54 and it's 1:01. So I'm just trying to catch up. Defense. Let's go down here a little bit. Shock initially, but after a little time, I do not get not calling somebody. Absolutely. I'm with you on that 100%. You guys forget this is a party house with crazy shit happening all the time. Good point too. Great point too. Thank you for making that point. Hopefully someone knows how he got the knife. So she says, hopefully someone knows how he got the knife. She was probably in shock, which is sad, because whoever was crying probably could have been saved. Wow. Carlo, that's sad to think about, you know? Yeah, admit, why is a mystery? Hold up. Yeah, I admit that is a mystery unless she was in actual physical shock, Christy P. Great point. Awesome point. Which, I mean, not awesome point, but good point in general, though. This is fucked up. Collins Avenue says, shout out to you, Collins Avenue. Nice to see you, man. They called friends over before calling the police. Yeah, it's such a sad situation. It is a very, very sad situation, guys. About time, Trev. Been checking for you. Can't wait to hear what you think. I know we're going to dive into this on the phone lines, guys. So make sure you click the like button. Make sure you share. We're going to be on for a good 6 to 7 hours today. So Make sure you know, smack all those things and hang out and get your phone line ready, because I will be taking phone calls. I don't know what time limit I want to run with, but I do want to finish this affidavit. We're on page 7 out of 19 pages. All right. Makes no sense. Thank you, Chris. Chris says, after a shock phase, you just go to bed till noon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that deserves a oh my God button, because you're right. That's what I'm saying, man. Chief Fry set the suspect up. That's the first I've heard of that. Woo. I mean, I'm not saying I can't say anything. We gotta wait for the trial to play out, but we're reading these facts right now, so we're gonna go through them. Please no victim blaming, including the surviving roommates, says Easter. She says, please be respectful in chat. Thank you. Thank you, Easter, for holding it down. T Rant says, Detective Jane, get on here now, please. Absolutely. Detective John, if you're listening right now, go through the affidavit, read it, and we need to talk. Absolutely, right? So I'm just trying to see. Yes, second floor. Oh my God. Yeah, tongue twister for sure, John. Tongue twister for sure. I'll tell you that much right now. 100% tongue twister. That house was not a safe place to be. Too many people easily come and go. Man, I don't even want to say if they, because, you know, God bless these victims. Maldy Mama says goodbye. What's wrong, Maldy Mama? You all right? Hopefully Maldy Mama's all right. Wow. Let's see. Just stop. What's going on in here? Did I miss something? Why would he spare Dylan when he knew she saw him? Right? Get rid of all witnesses? Isn't that something that you would do? Get rid of all witnesses? Or am I just reaching? You know, maybe dude was he out of breath? What? Like, it'd be, you know, it's gonna be a hell of a trial. She should have died too. Let's see what else you guys are saying. T-REV, you read this very well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, CR. I'm trying. There's some tongue twisters in there for sure. There's some tongue twisters in there for sure. Nick said, oh my God, I might just leave and unsub. I can't be associated with all these fools in chat. Man, if you can't be associated with freedom of speech and people debating in different ways, I guess this ain't the place for you. I mean, it is what it is, brother. Hopefully you make a decision, but it is what it is. If you want to hit unsub, there is this unsub button and you can't hit that, man. God bless you. I mean, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but my chat is for freedom of speech. Now, I do respect people to have respect for each other and have healthy debates and not argumentative debates, if you get what I'm saying. And no, you know, and yeah, no victim blaming. I mean, that would be good for the victims right now, especially the victims' families that possibly can be in chat right now. Also, can we concentrate on the sociopath, please? Yeah, I don't know what's going on in chat, but please cut that out. Guys, please cut that out. There's no reason to be like that in chat. Linda says, catching up, 23 minutes behind. Thanks, T-REV, for being a great host. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. I don't know, but all I know is the drama needs to be cutting out in this chat. Whatever's going on drama-wise, mods, please tighten down on that. I know you guys will handle it. No drama, please. Absolutely no drama. I do not want that in my chat. No drama whatsoever. Healthy debates, yes. Drama, no. This shit is getting worse every day, Karma says. Woo! It is. Let's go ahead and finish reading it. I did want to read some of your guys' chats because I see people are in here that have a lot to say. No different comment. No, different commenter. Okay. I think Dylan was in shock, says Paul R. Thankfully, BK is a dumbass and left his sheath. Absolutely. That's why Paul Bird says that's why the Army trains all the time. Keeps the soldiers from shutting down with fear. Fear will shut you down. Thank you, Paul Bird. And you're right about that also. Brian says they do not have enough. They do not have enough where at least one don't have doubt. Gag order or not, somebody needs to explain this DM stuff. Dylan Morrison is her name, I believe, right? Dylan Morrison. So she can't talk. They're under a gag order. Let's see. Doesn't make sense. I'm so sick to my stomach. These poor kids. All right, so I'm gonna finish reading it, guys. Let's go through and finish reading it. I just wanted to get through a lot of your guys' comments real quick. Take a small little breather while we're reading this, because reading this is kind of hard for me to see that. Man, reading the statements about hearing somebody crying upstairs. Boy, sad. Shit makes my eyes water just talking about that. The sadness in my heart is just, it's heavy reading that. I needed to take a quick break. I feel quite a connection just from, you know, the way that we covered this, guys, and been on the phones and the lines talking, and every day it was about these 4 young adults that were going through life to you know, better their life in general, and to have better careers for themselves, and to build a family, and to, you know, have growth through their adulthood. That's what they were doing, and it's super sad. Candace, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Bella. Man, MJ says second guessing Dylan's right or wrong reaction will never we will never really know why. Unfortunately, she bears a burden of why or how she acted will be with her for life. MJ, absolutely correct on that. Thank you for the correct way of putting that too. I'm blown away right now. Yeah, crazy info. And that one teared me up just thinking about the statements that I've seen so far in here with you know, Dylan being right there and hearing what, you know, and seeing, not only hearing but seeing. Something is wrong here. Something is not right, and it's bothering me, but I'm not going to speculate on it, okay? I'm not going to speculate on it out there. If you guys want to call it and talk about it after I'm done reading this, then that's cool. I just wanted to take a quick break real quick on reading it because it's sad. Oh my God. ALW says not cool. Makes no sense. Detective John said it wouldn't have much. It's loaded. Peas in a pod. You're absolutely right about that. It is loaded. So peas in a pod, let him know. So he said it wouldn't have much, but yet it is loaded. Peas in a pod, you're absolutely right about that. He did say it wouldn't have much. We want answers, Detective John. Why did you say it wouldn't have much and this thing is loaded? 19 pages. Detective John, let me know. Dude, you could text me on my phone right now. You have my number. Let me know why you said this wouldn't be loaded, and it is kind of loaded with a lot of information inside of there. To be honest with you now, as far, you know, it definitely is loaded. I will give, I got to give Peas in a pod that one. Love, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Will a mod drop it in Discord, mods, please? What do you need? What do you need? I got you. I want this guy to be found guilty, but I'm nervous, hoping they have more on that asshole. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bystander, not victim. Right, bystander. Bystander? Yeah. Dave used the burner phone. Okay, so guys, we tried this last night. We tried this for everybody who's saying that he sounds like Dave, etc., right? I'll just go out this far and tell you this. We tried something in Discord last night, and you're able to spoof a phone number and use anybody else's phone number to make it look like yours. Am I saying that phone call is this guy? Absolutely not. I'm saying it's unconfirmed. But yes, you can spoof phone numbers. You can grab any phone number. Somebody could use my phone number and call somebody right now and trick them. So it is very possible to be done. I just don't know if that is it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'll let the FBI do their job. How about that? Please call Detective John. He had a PA phone number. No one sits for 8 hours scared to death. T-REV has been on it. Absolutely. Yes, and God bless these families. Most definitely. Witness, not victim. Witness for sure. Definitely a witness. Watching you every day from Scotland. Love your channel. Thank you, Janice. I appreciate you. Thank you. I think Ethan surprised him. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's wearing a mask. Paul R says, I don't think he walked away from them until he knew they were deceased. Those injuries were deadly. Yeah, they definitely were. Hold up. So where was Bethany then? First floor, from what I've read so far. First floor. Dylan is not a victim. She's a witness. Enlightened Being says, not sorry. Dylan could have saved one of the others if she would have just called 911. Okay. Do you guys agree with that? Let me know. Hold on. Let me open up a poll real quick. I just want to open up this poll and see what you guys think here. Let me drop this poll in here. Then after reading the PCA, hold up. So I said, do you think they have the right guy? After reading the PCA, do you think? Okay, here we go. Let me know. Give me your let me know what you think. Yes, they get. Hold up. Yes. Okay, we got that part. 50. So yes. Okay, and then I'm gonna I'll put this. There's more to this. Okay, so here we go. I'll drop that there. All right, I dropped that there. I dropped the poll, so make sure you jump on that poll and get your votes in. Let me know what you think. I'd like to see how many people really think there's others in this. I said, do you think they have the right guy after reading the PCA? Do you think do you think, and I didn't mean to put the two T's, so correct me on that. Do you think someone else is involved? Just curious. Just want to know if there's more to this story. It was redacted because it was autopsy deets on the bodies. I'm glad StreamYard is not spazzing out on me right now. I cannot reach the bottom of chat. I got to go slower. I read that you have to go slower for chat not to keep jumping. So I can actually read chat with it moving slow. I'm at 107 and it's 115. So guys, just know that I'm a little bit behind in chat, but I can read for sure. It's not spazzing out on me right now. This isn't an airport. No need to announce your departure, right? Let them know. Let them know. No need to announce your departure. You know what I mean? Let them know, Marlena. Yeah, drama-free zone. Let me catch up a little bit in chat. I'll catch up to like, let me get to here. Thank you, T-REV, handling it like a pro through this whole case. Thank you, Katie Bug, for being here. This absolutely makes no sense at all. Stephanie says no drama, best YouTube channel. Thanks, or T-REV. I didn't mean to say thanks. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, so we're gonna get to it. So let's go. I'm gonna read the rest of this, and then we'll get to the phone calls and stuff. So everybody get your phone numbers ready, and also let me change that banner at the bottom so you guys can actually see the phone number. There you go. Allegedly with T-REV. Here we go. Let's read this here. So Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. So it's set up here. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra at approximately 5:25 a.m. a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to the West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga. I don't know. Conestoga. I can't even pronounce that. That's a tongue twister. I don't know. Conestoga. All right. So I'm going to go with this. Conestoga Drive. That's how we're going to pronounce that. Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, in Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Deception. What is it? Deception showing Moscow and Pullman. Or depiction. My bad. I said deception. Listen to me. There's no C there. Depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. Depiction showing White Elantra's path of travel, not the scale. So right here, it shows all that. I don't know. Like it's hard to see that. Like, I don't know. So there's like a little map, right? There's our little map right there. I will get to everybody. Do not worry. I got chat paused right now. It's chat at one, or chat's paused at 1:10 p.m. It's 1:18. I will catch up in chat. But this right here is the depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. And then you got the depiction showing White Elantra's path of travel, not the scale. So right here, it's showing that also. This is the White Elantra. White Elantra seen leaving, yellow, right here. So yellow seen leaving, right here. Or no, not this one. Where's the other one at? That little mark. The picture's so messed up, I can't even see the mark. So right here is 1600 or 1630 Northeast Valley Road, which would be like right here, which they have as a little square. Elantra seen leaving WSU campus, which is over here somewhere. I can't see that little mark. Oh, there it is right here. The mark is right here where my mouse is. Okay. So arrows are the camera locations and indicate vehicle direction of travel. Okay, so let's go here. On November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:38 a.m., Washington State University WSU police officer Daniel Tingo, what did he say? Quired white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, whatever the hell that I said query. Listen to me, I'm an idiot. He located a 2015 White Elantra. He located a 2015 White Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger. Hold up. So hold up. On November 29th. So hold up. This we're taking back right here. On November 29th at 12:28 a.m. He's seen this. Has he seen this? Is that what I just read? Let me know. Everyone opinions are welcome. Let me know. Is that what I just literally read? I swear that's exactly what I just seen. I had to backtrack. I would make sure I was reading November. Thank you, Tracy. I'm so frustrated. Lives could be saved too. I am holding faith. Law enforcement knows reason for not calling for help. He may not have seen her. She was petrified, phone dead, no charger. At least she was forthcoming, says Tracy. Thank you, Tracy, for the wonderful words. But did I just read that? Huh. Let me know. Let me know if that's what I just seen. Yes, it is exactly what I just seen. So he's seen the White Elantra with the Pennsylvania license plate. So that would maybe explain that he felt like he was being cased, maybe, and he switched it over to Washington plates. So does this explain everything, guys? Kind of does. So this vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger here after Koberger residing at 1600 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. Last camera location that picked up White Elantra. So it says that same day at approximately 12:58, WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. So 1630 Northeastern, or yeah, I want to say it's Northeast or Northeastern, maybe Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU. Let's go down. Students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with the height of 6 foot and weighs 185 pounds. Damn, I weigh more than you. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Dukes body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by CPL Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as blank 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 8458. Hereafter, the 8458 phone as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. Okay. So on October 14th, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Koberger was the sole occupant and was driving a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649. On November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State licensing, Koberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with WA and later received WA plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado, information provided by query to a database. Koberger's Elantra was then acquired on December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana on December 16th, 2022 at approximately 2:26 p.m. Surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. So based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Now it says, hold on, let me go through here a little bit, read a couple more comments, because this right here is just Let me see what you guys are saying. I know I'm super behind in comments. She's a witness. The dog was barking. You are truly amazing. Thank you. I appreciate you, Patricia. Let's see. I agree with you, T-REV. I'm way behind. That's 112. That comment was made at 112, and we're way behind. Thank you. I appreciate you. What if DM was on SMTH or shocked, went to bed and passed out? Boyfriend found her next day, called friends, and they called cops. Her bedroom is first. Good point. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Whatever these kids study, they certainly would have had an impact going forward. Their lives taken too soon. Angels now. Beautiful words. Beautiful words. Thank you, God manners. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful words. All right. I'm trying to catch up as much as I can. I can't handle the information I just heard, said Chris K. Man, what's up? Chris K is an old friend of Brian. I'm pretty sure that's him, or like an old, in high school he knew him, etc. They may have worked out together. I remember him saying that. I got to drop that interview also. Thank you, Diana. I appreciate you. The crying just breaks my heart. Yeah, I know. Here that she heard crying. I know that breaks mine too. It's crazy, right? Let's see. Yes, 100%. I'm still catching up, guys. I'm at 150. I'm at 115 in comments. Hear me out here. I don't see victim shaming. I see legit questions concerning the 911 call delayed time. Absolutely. That is legit. I'm sorry, but that is super legit. Now, what I'll say about that, right, guys, is how, was Dylan drunk? Was she under any influence? Was she, you know what I mean? You got to think of those things too. Thank you, Kim. Kim says maybe DM's phone was in another room and she was terrified to come out. I think the knife wounds were so savage that they probably passed immediately or close to it, says Jips. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate you. Thank you. Why no 911 first? Don't get it. Those are legit questions. You guys think these law enforcement are stupid enough to not charge Dylan if they suspected anything? We have been through this before. Thank you for bringing that up across too, Kelly. Thank you. I see good discussions going on. I see good discussions in chat going on. I like to see a healthy debate going on. If you guys are talking about something, maybe some of you can answer each other's questions in chat, because I have seen a few so far. I got chills listening to this affidavit so far. Okay, so let's get back to where we were on here. Where were we at? So it says, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed that Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department. What? He applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay, he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 White Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. Acquiry of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cell phone, I'm just going to say cell phone, off prior going to the location to commit a crime. This is done by the subjects in effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cell phone associated with them was in a particular area where the crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. Interesting. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cell phone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on the particular date. So I'm guessing they're, premeditated, right? Is what they're aiming at. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. For the 8458 phone, or the 8450 or the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicide. So they're getting all that cell phone information. They're looking up that data. They're trying to locate and see if they can get him pinpointed to that location. So on December 23rd, 2022, let's see, the pursuant to that search warrant. Let's see. I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June. Here we go. Here's the part we like to look at, right? June 23rd, 2022. These records also included historical cell phone location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI agent. I'll say special agent, but I mean, aren't they all special? I consulted with the FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cell Phone Analyst Survey Team. Members of a CAST are certified with the FBI to provide an expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 13, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cell resources that provided a coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington. So it says hereafter, the Koberger residence at approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cell phone resources that provided coverage southeast of Koberger's residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to net. Yeah, he's right here. He's right here with me. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in an airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. Interesting. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., which is the time it utilized cell resources that provided coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho. Okay, so north of Genesee. I guess that's the name of that, right? Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cell resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on ID Highway, or State Highway, should I add, so nobody gets it confused, 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington at approximately 5:30 a.m. So the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. So it says the 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phones travel is consistent with that of a white Elantra. So it says further review indicated that 8458 phone utilized cell resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving that area of Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cell phone resources that would provide coverage to King Road residents between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. So it says the 8458 phone next utilized cell phone resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32 a.m. Below is it says below is a depiction, not a scale, of the possible route taken based off the cell phone locations. Just to put it in small terms for you guys. So right here is where it's pinging. This is a possible route based off cellular device location. It shows this. So it's like shows this little map right here. I'll leave it right here for a second. Read some comments while you're looking at it. I got chills listening to the affidavit so far. Heavy question. I haven't seen chat in a minute, guys, so I'm sorry. I'm back. Ish, still driving home. Thanks for streaming. T-REV. Thank you. No problem. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. See, I just got the James. James put this in at 118 and it's now 139. So we're going through this affidavit thoroughly. I definitely want you guys to see the affidavit. Some of you already heard it, read it, all that other stuff, but I do want to get it up here for everybody. So when I open the lines, we can all you can call in and we can talk about it. Today we'll do 5 minutes again. You know, we can speak on some of the things on the phone. You guys can call in. Like I said, get your phones ready. We will be opening the lines after this. We're on page 16 out of 19. So we're close to that part. So James says 3 times she opened her door. Question mark. Don't call, text to ask everything. Okay. After hearing crying? Question mark. Not even after seeing perp leaving? Question mark. Sadly, she will live with this till end of days. Keep up the grind, bro. No doubt, man. Yeah, it's super sad, right? I bet the FBI that car pulled over twice to make sure he was still in the car. This is insane. I predict all the parents will be opening a civil case against her. Damn, I don't know. I have no idea about that. I don't want to spread misinformation. Yeah, something is definitely off. I feel so bad for Dylan. Also, I wonder what he did with the dog and why. That's a very good question. Also, Emily says, if she's seen his eyes, she wouldn't be able to forget them. I'm just saying, if she said yes, that's him, I would believe her. He's such an idiot. I agree with you. I agree. Let me catch up a little bit more because I'm super far away from chat. How come we were only hearing that Dylan heard him there? Well, I mean, hearing and the information that came out is different. Trev, I believe they have him, but different, but definitely more to this. Thank you for all you do. Great channel. Yes, we will be covering this case. Say it with me. OCD says 911. Yeah, most definitely. I'm at 122 in comments right now. Let me catch up a little bit. You guys are leaving me in the dust right now. Yeah, they knew. Of course, Daniel Tingo cracked the case. She also saw bushy eyebrows. Exactly. Remember that statement we read? She also seen bushy eyebrows. Did you guys see the footage of the Goncalves family leaving? Nope, I haven't. We will check it out, though. We'll definitely check it out. And then I'll play if y'all want to hear the footage again, maybe then someone was DoorDash. Thank you for the sticker. I appreciate you guys, man. I'm late. Yes, he had a mask on. Question. Yep, exactly. Will they release? You said, will they release videotape of the vehicle? I'm sure they will at some point. Maybe when the trial goes on. I'm not sure. There's a gag order right now for everybody involved in the case. Hit that like button. We have 1.7 in here, only 12. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, Andrea. Thank you, Coffee Cake. I appreciate you. Let's see. Thanks, Coffee Cake. I see everybody talking there. We're at 1:26 p.m. in comments. I'm sorry, guys. But it is what it is. I gotta read this affidavit to you guys. This case is wild. That's true. I'm from Philly. Praying for all these kids. This is so bizarre beyond my imagination for sure. No, definitely. Show T-REV some love. It's free. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate you. Thanks again, Andrea. Let's see. He was flying. He most definitely was flying because he sped out that area fast, right? Good afternoon. What's up, Rook? Good afternoon, brother. Unfreaking real. They had the audacity to request bail.
Get the fuck out of here!
That's what I think about their bail. How about that? You're doing great, T. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. Shout out to you, Joe. Nice to see you. So heartbreaking. Let's see. Please hit the like. Peas in a pod. Agree. Most definitely. Tony says, sounds like they got him by the ballocks. Yep. They got him by the, and I know exactly what you mean on that one. This dude, I don't know. I mean, I can't wait to look at the vote poll to see what you guys think on that too. And I can't wait to hear from everybody who's calling in today. Hopefully we can get a decent amount of people to call in and hear some good stuff today. But from everything that you've read, what are you gathering here? Did you guys see how, hold up, did you guys see how call he was at his hearing? What? What's that, Mama of Five? He is loving all of this. Absolutely. He is eating it up, probably. He's probably, but then again, I mean, how can you love all that? I mean, he's looking at a fucking wall also. But of course, that I heard in Idaho, he's getting that meal. Brian made so many huge mistakes. Idiot. Was BK ever a valedictorian? James says, where was Kaylee in the house when D heard her say somebody's in here? That's ooh. Okay, let's go to. We're gonna read this out though. We're almost done, like I said. But you can't plan it perfectly. I think Kaylee and Ethan being there threw him off, and he made mistakes. You remember someone reporting the front door was found wide open around 9 a.m., Mark says? Yes, I did hear that. He's got some explaining to do. Absolutely. Murder weapon is somewhere in there, in my opinion, says Marlena. Shout out to Marlena, wonderful mod. Shout out to you, Laughing Stock. What's going on? The weapon may have been ditched out in the countryside. 1K vote and less than 500 likes. What? He said, what gives? Question. Yeah, make sure you smash that like button if you just came in. Also, get your phones ready, guys, and get ready to call this number right here that you see on your screen right now. It's 219-885-9693. Granny says, I still say crisis actor. More to come from the rabbit hole. Thank you, Grannies, for the 10, by the way. But I mean, I don't know. Is there more to come, guys? Why did they redact the private driver name? Great question. Yasim, thank you. I appreciate you. Let's see where I'm at in timestamp. 142. What time is it now? 146. I'm getting closer to the end of comments. DNA will get him, Yasim says. This case is complex. When are you on Banfield, Rev? Still wait. We've been talking to the producers. They put off a little bit because of yesterday. And I don't know about today. I haven't heard from her yet, but I'm been texting back and forth with her. So definitely still going on, she says. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting on for her to let me actually made me check my phone just now to think about it. Here we go, right here. Okay. News Nation Kathy. I haven't heard from her yet. I said we're setting it up. She goes, of course. That's why I said last night we would confirm today, because breaking news makes it challenging to book ahead. I always tell it like it is. Appreciate you. I said I'll be ready when you guys are. So yes, Banfield's still on. It's definitely still on. I cannot believe they released this much info. Brookie says, yeah, they released a lot of info. Susie White, thank you. I appreciate you. All right, so we're about to finish this up. I think she meant calm. Probably right about that, Amanda. Okay, let's finish this up here. Koberger did reckon. You said Koberger did reckon on the house. Yeah, for the Speaker of House. Yeah, right. I need to get my reading skills up. I'm not much of a reader, I'll tell you that much, but I can read. This is absolutely legitimately unbelievable. All of it. There is way more to this case, says Mouthy Mama. Mouthy Mama. Oh, bro, that dude was arrested outside my backyard, T-REV, yesterday. Really? That's crazy.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, DNA, get your ass. You cannot beat science, ladies and gentlemen. You can't beat science. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? In case you could walk in, I don't even think you could beat science if you walk in triple covered with a plastic bag. It ain't happening. You'll die. This dude it's horrible. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna beat science. You're horrible, dude. Take the L, take the loss, because you're definitely about to get. He's about to get cooked. He was very calm during his hearing. Of course, he's gonna try to be very calm and do all that shit, right? All of it's shocking. Let's see where I'm at in comments. 150. Why does it say 150? It ain't even 150. Okay, here we go. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provided service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. That's page 15, by the way, guys. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current prospective location information in a PIN register /trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense. Conducted surveillance on King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims, associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022. The location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger on December 23rd. Or oh my God, today, Junior, right? On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical, is that what it said? Hold on, historical records for the 8040 or the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. Come here, Sosa. After consulting with CAST-SA, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June 2022 to present the time period authorized by the court. Now it says the records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cell resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. One of these occasions on August 21st, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized cell resources providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Office or Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke, as mentioned above. The 8548 phone was utilizing cell resources consistent with the location of traffic stop during this time. Farm Road and Pullman Highway, by the way, guys. Further analysts of the cell phone provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cell resources on November 13th, 2022, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via US Highway 195 at approximately 12:36 p.m. The 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810. Now, guys, this would explain to me. This explains why there was one, no reward. Two, while Chief Fry was smirking and or I would say like nervous smile on the stand. This confirms that for me. So it says Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. chef store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect. Let me clear my throat. Okay, so it says let me restart that whole entire sentence. It says Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. chef store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle. One drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cell data from the 8458 phone. So it says at approximately 12:46 p.m. Yeah, at approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cell data in the area of the Albertsons. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle one at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at checkout, and leave approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel depicted below. Guys, what did I say? I said this will be an episode on See No Evil. Did I not tell you that? I told you that they would be going through video footage and that they're probably going. While we were on these phone calls, I was like, man, I guarantee they're all sitting at a desk right now going through video footage. I said it the whole entire time, regardless to who I was talking about. I told you they're going through video footage all over the place. Yes, they went through video footage all over the place. So right here is the scale of his, path of travel. So right here is the path of travel. It's showing ways that he went, etc. This doesn't show much because the graphic is not that good, but I mean, I love reading, but this is heavy material. Oh my gosh. Yes, it is heavy material. Absolutely. No doubt about it. He will take a plea deal. I think he buried the knife, says Brandy. A lot of DNA of victims will. CB3 says, who was funding this PhD program? Was there any defense agency funding? That's a good question. All right, so let's go down. All right, so I think that's it. Oh no, we got one more page. Additional analysts of records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cell resources that provide coverage to Johnson ID. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the 8458 phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. On December 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Kohberger's family residence. So there's that garbology that Detective John was talking about. Remember when Detective John mentioned garbology and how they would be doing some garbology? Well, there's your garbology one-on-one. On December 27, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing on December 28, 2022. The Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father.
Oh my God.
Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian C. Koberger for burglary or date of birth 11/21/1994 for burglary. Hold up. Look at his birth 1121. So 11/21 is his birthday. So like never mind. So at 1122 King Street in Moscow, I got paused up for a second looking at that birthday. Sorry, guys. Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernoodle, and Ethan Chapman. I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Man. My bad. I just thinking about this part over here. You know what I mean? They did that garbology 101. Hold up, guys. Let me see something real quick. 1 second. I got it right here. Let me go back to this. Ah, man. Hold up 1 second. I got the full hearing. I'm uploading his full hearing on my YouTube right now. I'm going to be uploading the full YouTube or the full hearing on YouTube for you guys. If you guys want to watch that full hearing, I will have it uploaded. It's uploading right now. So get ready to, if you want to check that out, I have that going up here in 1 second. We got to put that up on the channel so we can, I want you guys to look at it. There's people that are like, oh, well, it matches this and that. Well, let's see. Let's see what it matches. You know what I mean? Let me see what a lot of you think here. So here is the part right there where it mentions the garbology. So that right there that's it. I'm about to take phone calls. I'm going to open the lines in 1 second. Just give me 1 second. And I got you. I'm uploading this hearing right now to the channel. So upload video. Let's put that up on the channel here so people can go and see, people that missed it. Hold up, where is it at here? Oh, Brian Koberger first. I'll label it this: Brian Koberger first hearing. First hearing in Idaho. So there you go. There. True crime journey there. I'm live uploading, and then I'll open up the lines for you guys. So what does everybody think about? Like, what are your initial thoughts on after you heard the affidavit, you read through the affidavit? What are your thoughts? I want to read some of those comments when I come back after. I'm here now, but I'm just uploading this video, so I do want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts on the affidavit? What do you think about it? What's your initial first thought when you read that? Like, do you need answers? Do you want more answers from, because there is some things at the top of that with DM and B. What was it? BF. I'm sorry, BF. So we'll just say that there is some things there with that, right? There is some things there with that are a little bit, they're a little bit weird, right? So it's like, but it could be shock. It really could. So we do need to think about those things also, and not jump the gun and point fingers at people, because we've already did enough of the finger pointing, in my opinion. And I feel like now it's time, now that we got some facts, which is this right here that's scrolling across the screen. Now that we got some facts in front of us, and the way that they were able to track down Brian, it is great that we have the facts in front of us, because now we can see things. But now we're gonna have to wait for trial also, but we still got a lot of facts out of this, which is everything that we all speculated on for days, right? So the things that we speculated on for days, we got those facts in front of us. All right, so I got that there. I also do got to put this, right? Let's see. Let me take that, exit that. I don't even know why that's in there. Fine. Burger. I hate even putting this dude's name in here, right? Like, I really hate that. Okay, there we go. So we got that put up. That's there. That's there. Let's take some phone calls, all right? So if you want to call in, make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. I got the lines wide open right now. You can call in. 5 minutes on the clock. Let me pull up the clock, get the 5 minutes ready. 5 minutes for everyone who calls in. If you want to call in, I want to hear your initial thoughts on the affidavit and, the things that you heard today. What is your initial thoughts, guys? Hunching his jaw.
Call from.
Hello?
To accept, press 1.
Yeah, what's going on, man? You're live.
What's going on, T-REV?
What's going on? How you doing, brother?
Hey, I just wanted to speak on some stuff about what happened, like in the order that it happened, from the affidavit, you know what I mean? So, in my opinion, allegedly that he had to go into the second floor and then, stab the two students, and then he went upstairs, and then when he came out, they only said she seen him, and he just left out the back door. So, the order of which it happened and everything, but it's just crazy how she didn't call the police. That's the only weird thing I don't get. Is why she didn't call the police. Like, they could have got him, or they could have got medical help for the kids and got, you know what I mean, try to get them to the hospital. You know what I mean? Maybe they would have survived. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but that's just weird that she didn't call the police. Like, I know that's traumatizing, but that would be the first thing I would do, is try to call 911, hop out the window, run, scream, go get some help, or do something. For her not to do nothing till 11 in the morning, 12 in the morning. It's weird. And it's how the food person just came too. He left and he came behind the food person. That's just crazy. Everything, how it happened like that. But I'm glad they got him. And he left the thing to the knife on the bed. That's
exactly
crazy.
The sheath.
Yeah, and he must wanted to get cut. That's how I'm thinking. You know what I mean? I don't get it. It's still hella weird shit that don't make sense.
Yeah, you walk in and commit a murder, and you leave your sheath to the knife there. It don't make sense, right? It don't make sense, but at the same time, that's, I don't know, it's dumbest criminals. It's dumbest criminals.
Yeah, America's dumbest criminal. That's why they always get caught, because they're not.
Add them to the list.
Smart, but really not. Yeah, and then that's why they were looking for that K-bar knife, because they already knew what he left the damn thing to the knife. So they already knew it was a K-bar U.S. military knife. That's why they were thinking he was in the military or something. Or maybe he just left it to throw them off for military and forgot he put his fingerprints on it. I have no idea. Like, but with that evidence, with that DNA on his thing, he's done. Like, 'cause there's no way you can, you know what I mean, dispute that. So it's like he's done. It's basically like, to me, it's like case closed. It's, you know. And if they find some vans with them footprints on it too, and then they got his car leaving the scene, you know what I mean, and wrecking. That's why they were taking the tire marks, because he was like panicked and was trying to get up out of there. Probably was sliding around. Oh, it wasn't snowing though, but yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to take your time. I was just thinking about like why. That's the only thing I had like puzzling me is why she didn't call the police. Like hop out the window, run and scream. Like she just froze up. You know what I mean? And went to a ball and didn't come out till 11 in the morning. Like I just don't get that. That's probably why she lured up. Like, but she's young too. You know what I mean? She could have been on mushrooms or anything could have been going on, or you know what I mean? Like, and they wore masks in that house before, so maybe she thought it was a prank, or you know, it's just a lot going on, man. But I'm glad they got him. He left evidence. He's washed. You know what I mean? He's done. So I'm glad they caught him. My family stays, you know what I mean? I stay in Utah, so it's like, I was like, there's just some psychopathic killer running around. So I'm glad they got him. I'll let you get on the call, man. Support what you do. I've been watching your show.
Thank you, brother, man. I appreciate you being a voice in the community and calling up, man. God bless you. What state you representing, man?
I stay in Utah. I stay in Salt Lake City, yeah.
Okay. So, shout out to you.
Yeah, I'm right near Idaho. I used to go up there and work, so it's like crazy to know in that area, like something like that was going on. A lot of people didn't know about it, and I was just intrigued about it. So I wanted to know what the hell, who did this, or, you know what I mean? It's always some crazy dude, like doing some wild, crazy, like senseless shit like this, man. Like, don't make no sense, man. Like, took all them young people for nothing, man.
Yeah, it absolutely don't make sense at all, man. I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, and I hope you have a good day, my man.
You too. Take care, man. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. 5 minutes. Everybody gets 5 minutes on the clock. Great words by him, you know. That is the court. I got the court hearing in full right here. Anybody who wants to see the court hearing in full, I put it right down. I just uploaded it so you can see it. If you haven't seen it.
From Amber.
Amber, what's going on? You live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. Hold up, 5 minutes. All right, you're on. Let's go.
Okay. So, did anybody notice how the roommate Bethany, I think her name was, puts herself on the second floor, not on the first floor, like everyone was saying that she was originally, meaning she was on the same floor with Xana and Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
And then also why I don't think that the 911 call is being released still, and I think they redacted what happened to Ethan because I believe that they are considering one of the roommates still as a suspect.
So you think they're considering one of the roommates helped, allegedly?
That, or, you know, was an accessory to, or new information and like made it easier possibly to get in, like had something to do with it. And I also noticed on Facebook, the roommate Bethany, she's only following Maddie and Xana. She wasn't following Kaylee. And so I don't know. I feel like the roommate is involved.
So you do feel like there's going to be a plot twist to the end of this story?
I do think so. Yes. I do believe they caught the right guy based on the information of how they caught him and how they were able to track him and trace him. That makes 100% sense.
They do say they do say suspect, or they do put the vehicle one. I wonder why they're marking it like that.
I know, right? I never thought of that part either.
That's the part that I was reading that was like vehicle one. Why am I not running into vehicle two now? I mean, if you're gonna mark one, I thought it would just be vehicle.
Exactly. Now, but so this is where I'm still like learning some of the information, and so from the get-go, how people were already questioning the roommates and how they didn't hear anything, right? And everyone was saying how so-and-so's room was here on the first floor and so-and-so's room was here on the first floor. So was it confirmed that originally it was stated that the Bethany and I don't remember the other girl's name. Sorry. But did it
Bethany and
originally
Dylan?
state, yes. Was it originally stated that they were both asleep in a room on the first floor?
Nah, it wasn't originally stated. I don't need. They really. I mean, it was all rumor, really.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
It was a
Because
bunch
that
of
part-
rumor shit going around.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like it was all. It was a lot of rumor going around, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for the facts to come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. For the simple fact, I was under the impression that both of the two roommates that survived were on the first floor. Like, yeah.
I don't know. This shit it blows me away. I'll tell you that much. This blows
And
me
why
away that
would
you would
the
leave
killer-
the sheet there.
Well, exactly. And why would the killer, though, knowing that there was someone watching them leave that person alive if they just murdered 4 people?
That's a great question.
So I think she's part of it. Anyways.
I know they said dog, or she said dog was barking also.
Exactly. But they did say that one of the neighbors' cameras, like you could hear the dog barking around 4:17 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But the dog was locked in the other girl's bedroom. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I think still that is not being answered, and there's a reason why they're not being answered.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff still to come to the forefront. I'll tell you that much right now. We haven't heard the end of it though. I mean, there's a whole trial that's got to go on, and I'll definitely be covering the trial. I don't know if it's public. I'll definitely be at the trial.
It is. So basically, a certain amount of media is allowed in there because of Idaho statutes. Still,
I'll
in our
camp
still
for 5 days.
What?
I said I'll camp front door for 5 days.
You can, because the public can sit in, but it's first come first serve, and they're only allotting a certain amount of space for the public because then they got media, and then they got the family members and the council.
Family members got first dibs for.
Mm-hmm. But they all have their own dedicated section, so the public can sit in on it, but it's first come first serve.
Yeah, no doubt. It's crazy. Well, I appreciate you calling. I'm gonna get to another caller. It's been 5. It's going on 5. Thank you for calling in. Where you calling in from, Amber?
I'm in Arizona right now.
Well, shout out to you in Arizona, and thank you for calling in. I appreciate
Of course.
you. God bless you,
Thank
and
you.
lock your doors.
You too, I know. All right, bye.
219-885-9693, and I'm not joking when I say lock your doors. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? Did the affidavit mention Bethany? Yes, it did. Absolutely. Yes, it did. This caller, news. This guy is fried.
Call from LS.
LS, what's going on? You live?
Hey, how you doing, T-REV and everybody?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Well, hanging in there. It's heavy stuff today, right? That we're all
So a lot
walking
of
through,
people were saying we're not going to get stuff, but what are your thoughts on everything that was that you've heard at least today?
Wow, my mind is blown. I want to go back through and read it again myself, but you did a great job reading it, by the way, because there's so much in there. I mean, I'm blown away like we all are. I mean, respect for LE, right? Because, I mean, they were on it, and they
The
all
whole
worked
time
together.
that we were sitting here thinking, why haven't they released this? Why haven't they released that? Why haven't they did this? They had stuff.
Right.
They had stuff.
I think it's a really cool thing, too, to see how well all the agencies work together. Like, the reason they were keeping things close was because he was watching everything, obviously, right? Like, on some level, whether he was your caller or on the Reddit post or 4chan, I really believe there's something to some of that he was watching everything, and they must have been on that. And, I just think it's kind of masterful how they did this, because if you think about it, I mean, it's awful no matter what. And I think the thing I'm reminding myself is that as we get further into this, it's still about these victims and their families, right? Like, I want to make sure I keep my focus on that. And I think you're so great at doing that. I love that you I love the way you talk about this case because you always put the families, the parents, and the kids first. And I love that, and many other things about your channel. And I think that's important to do as we move forward, because we're going to get all in it and get all these details. But that's the point, you know? And, I mean, you know, I think there's probably a lot of stuff we don't know. I don't think they put everything in this document, obviously, and that may answer some of the questions we have about the roommates and what happened. You know what I mean? Like, just like we just learned, like, I'm sure there's a lot more that isn't in this document.
The dog barking, like Joan just said and I remember reading that also. That's new to me.
Yeah, well, and I'm a dog mom. I know you have a dog, and my dog's the nicest dog in the world, a golden retriever. But when that started, I was like, even my nice dog would bark, right? So,
my dog will go crazy.
Yeah, mine too. You know, and I don't know. I think so. I'm just blown away, and I'm so grateful they have what they have. They have a lot. I wish, like, my prayer would be that he would just plead guilty and this families wouldn't have to go through this long, drawn-out trial, because I think it's also really upsetting when you see a defense lawyer do their stuff like they're supposed to do. But I think that would be, in this case for me, that's going to be hard to watch them defend this person, even though I know that's what they're supposed to do. Like, that's just going to be so hard for me to watch. But I wish in a perfect world he would just plead out and everyone could move forward and the families could get justice. But, you know, I know he probably won't. I just feel bad for the families because they're going to be in such a process hearing all this. You know what I mean? But I'm surprised how much they did tell us, you know, in this document. So
I'm kind of just in, I'm not in shock because if you remember, I don't know if you were in here from when I was following the case, but I mentioned, I said they're going through camera footage right now, which I knew they were. I knew they were going through camera footage.
Did.
I called it the whole time. Just watch No Evil, and you'll learn.
I've been here with you from the start. I love your channel, and I listen, and I call in. I try to call in when I can, but you did say that. You told us all when we were all doubting them. You're like, man, they're on this, and that's the thing. Like, thank goodness. I know it's all the agencies, but I feel like thank goodness for the FBI because of all the resources they have, you know, and especially around digital evidence. And I do wonder if he's the one who called you. I was on that night.
Yeah, I have no idea. FBI hasn't got back to me. So,
yeah. Well, you've done so much. I just want to say thank you, first of all. Like, just you're amazing. And I love being a part, you know, being in the chat on your channel. So many smart, cool people in here. And, you know, I think it really helps because this is, you know, obviously I'm not their family, but I care. I think we all care. That's why we're here all the time, you know, and it just helps to talk it through. And there's so much more to say about that document. Honestly, I'm not doing a very good job talking about it because I'm blown away, but it makes more sense, like the dog barking and, you know, just some of it makes more sense. Some of it doesn't. But again, I do think there's things that aren't in that document. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think they put everything in it. So maybe that'll help us make more sense of the roommates when we get all the details, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
But, well, thank you, T-REV. I don't want to take up more time because I know you got a lot of great people calling in, but I'll be here supporting you every step of the way. And love to the chat because, you know, it's a lot to take in all this about these kids. I feel so sad for them and their families. That's what I'm going to stay focused on every day. So.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Lock your doors. And I appreciate you calling in and being a voice in the community and actually having respect for the victim. So God bless you, ma'am. And I hope to hear from you again.
God bless you. And God bless everybody in chat. And we'll keep T-REVing through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Shout out to her. God bless her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts on everything that you heard? What up, Law Dog? T-REV, I sent you the legal reason why they used the term Vehicle 1 in Twitter DMs. Thank you, Law Dog. I appreciate you. Appreciate it. I will check that. No Burger needs a haircut.
From C.
See, what's going on? You're live.
Oh, hey there. Okay, so I just read that he returned back to the scene at like 9 a.m., 9 o'clock, around that time.
And I believe he returned back because he realized that he left the sheath, and he was going back to see if he can get it. Yeah, because why else would you? I mean, go ahead.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting if that comes out.
Yeah, I don't know. Him trying to go back and get it. 911's already called. They're already on the scene. I mean,
no, this is before 911 was called. 911 didn't get called until like 11:58. He returned back to the scene at 9.
Oh yeah, the 9. Exactly. It was what was it? 9:25,
9:38 or something like that. Yeah,
it was like between that range. Actually, I remember what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So, cause to me, why else would you go all the way back? And then will let you realize, oh shit, you know. So I think he had one of those moments, and was just trying to see if he could sneak in there and get it, and realize maybe he couldn't.
Yeah, that's a good point that you're coming up with. I didn't think about that point. Him trying to return and get that, like, oh, this dummy left it behind. I bet you, in his mind, was going crazy.
Oh my God! Can you imagine? Yeah, and then the other thing, if it, let's just say it slipped off during, unfortunately, the stabbings, and he didn't realize it, you know, until later. Maybe he put the knife in his pocket. That was the last stabbing, and he's leaving. He didn't realize he cut himself. So of course they didn't. Well, they didn't identify exactly what the DNA was. They just said that it was found at the bottom of the sheath. So I hope I'm saying that correctly. But yeah, the knife holder, if you will, I believe, or something. So to me,
we'll go with
I
the
wouldn't be surprised if it is blood.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the DNA that was on it, I mean, there was DNA on that, and that's what connected them. They're saying, I mean, from what I read.
Yeah. Yeah, they said that. They said that they were able to take, that was the main thing they used when they got the warrant for, to be able to go in there and actually do a DNA test, identify him as, well, then they did, they pretended to be the garbage men, and then they compared that DNA that they found against that DNA on that sheet. And that's the only DNA they mentioned, which leads me to believe that was the only he accidentally left. That's the only thing he left behind, really. The only DNA left behind, because otherwise, I think that in the affidavit they would have mentioned a DNA found at the sheet, DNA found on the carpet and the blood, but none of that. Just that one piece.
The thing is too, and that they connected was a lot. The Washington, if you noticed in there, they mentioned about the school. I don't know if it was the school or what, but they seen his car, etc. Shit like that. So they were on to him even before the DNA part, in my opinion.
Well, right. Well, interesting, because I thought of that too a little bit. So they collect the knife the next morning, or the sheet the next morning, right? They run the DNA. It takes a minute because they can't really get the genealogy some of the two main ones to agree. They finally get, 23andMe. They get the DNA back. Well, that was a waiting period. But I think they have the DNA back prior to when they ran into, stopped them on the way back to Pennsylvania. So I do, yes, to your point, they already knew.
Yeah, they were on his ass even at his school. So I was like, damn.
Even at his school, right?
Yeah. They was on him.
I wonder if he was showing up to class and the teacher knew, or if everybody was just told, to act normal. Obviously, the students didn't know. Maybe they didn't know. They probably wouldn't tell the teacher, the staff. But if they were pulling information about him from the school, it had to be during the time that he was already attending class. So they were watching him then. So he is not the smartest guy. He made so many mistakes. And here I am judging. And I probably would have made more mistakes than that, maybe. Maybe not, because I'm pretty well thought out, I think. But I'm surprised that I'm surprised he made so many mistakes. On the other hand, the main mistake he made was that sheet. So that's my time.
Well,
and
thank you.
I
You were a great
appreciate
phone call. Great phone call. Everybody's been a great phone call, but great points that you made on this phone call. And I appreciate you being a part of, the Rev Game family and calling in and having a voice in the community, period. Because you deserve to have a voice and everybody deserves to have a voice in the community. So I appreciate you calling through and having the courage to speak. God bless you, man. Lock your doors, please. And
I have been. I have been. Thank you, T-REV. I appreciate you and the community. Bye.
God bless you, man. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. It was a very good phone call right there. Very good phone call. Who passed out? Says Josie Weaver. Beck said, how would he know the cops weren't called? Told me that as well. All right, guys, here, I'm going to drop this in there. I did upload his first court appearance to my channel, so if you want to check it out.
Call from Shelly.
Shelly, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I just got done reading the affidavit, and I'm just a little, there's some things in there. It's just, damn, they were on to him for a while.
I know, it's so mind-blowing. Like, I didn't think we were going to get much at all, and was I surprised? We got so much. Like, don't you think?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that.
Yeah. And I mean, I hate to bring it up, but I can't say what I would ever do in that situation. I don't think any of us could say what we would do. But how do you see this and open your door, 3 different times, and you don't call anybody till the next day? Like, that just does not make any sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it doesn't, and I'm sure it will come out during the trial. And I don't want to jump the gun and say someone else is involved, but a lot of people in the comments are saying that someone else is involved, and then I see some saying others are acted or some, he acted alone and etc. But I don't know, from what I've just seen is it's weird that the cops were not. I will say this. I'll go out here and say this. It is weird that the cops were called at between 11 and 12 and not earlier
like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that just blew me away. That was the one part I was like, she saw him dressed like that and didn't call anybody, like even a friend, or even, and we don't know this because I don't think it says, even try to call the roommates upstairs.
I mean, another thing that I'm thinking of too is was she drunk and maybe just thought, oh, this somebody, you know what I mean? Like what
like playing a prank,
right? Because we never know what thoughts were going through somebody's mind or head or what they're used to, the atmosphere of their house, etc.
Exactly.
So you got to play those parts into factor here and try to figure out, we'll come to understand that when the trial comes and kicks off.
Yeah, I just hope they don't block it from us.
Nah, they're not.
Because I know that I think that Vallow trial, I think they have blocked that, and that's in Idaho, I do believe. I
mean, there's a gag order right now, so we won't be getting much more after the release of this affidavit.
Right. Do you think that the Jacks are under that gag order, or do you think they can come out and speak now?
Nah, I think if the Corps and them have any information that involves this case, they're definitely under that gag order.
Yeah.
If any information they have in this case is pertained to this case, they definitely are under that gag order.
Because they're going to be called as witnesses.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to call in. I can't believe I got through. I've never tried. You made me a mod a few days ago, so thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
It's hard to mod your channel because your chat goes so fast, but
I even got on slow mode.
I know, but it just flies. It's crazy. But I found your channel. I work at a school and I was out for Christmas break. Then I got the flu. Now I have COVID. So I know I've had an extended Christmas break and I've been watching you every day, all day. And everyone here is great. I love the insight. My opinion changed 20 different times before they caught this guy. And I just want to thank you for giving everybody a voice, and the chat and your channel's great. And I just love to see you succeeding. Going prime time.
Well, yep. I'm still waiting to hear back from the producer from Banfield. So, because they rescheduled yesterday with the landing of the plane, etc. And then you got the affidavit, which they're going to be covering. So I'm sure it'll be,
Yeah, they might push you again.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you'll get there. They've already contacted you. They're interested, so they'll get to you because things are going to slow down.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Inside Edition 2, I'm still waiting for them to respond back, which I have heard back from them, but I haven't heard back from them since my response. So.
Right. We just need Nancy.
Yep, Nancy. We're waiting on Nancy for sure. But thank you for calling in. Thank you for modding the chat. I do appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for making me one. I was so excited.
God bless you. Thank you for calling in.
You as well. All right. Have a good one. Thanks.
Lock your doors. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Sorry to all. I'm shocked he made all these mistakes, especially with driving a car. He said drug deal going bad, DNA. Good call. T-REV, I think you got a mod blocking people. Probably blocking people saying disrespectful stuff. I wonder who is it?
Walter.
Walter, what's going on, man? You're on the line.
Hey, T-REV, what's up, brother? My name's Walter. I just want to congratulate you on what you're doing. Very, very dedicated to this program. Very dedicated to your fans. And you know what? So much nonsense on YouTube, and it's just a breath of fresh air what you're doing with this, man. You got a lot of juice, man. You're doing great.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I just want to, devote my time that I have to anything that I can help with in the true crime community in general, because justice is number one.
Well, you're interested in getting resolution and handling each caller, differently, because everybody got their own temperature and things like that. You know what? You're well versed with this, and I just want to wish you good luck tonight. I don't really want to get into it. I want to let other callers get through, but I've just enjoyed the hell out of your show, and God bless you, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you calling in, Walter, and God bless you, my man from the 757, man. Be easy out there, all right?
All right, bro.
God bless you, Walter. Thanks, Walter, for calling in. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I did upload this while I was on reading the affidavit. It's his first court appearance. I dropped it down below in chat. If Xana got DoorDash at 4, she must have still been awoke. Thank you, Kitty. I appreciate you. I am at 231 in chat still, guys. So thank you, Susan. I appreciate you. Caller is right. No call till noon. All right, here we go.
Call from Sunny74.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, this is Sunny74.
Yes, ma'am. What's going on? What's your thoughts after the affidavit, etc.?
Well, I just had a comment to make, actually. I'm just wondering if things would have been different had they applied the Second Amendment.
Right.
If the women did, because I just feel like there's so much crime against women. And I just think that might have made things, different. Things would have turned out differently. That's all. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I don't know. So does anything like confuse you with the affidavit at all?
Well, Dylan being on the second floor, learning that I'm still wondering how that will play out. I'm looking forward to hearing from her, however that plays out. But that's about it. I just wanted to bring that up because it could have changed things, I think, in my humble opinion. So
yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts. God bless you, ma'am. And lock your doors.
That I always. Thank you, dear. Okay.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
ma'am. Be safe. Thank you. Calling in 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Allegedly. Make sure you call in allegedly. Everything you hear on my channel is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. Understand that. We live by that on this channel. If you have not heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. Please understand that, ladies and gentlemen. Back off Dylan. She will have PTSD and need help. Agreed.
Call from.
What up, T-REV? Paul, man, from Louisville.
What's going on? What's going on, Paul? You're on the line.
Yeah, what's going on, T-REV?
How you doing, brother?
Good, sir. How you?
I'm hanging in there. So what's your thoughts on everything, man?
The thing to me that sticks out the most about the affidavit this morning is Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just how do you? There's no excuse. There's no. I mean, how do you come about? Oh, I saw the killer walk right past me, but I went back to bed. Come on, man. Who does that?
Great question. I mean, I still want to, you know, we haven't heard her testimony or what she said, so I don't want to jump the gun and add judgment on there, but I do think it's weird. I mean, anybody who doesn't think it's weird, I mean, I'm only human, so from what I've read, I think it's weird, but I also want to see what facts come out with that, because they're only giving us so much information, you know. They're not going to give us everything that they have, but they have to give what came to the point of capturing Brian Koberger. So we did get that, and we did get those small details in between, but it left us with more questions, right?
Oh, absolutely. More questions than beforehand. I mean, now we know, you know, with the affidavit, I don't think we can deny that Koberger did it. You know, from the pings off the tower to getting pulled over while he's supposedly stalking them, you know, that sort of thing. But
absolutely,
still the fact that Dylan, like, as soon as this happened, she didn't make the call till noon. Then she just, boom, she vanished. Like, you don't hear nothing about her. Like, 2 days after, it was told that she lawyered up already at that point. So why would you say that you're asleep when something like this happened to your friends or your roommates, but then later you go back and change your story to, okay, I walked out and I seen him and he walked right past me. But who does that? At that moment, you don't just go into shock and wait 8 hours later to call the cops because you come out of some kind of snap. Like,
right.
She woke up, she no. That to me sounds so fishy with her. The fact that she's gone. I mean, of course, I know none of them has released any statement, but something there is just, that's way too fishy for me, if you ask.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I get you.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, on my radar, she's still a suspect. You know, I mean, I know we got Brian, but, you know, just so much is adding up. Her name wasn't Googled. Well, that can be easily debunked by, you know, she just moved in supposedly anyway. You know, she went from one floor. She was supposed to be downstairs, but come to find out that room was empty. And she's been up living on the second floor. So still, through all of that mayhem that's going on in the house, you're not going to hear 4 friends get murdered. I can't get over that part with her. I know people in here in the chat saying don't be slamming the young lady, and we don't know, but
I mean, it's questions that defense lawyers are going to talk about a lot.
It's almost, to me, at some point she's going to be charged with something.
Yeah, I mean,
to me,
the defense attorneys are going to have a field day with this case, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean,
that's
I
just
think
my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think they're going to have a field day with this case, and people are going to be lining up to take this pro bono, like Detective John said.
Well, it looks like he's already got representation, so I don't know about switching. I mean, I know you can switch an attorney at any point if your attorney is not represented, but
I mean, he can get written from he can get a letter from an attorney that states their credentials, and he can fire whatever attorneys he has on deck immediately.
Right.
So I mean,
I don't know, man.
You never know.
It's just the part with Dylan, just all of that. You know, remove Dylan from the situation, and everything else is 100% locked. You know, Brian's going to jail. They got all the evidence. They got the cell phone towers, this and that. That's okay. But something's still there with Dylan. It's not right. Can't convince me otherwise, even after the trial. Like that little young lady's got something to do with this in some way, shape, or form. You just don't see a stranger in your house in a ski mask and let them walk right by you without doing anything. Nobody does that ever.
Yeah, man.
I mean, from you, I know it's hypothetical. Everybody handles things different, but whether you knew a murder occurred in your house or not, or maybe no murder, but you wake up and a man in a ski mask dressed in black is walking past you, what are you going to do? I mean, even if you do freeze, you want to bounce back, it seems. But I don't know, man. That's just my thought. That's my time.
I appreciate you calling up and sharing your thoughts, brother. Where you calling from today?
I'm calling from Louisville, Kentucky, man.
Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your opinions and your thoughts on this, man. God bless you, my brother. Hopefully I hear from you again. Great conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Always. You got a great show, man. I've been jumping in here the last couple of weeks. Shortly after this broke is kind of where I found the actual story of the girls, and I stuck with you. There's a couple other ones that I watched, man, but you know, you open up the phone lines, taking people's calls rather than just trying to read a chat, zooming about 100 miles an hour. So thanks for what you do. Shout out for what you do, man. Big up to you too.
Thank you, brother. God bless you, man, and take it easy. I hopefully, like I said, I'll hear from you again, my brother. Stay safe out there.
Yes, sir. You too. Peace out, Ralph.
God bless you, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Hey, you're going to hear opinions you don't like on this channel. You're going to hear them. You're going to hear that. You're going to hear, because you're hearing from the community. The community has different opinions on everything on this channel. So you're going to hear different opinions. What I'm saying is, I can't, you can't knock down everybody's opinion. If I was to get mad and slam on everybody who calls, I'd just be a douchebag, and that's not who I am. Thank you for the 50, by the way. I appreciate you, Ashes. Thank you, everybody who's been supporting, everybody that's in the chat, etc. Christine, what's going on? You're live. What's your thoughts on the affidavit? What's your thoughts? Is there any questions that you would have, or anything that you want to tell the people in the chat in general?
Yeah. First off, I think that people need to stop slamming Dylan. You guys really don't have a good understanding of what trauma is.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, because like PTSD is real, and
absolutely,
when you're experiencing
I'm
trauma,
diagnosed with it. I'm diagnosed with PTSD.
Same, and I'm going through treatment right now for it. And so if you listen to a licensed professional, they'll tell you that your brain shuts down during that experience. Your rational side of your brain, it's gone. So my guess is her obviously stating that she was in shock when Brian walked past her. She went in her room. She locked herself in there. If I were her, I would be hiding in my closet, terrified. I'm sure she didn't go and grab her phone before she did that. And she just hunkered down until she thought it was safe the next morning. And I'm sure that her adrenaline kicked in. Once that adrenaline's gone, she's exhausted and probably fell asleep. That's my guess. That's what I'm assuming. But I think everyone else in chat who's like speculating, and the last guy who called in saying that like she has involvement, you guys need to do some more research on mental health.
Yeah, man, it's letting people know.
That's just my opinion.
Letting people know about the trauma of PTSD is important, because I've witnessed things before that leave you in shock. I mean, I wasn't in shock for as long as 7 hours, but
for sure, yeah. That's why I'm guessing that she fell asleep.
It still bothers things that still bother me to this day, dreams, etc.
Exactly. Yeah, and she's gonna have to go through treatment for that.
Absolutely, my paranoia is very high. So I mean, and it hasn't changed since these things have happened to me.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
There's this paranoia, your heart races, you feel like you're dying, you start freaking out. There's a lot of different things that come with PTSD, and I suffer from, that's one of my main ones that I suffer from, is my heart rate.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm dying, I start freaking out, somebody's following, things like that.
Yeah, you definitely like relive that experience. You have things that trigger you. You're very like hyper aware. Yeah, those are all symptoms of PTSD.
Yeah, it's bad. I go to treatment. I go to treatment every month for it. So, I see a counselor. I go every 3 months. I see my doctor. I get medications, etc. So I know about PTSD. I've been diagnosed with PTSD for over 10 years. So I do know.
Yeah, for sure. We'll learn more later on once the trial comes into play. But I can't say exactly what happened, of course, between 4 a.m. to almost noon the next day. But I know for sure this girl was in shock either way, and who knows like what was going on between those many hours.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for having me on. I just kind of wanted to stand up for her a little bit with my understanding of what PTSD
I appreciate
is.
you calling up and sharing your thoughts and what you feel on your heart, because some people need to think about those aspects also.
Yeah, it's just something to consider,
Absolutely. And I appreciate you calling and bringing that to everybody's attention in here who thinks otherwise. So, I mean,
absolutely.
It gives a good perspective of both sides. Thank you for calling in, and hopefully I hear from you again.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless you. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. It's crazy. She was on the second floor, not on the first. Crystal, thank you. Run, hide, fight. She was hiding. Yes, caller. Let's leave Dylan be. We don't know shit. Agreed.
Call from Lauren.
Lori, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the affidavit and then a little bit about what my theory was about him. I'm always saying it was like a targeted attack.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he basically tried to pick people that he had absolutely no connection with. So there would be nothing to tie him back to that. Most of the time, a knife killing is a crime of passion. So it's usually someone very close to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we did, the first thing we did was we speculated it was the boyfriend, had to be someone like that or very, very close. When in all reality, he probably didn't have any visible relationship to these people besides something from very far away. I think he's used a K-bar knife because it's a very common thing. You can get it anywhere. It could put speculation on the military. It's just not something that, that anybody can really just go out and get one, even though it's for the Marines. It's something very common. So I think he tried to use a lot of tactics to maybe like push it towards someone closer to them. Or like even with him like following serial killers, like when Bundy went in just to a house and just killed a bunch of random girls. I think he was studying different portions of different people to just have a bunch of different theories where no one would really suspect it was him.
Right.
And I think the dumbest thing that you could possibly do though is, drive your car. But I think he really didn't have anything to do with those girls besides maybe just seeing them from afar and having a sick fantasy in his head. He used a really big party house where there would be a lot of DNA. I just think everything was to just try to throw the track into multiple different directions and nothing towards him. But the car was just the dumbest thing that you could have did.
No, absolutely.
I think the same thing with the caller before with Dylan. I think she was literally traumatized and in fear and probably a little drunk and did what she said. She went into her room, she hid, and when all that left her body and being inebriated or who knows, like she smoked weed or anything on top of that, and then literally fell asleep. And who knows that if the unconscious person wasn't her being in the hallway when she did come out, and the other girl on the first floor seeing her laid out on the floor when she saw the bodies. We don't know how much she actually saw.
Right.
So that's just my theory.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing. God bless you. Where are you calling in from?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Shout out to you in Pittsburgh. That's where my family's from, Allegheny County. But
yep.
Thank you for calling in. God bless you. And I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and opinions.
All right, talk to you later. Thanks.
Thank you. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. But I call bullshit. Thank you, caller. Cody verse everyone says. Hey, man, caller. I had PTSD too. Exactly.
Call from Wendy from Meridian, Idaho.
Wendy, what's going on? You're live.
Hi.
How you doing, Wendy? You're
Hey.
live. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What do you got to say about this?
All right. Well, first of all, I've been pretty emotional.
Mm-hmm.
I have kids this age. I live in Meridian, which is just like, 5 hours from there. And if we're going to be honest, it's just really made me emotional as a mom.
Mm-hmm.
Whew, sorry.
It's fine. No, we've all been there on this one. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, I don't know that it would have made me feel better as a mom thinking that my daughter was asleep when this happened. But now hearing that, she just got DoorDash, I'm thinking, okay, so she's just starting to eat her food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, that one just got me. Because my hope was, okay, your dad asleep, maybe as horrific as it is, maybe somebody stabbing you, your brain can't even, kind of catch up with what's going on and you pass quickly.
Right.
So thinking that, your daughter's up eating her food and some psychopath piece of shit comes in and does this, I hope that as much as we get into this, that we just keep remembering these families and these parents and keeping them in our prayers, because I just can't imagine, thinking what my child, their last thoughts were and just how they, felt or how scared they were. As a parent, I'm not sure how they're coping with this. So anyway, so that bothered me. Obviously, it's all disturbing, but thinking about Dylan, obviously none of us know. That was kind of a crazy house, as we've all talked about, like lots of people coming and going all the time. So who knows if she said she heard, someone crying. She could have thought maybe they were getting in a fight with somebody, a verbal fight. So she kept opening the door, And I don't think that he saw her. I think that she just opened the door. It scared her. Now, maybe you can clear this up. On the affidavit, it said, she said he had a mask on, but I didn't hear a ski mask. Could have just been I just remember hearing that it covered.
It did.
Okay, so covered his nose and mouth. Could have just been, like a COVID mask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had
And
no idea. They didn't get specific into the mask, but they did talk about the mask.
Right.
There was a mask on.
So in my head, it's like, okay, well, first of all, it's cold. So even a ski mask, people probably came in and out of the house wearing that. But if she said she saw his bushy eyebrows, my guess is it was just a COVID type mask. He didn't have, sometimes those cover your eyebrows. So I think it was just a regular, COVID type mask. Of course she was shocked, like, who's this guy? But at the same time, with the way that house sounded, it might not have been that weird. And also, I don't believe she knew or even thought people were being murdered. So,
right.
It's just hard to, I just think it's wrong to even say. Obviously, we can all say what we think, but I just think she was shocked. She saw someone she didn't know. She closed the door because she was kind of scared, but I truly believe if she thought something that horrific had happened, she would have called 911.
Right.
I think she was just taken back with someone she didn't know, and she kind of heard some things, maybe thought they were getting in an argument. But I don't know, this whole thing, has really it's just been crazy from day one. I'm just, I just thank God that they got this piece of crap. And I just pray that justice is served. And I live in Idaho, and thank God for the death penalty. And I say, put them under the ground.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with you on that for sure. He he deserves that. And when it gets to that conclusion, I hope that's what they decide. Allegedly.
Yeah,
You know?
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, but I seriously.
Yeah, I just, my heart's just with the families. I just truly
Exactly.
can't imagine what they're going through. But you're doing a great job. I'm obsessed with following and watching your stuff. You've covered it great since day one. I got my husband hooked on you now, so he comes home from work telling me he's been listening on his earpods at work. But yeah, just prayers. Let's just keep them. Let's just hold them up in our prayers and pray that justice is served.
Yes, ma'am. I'm with you on that 100%. I'm with
All
you
right,
on
I
that
appreciate your time.
100%. Thank you. Thank you for calling in, and lock your doors and stay safe. And I'm praying for you guys up there in Idaho.
Always, and I'm always staying strapped. So
Yes,
no
ma'am.
worries.
God bless you, and yeah, stay strapped for sure. Thank
All right,
you.
God bless.
God bless her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. We want your 5 minutes. Call. Absolutely. If you want to call in, make sure you call in. It's 219-885-9693. The phone line. Stay. What are you feeling? What do you want to tell people in chat? What want to talk about with the case? Let me know.
Call from
John Rambo.
to accept, press 1.
Who? Who's this?
John Rambo.
What's up, John Rambo? What's going on?
Yeah, I was wondering, who you think that they're gonna pick for the jury? Is it gonna be other criminology majors or?
There's no telling. It's random, but I have no idea. That's a good question.
Yeah, I was wondering that.
That's a good question.
Because if they say you get the jury's peers of like you, probably other students or something.
Yeah, there's no telling who they'll pick for jurors in this case. If when he decides to take it to trial, etc. There's no telling.
Oh, okay.
I don't even. We're not even at that. I mean, it's gonna get to that point. They got to pick somebody, but I have no idea. That'd be a good question for somebody who knows the law very well inside, like courts, etc. on trials, because I know that they'll send out for that. But who does not know about this case, right? Like a lot of people know about this case in general, so it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to pick people for the jury trial, and in general, in my opinion, I feel like it'll be because everybody I feel like heard about this.
An unbiased jury, right? It's going to be hard to pick an unbiased jury.
Absolutely.
But as far as that girl being shocked and not knowing, people want to act like if they know that what would they do in that situation. Nobody knows what would they do in that situation. And if it was a party house where people coming in and out, they're not going to really think nothing big of it. It's just somebody who's stopping by or somebody who just left. Right. It's not like everybody wants to think that they would know what they would do in that situation. Nobody knows nothing. And 99% of the people hear gunshot, the first thing they do is freeze. Nobody runs, nobody ducks, nobody does anything like that.
Right.
But everybody wants to be, they want to act like they will know what to do. You can't blame the girl for being in shock.
Absolutely.
And even if it took her hours later to realize what happened, it doesn't matter. She was in shock, and like people said, she probably fell asleep after the adrenaline fell off, or she probably thought nothing of it. Exactly. She probably just went right back to her bed like, who was that weirdo,
Yeah, that shit, dude. That shit's weird. When I read that affidavit, man, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I haven't heard the whole affidavit yet, but I caught pieces of it.
I mean,
but it sounds like he's got. There's a wrap for him. There's a wrap for him. There's nothing that he's gonna be able to do to get away from that. So whatever he thought he was as smart as people think he is, he's smart, but he ain't no street smart. I'll tell you that much. He's not no street smart. He's not no criminal. You could practice all you want, but life is not no test. Life is for real.
Life is for
When you
real.
do,
Exactly.
when you do things that you thought, oh, I practiced for that. Yeah, this is not no, this is not no quiz. This is real life.
Exactly.
You're getting locked up, buddy. But anyway, T-REV, keep doing what you do, buddy.
I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts, brother. That's a good question. Can they find an unbiased jury?
An unbiased jury, or they got, they're gonna be a smart jury like criminology people and stuff like that. It's really gonna be a wrap for him because they're gonna see it like the police see it.
A lot of the talk is the whole entire chat, everywhere that I'm reading, it's about mostly Dylan and Dylan and Dylan and Dylan and Dylan and Dylan. I just everybody's bringing her up.
Yeah, ain't nothing like everybody wants to swear they know what to do. They don't know what to do. You don't know what's gonna happen. Like you expect somebody to come. First of all, when a crime happens, like everybody wants to blame a victim. Like, why are you blaming a victim? Like she didn't know something like that was supposed to be happening at that time, or like it's not like you expect that. You live your life every day without thinking of stuff like that.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
When
So
it happens, you don't know what you'll act like.
Right. You don't know how you're gonna act. Everybody thinks they know what they're gonna do. You don't know what you're gonna do. Believe me, I've done seen big tough guys fold when they see a gun or where they hear a gunshot, or it's not like you're supposed to know what to do. And then how could you? I don't want to hear that you was in shock. Yeah, you're not gonna know what to do.
Preach.
That's
brother.
not how life is.
Preach, brother. They don't, you gotta be in that situation before you can come forward and say, well, I would have did this or I would have did that. Well, let's put you in that situation and see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let's not put you in that situation, but you got to be in that situation to understand what it feels like. I've been in situations like that, and I know what it feels like, and it's traumatizing.
Of course.
It's traumatizing. See, people don't understand that. There's people that, they sit in the house behind their computer all day and they've done nothing in life and don't know, or haven't been in the streets, or haven't been in a situation with a gun put to them or a knife or anybody that, wielded or threatened their life, and they don't know how they would act when it comes to that. You got to be in that situation to understand the feeling, the emotion, and you know what I'm saying, bro. You know exactly.
Of course, yeah. I'm telling you, it's like, but when you ain't never been through that, and I be telling my son the same thing. You gotta some people just gotta absorb and observe things and listen more, because flapping your lips is not gonna get you nowhere. Like you think and you want to say this and that, but then when shit hits the fan, you're like, oh, but it wasn't like that. It was like this. Yeah. Everybody got an opinion anyway. Everybody got an opinion of what. I just thinking that it's not that girl's fault at all. She didn't ask nobody to come over and kill those people. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, brother.
It has nothing to do with her. People got to focus on whose fault it is.
People need to understand that if it did, they would have those text messages and people communicating back and forth. That's another thing people need to understand. If you don't think that they would investigate that, people are sleeping on the law enforcement.
No, yeah, no. It's that guy was definitely sleeping on the law enforcement, thinking that because he knew a little bit of criminology and he's a PhD and whatever, that he knew the streets and he knew how criminals move.
Right.
You could read all you want about that in the book, but that's not how life goes.
Exactly.
Because not everything is told. People take things to their grave with them, and especially serial killers. You know how many serial killers didn't confess to every single thing they did? They probably forgot half of the things.
Ain't no doubt.
There's no book or no library you could go to, and you could see it in movies, whatever. But that's not the real thing. Believe me, adrenaline runs through your mind, through your body, and all types of things that you don't calculate.
Right, no doubt, brother. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. I'm gonna get the next caller on the line. God bless you, brother, for calling in and having a voice in the community and speaking what you feel, my brother. Stay safe out there.
You stay up. All right, you too.
You too, my man. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. Great caller. Everybody say great caller. Say it louder for those in the nosebleed seats.
Call from
Danny Van Sickle.
Danny Van Sickle, what's going on, man? 5 minutes. I'm about to put you on right now. The floor is yours. What's going on?
All right, man. Hey, I think this what's going on right now. Everybody's thinking, well, how can they have a jury? I thought the same thing when I'm sure you heard of the Pike County murders, the Pike County, Ohio massacre, where they killed 8 members of one family.
Yep.
And all that. Well, there's only 27,000 people in the entire county of Pike County. But what they did, just like, okay, this probable cause, they've got a lot more on that guy than just what they released in that probable cause. And I guarantee you, Detective John will say the same thing. They only put enough in that probable cause to get the warrant. The reason they do that is so they don't put all the evidence, because they knew that was going to get released. That way you don't tank the jury pool.
Exactly.
You know, because they knew people was going to see that. You know, they did the same thing with the Pike County massacre. They just released enough just to get the warrants, but they were holding, you know, their aces, you know, behind. And when it all came out in court, because I followed it, well, there's people that's in your chat now that actually joined your channel that came over from the Pike County thing, because we followed it on WCPO. They had it live the whole trial, and you know there was a whole group of us that was there every day following that. And the evidence that came out during the trial was mind blowing. Right. Everything they had, you know, but the probable cause just had just enough to get the warrant, and I think that's what they're doing here. They're just putting enough evidence to get his ass back to Idaho and locked up. And I guarantee you they got a lot more than just what we read, which, I mean, his DNA on that knife sheath at the scene, that's game over, man. I mean, you know, that right there was in it. Plus them doing the cell phone and all that, showing the white Elantra and all that film, they got him. You know what I mean? And I think they're going to try to set it, you know, to do the jury right there. Or, you know, I think they'll try to have the trial there. And, you know, I heard 25,000 people just in Moscow. You know, so how many are in the whole county? There's only 27,000 in the whole county of Pike County. And that thing was all over for 5 years. It was all over every news channel. But just like here, they would not release any of the evidence. They kept everything hidden. And that's why they do that shit. You know, because, you know, back in the day, they would release more. But now you got social media. That's what John said. You got social media and all this stuff, just like you got you know, what we do here. It's so easy for people, you know, for a jury to get tainted because they can go right online and find out everything. But by these guys putting the gag order and all that, that's why they're doing that, because they're going to want to put that trial right there, because they want people from that area to be the ones to put him away. And I think they'll be able to do it. If not, I mean, I'm sure they could, you know, move it to another county, but that's why they're not letting us know much. But you was right though, man. You said they're pouring over. I remember you saying that they're pouring over videos, you know, after videos, and they had that guy. There's no way around it, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, they were on to this dude before the DNA.
Yeah.
It says it right in the affidavit.
By the bar.
Bro, it says it right in the affidavit.
Right. And just like, you know, we were all discussing, did they know about this, you know, and all that. That dude come out and said, well, he only came on our radar a week before. Well, obviously that was a lie. You know what I mean? Because cops are allowed to lie. You know, they're allowed to tell lies. And, yeah, they've got this dude. I guarantee they got so much evidence. You know, I noticed stuff, you know, that somebody put up a picture, and there was another channel. I can't remember which one, but they put a picture up from his perp walk. On the left side of his neck is a big, huge, long scratch.
I seen it.
And it's, yeah.
I got it.
You know that his DNA is under some of them people's fingernails.
Yeah, they
You know
have,
what I mean?
dude. That's why you put bags over the hands, etc. And
Right. You're right. See, they didn't need to let that out because the DNA was not arresting. But yeah, man, you're doing a great job, dude. And I hope they put that interview out soon, you know, because you deserve it for everything you've been doing. But, yep, I'm glued to the tube, and we'll be on to the next one and still follow this one.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. God bless you, Danny Van Stickle. I appreciate you rocking with me, bro. You've been here since pretty much day one. Thank you, man.
Yep.
And thank you for, you know, helping me cover the case and talking about it. And you know, I knew something. I knew they had to be going through footage, man. I called that.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They go around and collect footage from every business that they possibly can. And then they got a room full of multiple people going over hours and hours and hours and hours. I bet you there's a lot of sleepy detectives in this case. I'm telling you that much right now.
Guarantee it.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you. God bless you, brother.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Shout out to Danny Van Stickle. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I had to pull up my phone to read comments because the comment section is broken once again on StreamYard. I don't know why, but it is what it is. The more I think about it, it seems they hired a hit. Thank you, T-REV. I appreciate that you're doing it. Thank you. Let's see. Let's take this call.
Call from
Andrew.
Andrew, what's going on, my brother? You're on the line. 5 minutes. What's your thoughts on this, on everything that you heard today with the affidavit, etc.? I mean, what's running through your mind?
Hey, T-REV, what's going on, man? First of all, I just want to say something about the roommates in the basement. A lot of times I feel like they probably did have people over that they didn't know. So, like, when she hears some stuff going on, she doesn't want to instantly call the cops on her friends. Like, she might have thought something was sketchy, but, like, not necessarily, like, she's thinking that there's a killer in the house. You know, she's like, damn, that's weird. I don't really want to leave my room, but I also don't want to call the cops. So, like, that also makes sense why she might call friends first, text some friends first, like, hey, something's going on here. And then later on realize she didn't see the roommates for a while and was like, that was really weird. So now I'm going to call in. Now I'm going to call the cops for real.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, then, definitely.
I got another thing about that. The fingerprint on the sheet. Now I'm just playing devil's advocate. I feel like it is Brian the killer and everything, but do you think a defense attorney is going to look at where the fingerprint is on the button? Like, is it consistent with closing the sheet, or is it like on the bottom side where it's consistent with opening the sheet?
It's a great question.
Like, if it's right on the top, like he's pushing it to close it, that's completely different than somebody that's opening it about to do a crime.
Right.
You know, like, I don't know, these are just some random things that came into my head because, you know, if it is on the top, like closing it, then he could easily his defense attorney could be like, yeah, well, you know, maybe he was in contact with that sheet, but that doesn't mean that he opened it and killed those girls. Something like that. I don't know.
Man, I'll tell you what, right now, I'm back. Like what I read in the affidavit, I'm definitely baffled. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, there was a lot more information in there than any of us thought, I think. The whole bushy eyebrows thing, that part was something I never thought was going to be in there. Of her actually seeing the person. I did think that there was going to be cameras and stuff from nearby neighbors that they were going to be getting footage from that they wouldn't release. I don't know. This whole thing is just crazy.
Most definitely is, man. I'll tell you that much. It's crazy for sure. But I mean, you got to be an idiot to leave the sheep on the bed, etc. Wherever. Like, come on,
really
dude.
Do.
You're dumb. Really do. He cooked himself with that.
He did, and like, another thing I was thinking about why he might have left is he might have saw that she closed that door and locked it. Now, in his head, he's going to be in the scene of a crime. He sees somebody close their door, might hear them lock it. He's instantly going to think, oh, shit, they just saw me commit murders. She's calling the cops right now. I got to get the fuck out of here. Kind of thing. You know what I mean? That could have been what set him to get out of there, leave the sheep, just get out of the house because he thought that that roommate was instantly going to call 911. He doesn't want to like be there killing her while they're on the phone with the operator, you know?
Yeah.
Like that could have been it right there. Like, oh damn, I'm out of here.
So I mean, that definitely the chief being left behind is just, I mean, that nabbed him. But in general, they were on to him. They were on to him very early.
Yeah,
As
they
early
were.
as what, November? It was in November they were on to him, and that kind of explains why they've, you know, the chief, you know, people were like, oh, and we were all saying, I said it too, like there was an awkward, he had like this smirk or smile, but it was nervousness, and they knew something. Tell you that much.
For sure. There was a lot of information they were not letting out.
Absolutely. And that explains to me why Chief Fry was the way he was.
I can't agree anymore with that, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to call, say what up. This is my first time calling in, getting on the line. You know, I basically only get my news from News Nation, Law and Crime, and you, and that's it.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother.
Hey man, I appreciate you taking the time, and shout out to chat. Got a wonderful chat. You got a wonderful group behind you, and keep it up.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Thank you for calling in, and you have a good one.
God bless you.
Thank you.
You too.
Later. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Call in. Make sure you call in and let me know your thoughts on the affidavit, etc. What are your thoughts on it? Chat's blowing by me on on StreamYard. It's broken. I gotta freaking email StreamYard and tell them to tighten up because their shit is broken. I don't know. All right, there we go. My bad. Gerald said, did Xana forget to lock the front door? I'm sure a lot of, I don't know. I can't answer that. I absolutely can't answer that. Me answering that would be, I'd be a lie because I can't answer something I don't know. But thanks for asking, though.
Call from.
Hey, Rev, this is Josh.
Hey, what's going on, Josh? You're live.
Hey, Rev, how are you today, man?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How about yourself?
Hey, good. Thanks for what you're doing. So I'll make my point quick, and then we can chat about it. At the very least, Dylan Mortensen is guilty of criminal negligence. So let me just put it this way. Let's say I'm living with 3 of my guy friends. Let's bring it home, okay? Let's make it real personal. I'm living with 4 of my guy friends. Maybe they have a girlfriend over. All 4 of them get killed. I see the killer, and I go to bed, and I don't call anybody for 8 hours about it. I am very suspicious, right, for not calling in about this.
Right.
It is a crime for me to not call the police. It's a crime for Dylan Mortensen to not call the police. She didn't have her phone. Phone was in the kitchen. Dude, I'm addicted to my phone. I'm a 40-year-old man. As a 20-something-year-old girl, they're even more addicted to their phone. Their phone is right next to their heads while they sleep or on the nightstand. The phone's not in the kitchen. She had her phone. She could have called the police, but she didn't. It should be a criminal charge. We have things called Good Samaritan laws in this country. That's even if you see someone getting beaten up, you have the obligation to call the police. Let alone if you see a murderer in your house. She had her phone in her room. She didn't call the police. That's a crime. Those are my points. What are your thoughts?
Hey, I mean, my thoughts respectfully disagree, but at a degree, at a certain degree. But at the same time, though, allegedly seeing the killer, mentioning, you know, that they had like or she seen him, or maybe he didn't see her. I don't know what the case was, but in general, why wasn't the cops called, or why was the cops called that late in the afternoon? That's my biggest concern. So I won't go on and speculate any further, but I will say my biggest concern is that the police being called later on that day rather than earlier that morning. That's my biggest concern, and that's where the defense will have their field day. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you. I mean, let's forget the why for a second. This is the reason I called. It doesn't matter why she didn't call.
Yes, sir.
If you see a criminal in your house who has killed your roommates, you have a legal obligation, not to mention a moral one, to contact law enforcement. The why here, I want to shout out, people are going to disagree with me. I'm not victim blaming, anything like that. The why here, the why doesn't matter, you guys. It was, if it was me who neglected to call the police when my apartment was being robbed and people were killed in there, you would better hope I'm a suspect, and you would better hope I'm being criminally charged for not calling law enforcement. Okay? These are huge questions. It's inexcusable. Like other callers said, I want to say about 2 or 3 callers back, there was a guy who's very suspicious of Dylan. I completely agree with him. I also appreciate the points about PTSD. That is valid. Did she pass out? We don't know. That's the why. The why doesn't matter. The fact is, she didn't do it. It's a crime. At least it should be. I'm not a lawyer. But people get charged for way less. As I mentioned, and I know my minutes are running out. If I see someone getting beaten up on the street and I walk by and I do not call 911 or something, I'm negligent. Listen, the guy who called the cops on Brian Laundrie when he was beating the crap out of Gabby Petito, that's what we need. That's the obligation we have as citizens to one another. That guy was a hero. Unfortunately, the law enforcement did not separate those two. It's another case, and I'm sorry to digress.
No,
we have that obligation. And Dylan Mortensen is not only criminally negligent, bro, she is probably an accomplice. So those are my points, and I really want to thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother, for sharing your opinion and being a voice in the true crime community. And, some people may disagree with what you've had to say. Some people may say, cut them off, this and that. But you are right to your opinion. And if we all thought the same, this world would be boring. It'd be trash. Nothing would get done. So thank you for your aspects and bringing it on and actually having the nerve to call up and use your voice to speak out, brother. God bless you. And I appreciate you, my man.
Thank you, sir. Rest in peace to the victims, and thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Rest in peace to the victims. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Hey, everybody's got their right to opinion. You can't bash opinions, man. You can't bash people's opinion because people have the right to think the way they do. But can we try to help them see a different way? Yeah, sometimes, but you can't even fix that. They're gonna think what they
Call
think.
from
C.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, I'm back. This is C. So I just had to respond to that caller. I completely disagree, and I feel like he kind of talked in circles. There's no way if you can't help yourself because you're experiencing a moment of PTSD, that means that I'm going to get punished because I'm afraid. That, to me, is not going to be something that's going to be that strong in court. So I just wanted to say that. I don't think that that's going to be a big deal. I think you're going to be able to easily prove that if she had PTSD, she was scared straight and she couldn't do anything. And then that's just that. And to me, I think it's important for people to have compassion. Sounds like the prior caller lacked compassion, even though he said he understood, PTSD was real. But he said, but it doesn't matter. Well, those two things don't live in the same, on the same planet. So that's that. And then the other thing I want to say, since I'm back, regarding the sheath, it just hit me that they got pulled over by those cops. And I know this was already stated, but they pulled him over because they probably did want to look at his right hand to see if there were bruises, because apparently he's right-handed. So if he was stabbing, depending on who, the sheath, I believe, was left near Madison. I know somebody showed the order of death. So let's just say that he's used the knife a couple of times, leaves it. There's the print on the sheath. They're thinking he definitely got cut and probably didn't realize it. So the nail in the coffin is to see, are there wounds on his hands? Can we get pictures? So now we can take those pictures and, this is something that's going to be admissible in court. So just wanted to share that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you calling back and responding. That's awesome that you called back and responded to what he had to say. I mean, there's a lot of people responding to what he had to say in chat, but thank you for calling back and God bless you. And hopefully I hear from you again. I'm sure I will if you hear something you disagree with, because you like to speak on that, and I appreciate that. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I want people to respond to each other as much as they can respectfully. Thank you. We said it at the same time. So thank you, ma'am. God bless you, and thank you for calling in and having a voice in the
Thank
community.
you,
Because
my
it's
dear.
important.
It's everything to have a voice, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, thank you too. I appreciate you, my brother. Bye.
God bless you, man.
God bless you.
Thank you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in.
Call from
Connie. Connie, what's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, Connie, you're live.
This is Connie. I'm in
Connie,
Nebraska.
okay. What's going on? You're live. You got 5 minutes. What's your thoughts on everything?
I was wondering if maybe Dylan was in her room and she seen a guy come through and she thought that he got in a fight with somebody and somebody was crying.
Mm-hmm.
So they would call 911 if it was that bad. And so she didn't make it any of her business because I don't think they were really close, all the roommates. And she just didn't want to make it her business until they came to her, and they never came to her, so she went back to sleep thinking it would be okay.
Hey, maybe. I don't know. I can't say that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. I don't think she did nothing to do anything wrong.
Right. I see a lot of mixed,
totally...
I see a lot of mixed emotions in chat about that. It's like we're gonna hear it when it comes to trial. I'll tell you that. But from what I've seen in the affidavit, there's a lot of things in there that people want answers to. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Well, there's so many people coming in and out of the house, and so many noises, and so much going on that maybe it was just something that always happened. And then when she got up and she found them, that's when she freaked out and called 911.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. That's very
all I had to say.
That's very possible too. We won't hear until trial. I'll tell you that much on that aspect. We were left to read what we read in the affidavit, and it left us with a lot of questions on that aspect of things. I'll tell you that much right now. It is every other sentence I see is about DM, and I'll leave her name at that. I don't even want to say her name.
Yeah. I know her initials quite a bit.
I'll leave it at DM. So thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Is that all? Is that all you wanted to say, or you have more? Because you still got time.
No, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you for calling in. God bless you, ma'am, and lock your doors. Okay. Stay safe.
Thank you, and I love your channel.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you. Appreciate you supporting and keep your prayers with these families because they need it.
Oh, I know. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. I haven't read it yet. I read it in the beginning. Facts, that caller is right, Rev. It's about to get real. Let me find out StreamYard's breaking on my phone, too. I'm picking comments out of StreamYard on my phone.
Call from
Paul.
Paul, what's going on? You're live. You got 5 minutes. I'm putting you on the clock right now. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, the affidavit, he was on a plane for 8 hours. How long? 19 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're a gamer. A lot of people in chat are gamers and chess players.
Right.
He had all those 19 hours to figure out his next move. When he got that public defender, I don't think she's as smart as he is. Okay, because of his survey.
Mm-hmm.
He had all this in his head ahead of time. When they said no bail, he smiled like he wanted that. He's in protective custody. Nobody can get to him. But like Epstein, Whitey Bulger, they were got to. That means he's not going to get got to. And eventually, I think if his attorney, he's telling his attorney what he wants her to say. I don't think she's telling him. Follow me?
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you.
You agree?
Somewhat. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, allegedly. I mean, I can't agree to something I don't know.
Yeah, allegedly. You're a gamer. How many chess players? How many moves
I
are you
heard when
ahead?
he got off the plane, he asked about some weird shit, or not even weird, but like all that ride he took, he got off to ask what he said, and it's alleged what he said. I remember I looked at it last night. I forget exactly verbatim what it was, but
Yeah, he's deep in the game right now. He's in his cell thinking. And the comment was made by one of the other inmates, I'm going to kill you. And that doesn't mean he can't be gotten just because everybody's protecting him. It could go in his food, poison his food. It could be a sniper. Who knows? Just like JFK. My opinion.
You never know.
Yeah.
We never know. Will we ever know? Is the I mean, we got to wait till trial, man. I keep telling people. But what stood out to you in the affidavit that was weird?
The cell phone pings. I've said it all along. Where was he? Where was everybody else? That's just a little bit of it they brought out. They may even have the knife, and you don't know it yet. They may have the sheath. They may have the sheath, but they haven't said. Like I said, they may have the knife. That's speculation. The other stuff I was saying was, okay, what's your next move in the game? You see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. So you're pretty much just coming out off the cuff and saying this was all a game. This is all a game to him.
Yeah, he is cold as hell. We all know that. The day when they picked him up, he said, did they arrest anyone else? That's when his game started. That's when his chess game started. Got on the plane. You see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, I allegedly agree with that. Yeah, I feel like it is a game to him.
Then he had the 19 hours to think, okay, what's my next moves? How far ahead am I going here? Okay, what's the outcome going to be?
Now that I agree with you on is the chess. This is a game to him. I do agree with that part. Seriously.
Yeah, that's what his survey was. He wanted motives. He wanted to know what would you do? Okay, he was getting the answers to all that he could, but the answers he didn't get was just like you. You're a gamer, and you're playing, and you're like, "Oh man, I'm winning like hell," and then somebody hits you with a move, and you go, "Oh, what the hell did I do? I made a mistake." He made his mistakes. He left this nice sheath. He had to go back. He passed that girl in the hall. His target was Kaylee all along. Her father even said they had a connection. He hasn't said what. He was following them on Instagram. He knew all that they were doing. So again, all part of the game. You're sitting there watching the game saying, oh, look what this guy's doing. Oh, look what this girl's doing. Oh, what's my next move? I'll try this. Oh, no, I better not do that. And then you do make a move, and it's still wrong. See what I mean? You've made mistakes gaming, and you lost. Am I right?
Yeah, but I mean, gaming ain't gonna make me go. Gaming's not gonna make me kill people. So.
Yeah, but his game was killing people.
No, I hear you. It's been 5 minutes, Paul. Thank you for calling in. I'm gonna get some other callers in, but yeah, I mean, gaming shouldn't make you kill anybody. Thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community, my brother, and God bless you. I do see you in chat. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you being here. God bless, Paul, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. What's your thoughts? Gaming's not gonna make me go kill people, but I mean, I was trying to understand the aspect. I see what he's saying. He's saying that it was a game to this coward right here, but gaming's not gonna make me go kill anyone. But he does have a good point. I'll tell you that much, because he's saying that Kohlberger is playing a game, and I feel like he is playing a game with the detectives, but in general, where he fucked up in his game and it's game over, where they're gonna finish him is that sheet that he left at the scene. Game over, right? Game over. Your game's over now.
Call from
Sarah.
So he's trying. You can't come back from a game over. You don't have many lives left. Hey, what's going on? You're live. You said Sarah, right?
Yes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. You're on the line. What are your thoughts after going over the affidavit?
Okay, so to be honest, I didn't go over the affidavit, but I've been kind of like on this weird kick on some other theory, but I don't know. I also haven't listened to like any lives for the last like 24 hours, but have you heard like the theory about Alfred Hitchcock's movie Rope at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so it's super interesting. So like, okay, I have a background, I actually like am a doctoral candidate for psychology, clinical psychology, and I've like worked in prisons and stuff before, and my undergrad is in like sociology, so I did like a lot of social theory in undergrad, and I don't know, master's, blah blah blah, whatever. So anyways, like with this guy, I feel like I can kind of like get heady with him, and it seems like, you know, he was obsessed with all these killers. And then it sounds like with the crime scene, like maybe he left like a lot of like, I don't know, mementos to like these kind of like shout outs to like his favorite killers or whatever. But like the movie, if you look up the plot summary of Rope for Alfred Hitchcock, it's super interesting. It's two students, and they come up with a way to like do the perfect murder, and they work together, and like it's about, and it also includes like a professor that they like hide the murder for them, and it's like very do you know who Nietzsche is? He's like this philosopher, and he like philosophizes about like criminality and morals and deviancy and justice and stuff, and I like have totally gone down this like rabbit hole. It's so creepy, dude. Like, so some of Nietzsche's like essays and stuff, like he has this belief that morality, like really there isn't a like morality. Like in order to become like the superhuman, you have to like come face to face and like don't judge your like good and bad parts of yourself. And like in order to like progress the like human species, like we have to like really come face to face with these parts of ourselves, like our shadow selves that like we are just like there, but like our society puts this like judgment on it, whatever. I feel like he has an accomplice, and I think that that's why there's like a lot of confusing information. I like am of the belief that it might be the hoodie dude, and maybe like, I don't know, this is totally something that I just came up with out of like the blue in my head, but like, you know, that Enon dude, he was like he said that he had a history, like a criminal history of like selling meth and heroin, and like this Brian dude totally sounds like a tweaker, like with his neighbors talking about how he's all up all night. And like I've definitely been in grad school and like reading a bunch of philosophy stuff, and I've been up all night, like, and maybe taking too much Adderall or whatever, and like totally gone down some like crazy philosophy wormholes. And I feel like this dude Brian like definitely was basing it off of like wanted to come up with the perfect murder, like found an accomplice to like kind of recreate as a shout out to the Alfred Hitchcock movie Rope. So he has like an accomplice with him. And like also, I don't know, like I heard that his two sisters have like a trauma history, or like not a trauma history, like our trauma therapist, which makes me feel like he has a trauma history, which also can like, I don't know, make people's realities maybe like a little disjointed, or like their judgment a little bit disjointed. So anyways, it's really, I don't know, people, I know that sounds super weird, but like definitely look up the plot summary of Rope, and I definitely feel like they're going to find out that he has an accomplice, and I think that that's what he's working out right now, is like a plea deal, like to probably snitch out this dude. And I think he's definitely on some like trip where, and like one of his professors said that he was like the smartest student that she had ever worked with, so that makes me feel like he probably was super heady and like wanting to like, I don't know. But yeah, there's also a like, this is kind of last thing, but if you look up some of Nietzsche's like works of references, like there's this one called The Pale Man, and it's, dude, some of the writings, like I like wish I could like find it real quick and like read it to you. It's so similar to like exactly what it sounds like this murder was. And like, I don't know, it talks about how like he had like how the ultimate, like talking about like don't know, something about flesh, like tearing apart flesh, not just like stabbing, but like actually ripping flesh apart. And like some of these essays are like, I don't know, it sounds really similar. So, I mean, I don't know what the affidavit said, but yeah, I feel like I'm going to be right. So,
well, I appreciate you calling in, man. God bless you, and I'll definitely have to check into that. Email me what you saw.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your
Have a
doors.
good one. Bye.
You too. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, I kind of couldn't follow that because I haven't seen that movie or anything like that. But yeah. Hold on, let me see. Please be respectful. Chat's broken on both ends on the phone. I got chat over here on the phone, and then I got you guys right, and it's like it's flying. Let me see.
Call from
Paige.
Paige, what's going on your live?
Hey, so in the affidavit, I screenshot a part of it, and I thought this was interesting, where they talk about Johnson, Idaho, and it says that he was there from 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., and then it says that is consistent with the 8458 phone being that area, that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time of the homicides occurred. So what's he got in Johnson, Idaho?
Mm-hmm.
He went there twice.
Right.
And turned off his phone.
Mm-hmm.
So either he's going to somebody's house or he's going to some place and turning off his phone, or maybe that's where he put the knife.
That's a very good aspect. I mean, did he put it there? Did he not? That's a good question.
I just thought it was interesting. It stuck out to me when I first read it, and I was like, why is this dude going to Johnson, Idaho twice and staying there for hours and like turning his phone off? And he went there after the murders too. So it's like, what's in Johnson? I don't know. Maybe it's something else they haven't released yet, but I just found that kind of strange.
I don't know. I was mind blown with the affidavit, but at the same time I wasn't, because a lot of it I speculated on with the video footage, etc. There was a lot of things in there that I knew that they were sitting around the clock watching through footage and questioning and going over things. Especially they were on to him in November. They were on to him.
Yeah, they were on his ass. They just, and I think they only released in this affidavit just a tiny bit of what they have. I think they have a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
But they knew that this would get released to the public, so I think that's why it doesn't mention anything about connections to so-and-so, or, just mentions that he was kind of watching them and in the area like 12 times. But I don't think that he, unless he's really stupid and wanted to get caught, I think one of the girls must have grabbed that sheath off of him, because usually, I mean, you're going to wear on a belt. So one of the girls must have grabbed that sheath off of him since it was on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he returned around 9 I think he was wanting to be nosy and see if police were there. I don't think he would have been ballsy enough to walk up in there at 9 a.m. To try to go retrieve it. But I think he probably was freaking out, like, oh shit, I don't have the sheath to my knife. But he didn't know where he dropped it at.
Right. Yeah.
So
he didn't know where he dropped it. That's a good point too. Maybe he didn't know where he dropped it, or maybe he knows he dropped it there, and maybe that's why he left as fast as he could to get to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, like, he obviously knows he lost it, because hello, you're walking out with the damn K-bar and you're going to put it in your sheath and you don't have it. So he either had to stuff it somewhere and jump in his car, but he was probably like, oh damn, I done lost that. I don't know where it is. So I think he was fighting with Kaylee and Maddie, or they were fighting him, and probably ripped it off. Thank God. I mean, not thank God for what happened. Obviously, you get what I'm saying. Thank God that they probably snatched that off of him. because that was the DNA evidence that, you know, sealed that probable cause right there.
Yeah, I mean, I got, after reading the affidavit, I've just, you know, I'm my heart's with the victims' families, and I don't know, there's a lot of things in there that are causing uproar right now, and a lot of it's in the comments that I'm reading. I don't even want to keep saying.
Oh, I already know. And all I want to say about that is a lot of y'all in the comments didn't feel bad speculating that it was Jack D or Loach or Jack K. Everybody calling Jack S a stalker and a weirdo for trying to make sure the girls got home okay. But now that it's a female, now y'all want to be like, oh, don't do that. Oh, leave her alone. Stop that.
Tell him, girl. I mean, we've all speculated, but, you know, I came forward and already I apologized to everybody. So I feel what you're saying 100%. It's called hysteria. We're all going to do it. We're all going to think in places that aren't right. It's definitely going to happen with 85% of people, where your mind's going to go there. But in general, like, I think you're right. You're right about what you just said. And thank you for coming up here. I appreciate you being a voice in the community, and God bless you, man. And lock your doors.
Oh, always.
Thank you so much for talking and, you know, explaining a lot of things to people. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Everybody has everybody has their own explanation, whether we choose to agree with it or not. Everybody's saying phone the detective. Has nothing to do with sex. The comments are going wild in here.
Call from
Jay.
Jay, what's going on? You live?
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. So my whole thing, I've been trying to call since the guy was talking about the ski mask and whatever, and Dylan being sus. But I really just don't think, and I think maybe a lot of people haven't either been in a party house or lived in a party house, especially like in college. I don't think your first thought when you're like hearing weird things is that your friends are getting murdered, or like all 4 of your friends just got murdered. You know what I mean? Like, I think it was more of a thing. Like, there's a weird guy in my house, I don't know, like, who he's with, and I'm going to go back in my room and lock the door. And I have a few different theories. I don't like to speculate too much, but part of me thinks that maybe Maddie or Kaylee was the target. They were in the same bed, so they both got, like, you know, and so then when he came downstairs, because that DoorDash thing is very interesting, because he was out by, like, what, 4:15, I think? They seen him on surveillance, maybe? I don't remember the exact time. But so maybe he came downstairs and caught Santa coming back from the DoorDash order. For her to receive a DoorDash order at 4 o'clock and he be back on the road around 4:15, like, that's quick. So I don't know if his intention was to just like knock the whole house out, or if it was he just kept running into obstacles, and then the adrenaline high by that point has got to be out of control. So it doesn't seem weird to me that maybe he just didn't even notice Dylan, and at this point he's like, got to get out of there.
Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, I don't know. I think so. There's so little details that we know that so many people are over analyzing, and I can't imagine being one of those surviving roommates, to be honest. Like, that's got to be awful. So I think that we should avoid placing so much blame on them or speculating on them as much, because I think their lives as they've known it will completely be different for the rest of their life.
They're definitely going to be changed. I mean, a lot of their lives are changed. Let's start with JD.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
BF, DM, and all the families, their lives have changed drastically, and they are, you know, they need to have our prayers. Let's just say that.
Absolutely. And I think I joined one of the Facebook groups when it maybe was like under 4,000 people, and I think one of them it's like hundreds of thousands of people at this right now, and it's at any given moment, any day, it could be like anybody, and that person's like, they're the murderer. I think we need to be really careful doing stuff like that.
Yeah, this case has definitely been a ride. I'll tell you that much right now. But I mean,
Yeah,
I'm glad that they were on to this. I'm glad that they were on to him early.
I think it's really crazy to see how quickly they were onto him too.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's, I don't know. I also think that if he wouldn't have left that sheath behind, it's possible it may not have been as quick as it was. You know what I mean? It was very much like one thing led to another for them to be able to get, you know what I mean? Like how many AT&T warrants did they have? 3. So it was just like one after another that led them to the DNA. That was really the selling point, I think.
Mm. Well,
but it's pretty crazy to think about the manpower behind all of that too.
Absolutely.
The amount of people involved in that. I don't know.
Absolutely. So what stood out to you in the affidavit? That
the DoorDash thing really got me. That really puts a time crunch on it. For the 4 o'clock DoorDash delivery, and I don't know. And he was home by not home, but it was either the phone or surveillance camera near his house turned back on at 4:48 or something. So DoorDash at 4 o'clock, all but home by before 5. I don't know. That's quick.
Absolutely.
I definitely think he did it. I don't know. I really like to trust the process and due process
Allegedly.
and innocent.
Right.
Right. There's so many people sitting on death row that are innocent. So, but I don't know. I was trying really hard not
I
to.
think he did it, allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. I was trying really hard not to be surety in the way that I spoke about it. But after the affidavit, I was like, oof, I don't know. Looking not good for you, bud.
I definitely think he did it. For people that want to see that affidavit, I have it right here. I'll put it up on screen. But yeah, there's a lot that stood out to me on that affidavit, but I've already expressed what
I think it's also shocking that Dylan was on the 2nd floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. I don't know. There's a lot.
There definitely is a lot. I'll put it up on screen for you guys, and I'll move it slowly. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, ma'am. I appreciate you having a voice in the community, and please stay safe.
All right, you too. Bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. I do got the affidavit on screen for you. Where's the interview with T-REV and News Nation? They pushed off last night because of the plane landing, and they had to do some other stuff. I have been in talk with the producer, or I have been in touch with the producer, waiting for her to get back to me.
Call from
Matt.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. I just got a question for you, a basic question.
Mm-hmm.
She said, Dee said that she passed out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've never seen that. I've seen it in old movies, but I've never seen anyone pass out and lose consciousness over any kind of situation or a traumatic thing. Only in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm 61. I've been around the block a few times, and
Yes,
so
sir.
have you. And I've never seen it. So her claim, now I'm not casting shade on anybody. I'm just saying that I've never seen anybody just pass out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. You haven't seen anybody just pass out? I've seen people pass out a few times, but that's just me though. Not everybody's seen the same things I've seen. I've seen somebody pass out right there in the middle, but not from a trauma situation though.
No. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not throwing shade. I'm just questioning. I've seen it in the movies, 1945 movies, where they put their hand to their head and they faint and because they got the bad news or whatever. But I've never seen that in real life. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and thank you so much, and I love your show.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you calling in, and thank you for having a voice in the community, my brother. God bless you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I'm going to be scrolling through this so everybody can read what they can read on here. I'll leave it right here for a second. I'm going to slowly scroll through so everybody can read the affidavit.
Call from
Ray.
Ray, what's going on?
What's up, T-REV?
How you doing, brother? 5 minutes, the floor is yours, man. What's standing out to you?
Well, the one thing for me, man, is what, the initial times that the police gave us, or, said during their press conference, was they thought that the students had passed away like 3 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the time. And then with the time on the affidavit, it's looking like past 4. You know what I'm saying? So I was just thinking, like, what if the dude was already in there, and then Zanuck, gets up to go get that food order, and maybe that's why it brought her into the mix of what was going on, potentially. It's just all over the place, man. It's hard to tell, speculating and everything else.
Right.
Because, everybody's mind was everywhere with what information we had, and then, slowly but surely all the stuff starts trickling down, and then it alters how people feel about this and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I was just curious about that timing, man, because I don't know if the law enforcement lie. They said people were sleeping, but it sounds like everybody was kind of up and moving around. Even with Dylan checked outside her door a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Went back in, didn't really think nothing of it, or was in shock. I don't know, man. It's a crazy case. I'm just glad that hopefully this is the guy, man, and people can get some closure, and they can really get it figured out for the girls, Ethan, and just that community.
Exactly. For Xana, Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee, they deserve this justice, and the families also that are left behind, and they're suffering from trauma right now themselves. I mean, they just lost a piece of them. You know what I mean? And justice is an important part of
they have to live with it,
families. Man. They'll never ever get over the fact that they're
because we all had somebody that's passed away that we've been close to, and you have your service for the life of the person, and then some people walk in and walk out, and for the people that were the closest to them, it's a really you live with that, man. Those times and all that type of stuff. Those it always be in the back of their mind. And it's just unfortunate that evil exists like that. But hey, T-REV, I appreciate it, man. That's really all I had to say. The times kind of didn't line up all the way.
Yeah.
And with that stuff, but appreciate what you do, bro. I'll keep watching.
Thank you,
and,
my brother.
When you move on to the next one, I'll be there.
God bless you, brother. That'll be soon. God bless you.
All right.
I appreciate you, my man.
Bro. No problem, dude. God bless. Bye.
Thank you. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? Just deeper down than we're privy to. Good caller. Thank you, caller. Let's see. The theory. It's good they put the wrong times out. How he gonna worm? It's way out of this one. How you gonna worm his way out of this one? Okay, so here we go. Right there.
Call from
Chris
K. Is this Chris K? What's up, man? You live.
What's up, brother, man?
5 minutes on the clock. What's going on? What's going through your mind, man? Damn, Chris K lost. Chris K lost service or something. I don't know what's happening, but if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. He must have lost service or something. I don't know. That was quick. Hopefully he gets back through. Okay, let's see.
Call from
Chris,
what's going on, my man? What happened? You good?
I don't know. Call drop, man. I don't know. That never happened before, so it's kind of odd.
You're good, brother. 5 minutes. You on the clock. What's your thoughts, man?
Brother, man, I was tuning in.
Damn. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, let me refresh the page. How about that? Let's refresh the page. And let's get back. Okay. Now try to call in 219-885-9693. I'm about to actually call him back. Where's it? Where we at here? Let's see.
Call from
Chrissy Portman.
Chrissy, what's going on? You live?
Hey, I was just calling in. I've been following this case since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if anybody has touched base on this.
Yep, we're getting those amount of calls where it just doesn't even want to go through. So at this point, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah, I can see the calls coming in right now. It is going crazy. Oh my gosh, it's doing what it did that one day when we had 6,000 people in here. It's constantly back to back to back to back to back to back. Let me try this again.
Please leave your message for...
Not going through. It's broken. You officially broken it. Let's try again. Let's go to here. Take that off. Everybody, it's calling so fast. It's breaking. Literally, I swear, it's broke. You broken it. Clear your cache. All right, I'll clear cache. Hold up. Let's see if that works. That's a good thing, Libby Live. Thank you for saying that. I didn't even think about that. Here we go. Clear your cache so you can be logged out. All right, now try. Let's see if it works. I cleared cache, so we should be good. Maybe. We'll find out right now. Let's also scroll down on this too. You guys seen this? Let's get down to here. Okay, here we go.
Call from
Sherry.
Sherry, what's going on? You live?
Hey, T-Rex. I hope you don't think I'm beating a dead horse, and I just want to give my opinion on the little girl that didn't report it right off.
Mm-hmm.
When you see something like that, so gory, and you do go into shock, my feelings, I call her a kid. What happened in my life, I was 40 years old. I saw somebody with 2 headshot wounds with a 357.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get over it. She could have crawled in a closet, and she was in so much shock that she didn't even know that many hours had passed. This little girl's going to need lots and lots of help. Yeah, she should have called 911. She wasn't able. She wasn't able. She was in total shock. It's something that you have to experience and see to really get the full meaning of it.
Absolutely.
If you haven't seen something like that, you can't understand it. I mean, everybody's got their opinion, and, you know, she should have called 911, but she probably crawled in a closet thinking that maybe he was coming back to get her, and she was probably holding her mouth with her hand the whole time. That's all I want to put out there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. God bless you, ma'am. She, you could tell she was emotional. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. For true, John. I'm waiting for Detective John to read through the affidavit is what I'm waiting for.
Call from
Cassie Roku.
Cassie, what's going on? You're live.
Hi. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I have a lady that was on a channel last night.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, she came up with the ultimate. He's such a chess player. She came up with the ultimate revenge for his professor if he got caught. Okay, he's already murdered and everything, and he's already done what he wanted to do. But he's got a game. And so he's got everything planned and everything, but his ultimate thing, his cherry on top is for the professor. And so I sent you an email, and it's the video of the lady, because she's the psychological lady, and she says it so well. I can't do that. I can't do it the way she did it. So I sent you an email. It's not the first one, because it's my phone number for you to call me to tell you to play the video. It's a 2-minute video. It's the 2-minute video, and I emailed you the video of her on the panel because she says it so well. And it's how he, it's the professor that did the books on the serial killers, and it's his revenge to her,
right?
And so that he can have his revenge for her about her not being because her whole thing is writing about serial killers, and so that she could not, she is his teacher, and so what's she gonna do? Is she gonna make money off of writing about him?
Who knows?
So just listen to that video I sent you, how she explains it, because she goes into the psychological depth of him. It is so perfect how she analyzes him.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out for sure.
It's so perfect. It's so perfect how she gets in his mind.
Yeah, I'll check it. What time did you send that?
I sent it about maybe 2 hours ago. Not the first one I sent. The first one I sent says important. That's just my phone number. But it's the second one I sent that says his cherry on top.
Let me see.
It's Miser Cassie. And it says Brian's motive cherry on top.
Okay, I'm looking right now. I'm looking for
Miser Cassie, Brian's cherry on top.
what time was that at? You said an hour. Okay. I see the important. So it was before the important?
No, after.
So it was after the important that you sent it. Okay. So
yeah, and it's Brian's cherry on top.
Okay, let's go back. Go back a page. Cherry on top. Reload. Okay, now it's making me do all this. Let's see. I gotta go back into that email. Because I refreshed my cache. So hold up. I'm gonna get to it right now. All right. Here we go.
It will blow your mind.
Okay. I'm looking for it right now. Man, there's a lot more emails that just came in. It's pushing me back. So this was right here. Sinful Butterfly, I see you. Valerie, you sent a lot of stuff. Deb, you sent a lot of stuff. I'm going through it right now as fast as I possibly can. Cassie. I just was looking at something, but then it booted me out because I did I refreshed the cache. January 4th. No, we're not in this January. Okay, right here. If Brian got caught, I got it.
Play that because it's only like 2 minutes. Just play that and it will blow everybody's mind. I promise you. I wouldn't be calling you if I didn't think so.
No, I'm about to check it out right now.
Okay. Everybody sit back. Just buckle your seatbelts for this one.
Okay, buckle your seatbelts for this one, guys, because she says it'll blow your mind. Let's get into it. I'm about to do it right now.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Cassie. God bless you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, she said, here we go. It's going to blow our minds. Let's get mind blown. I gotta get to her. Let me look at the timestamp here. Let's get mind blown, guys. And then I'll continue scrolling through that affidavit for you guys that want to read it. Timestamp 2018. 2020-18.
Okay, so I'll check them in just 1 second.
Let me get
This is where the DNA may have originated, whether it be Ethan, Xana, Maddie, or Kaylee. They got him. What do y'all think? But yeah, I mean, he really does look like he's got, like, his eyes are black looking right there, which I know he doesn't have a black eye because, you know, we've seen him walking and all that going in and out of court, but probably lack of sleep. Somebody said maybe, what was it? I just saw it. A deficiency. Was it iron deficiency? So I'm sure he had medical examination, check the scars. Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like maybe scratches that have healed up and might have scarred, but I just don't see scratches still being there 7 weeks later. So yeah, it could be, because you can see it like under his eye too, right here. It could be just an iron deficiency. It could be lack of sleep. They did say, somebody said that he was sleeping a lot while he was in jail. I mean, he was probably exhausted. I think they should have just kept him awake and not let him go back to sleep. So Troll sends me this picture, y'all. And this is from the body cam footage that was released today, from the first time they got stopped in Indiana. And Troll sends it to me and says something about, like, maybe the dad was saying too much to the officer. And this is the look that Brian has given his dad because, like, he's talking too much or saying too much. And they started talking about in this video about that there was a mass shooter at WSU, which is during the time, you know, whenever they, the guy that was over at the college and he was threatening his roommate. Remember, he was the same guy that had an address over on Taylor Avenue in Moscow. And then police ended up taking him out. Sifa says, check your mail, your email. Exactly, Kelly M. He's like, that's what my husband said. He was like, it looks like his dad is saying too much, and he's giving him like that crazy
gotta
look.
go potty.
But anyway, so the dad, hey, guilty till proven innocent. How are you? The dad starts talking about this shooter, and you know, they had left WSU and was on their way back to Pennsylvania, and this cop is like asking like very specific questions, even gets his looks at his license and everything. And they don't run him, they don't run his license, they don't they just question him, that's it. Don't give him a ticket, don't do nothing. Yeah, Milo is about to get in trouble. Hey, Day, how are you? Apparently, they got uncontaminated DNA out of the knife sheath found under Ethan. Well, hey, Poppy.
Did I miss anything?
But, okay, so if the probable cause has not been released, then how are people knowing about the knife sheath?
Did I miss anything? It hasn't
Kind of
come
curious
yet?
how they know about that. Hey, Petey, how are you?
When does it start? Cassie, when does it
FBI
start?
FBI News, y'all. Fox News reported to the FBI, asked them, I did hear that FBI had asked Idaho law enforcement. The first one that stopped them was a county officer, I believe. The second one that stopped them was the state police. And I don't know if they were trying to, I had heard they were trying to get a look at his hands, like they was on the officer to look at his hands. I don't know if they were trying to do that or if they were trying to just.
She said 20.
Sausage.
It says right here in email 2020-18.
Yeah.
So should be here in a
That's
second.
too funny. All right, I'm just going to try to get through these real quick. So we saw that one. So this is where someone was saying there are 100% scratch marks, the two horizontal going down. That is pretty damning to me. I don't know who posted this either. Okay, so I'll check them in just 1 second. This is where the DNA may have originated, whether it be Ethan, Xana, Maddie, or Kaylee. They got him. What do y'all think? But yeah, I mean, he really does look like he's got, like, his eyes are black looking right there, which I know he doesn't have a black eye because, we've seen him walking and all that going in and out of court, but probably lack of sleep. Somebody said maybe, what was it? I just saw it. A deficiency. Was it iron deficiency?
I don't know what this is.
I'm sure he had medical examination, check the scars. Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like maybe
Hold on,
scratches that have healed up
the
and might have
lady is not
scarred,
there
but I
yet.
just don't see scratches.
Where's the timestamp at? Because we were at 24. We were at 24, and we still haven't heard anything yet, Cassie.
This is where the DNA may have originated, whether it be Ethan, Xana, Maddie, or Kaylee. They got him. What do y'all think? But yeah, I mean, he really does look like he's got, like, his eyes are black looking right there, which I know he doesn't have a black eye because, we've seen him walking and all that going in and out of court, but probably lack of sleep. Somebody said maybe.
You said wrong time to go to
it?
2020. I just went to 2020.
A deficiency. Was it iron deficiency? So I'm sure he had medical examination, check the scars. Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like maybe scratches that have healed up and might have scarred, but I just don't see scratches still being there 7 weeks later. So
we went through all of this. We went through this so far.
They were trying to do that. Lori, I don't know it off of it. And then I don't have to worry about that being pulled up. All right, so I went over this, the Idaho thing with the burglary and all that, and how he got the charge. Y'all, Milo is on one tonight.
2 hours and 20 minutes? Like, what are we talking about? I'm confused right now. It says 2020.
Actually, I followed and looked back on. I wanted to try to research who the professor was, and I'm not going to mention names on here. Okay. I was just going to say that the female professor,
I got 20
that specializes in serial killers that he had been studying under. She gave an interview 8 months ago that's on YouTube, and I sent it to you. Did you?
I promise you guys, Cassie's not a troll. She's not a troll. I think this is it right here. In the timestamp, it says 20. In the timestamp, it tells me 20 minutes and 20 seconds.
Get my email. Did you get it and watch it?
Let me see. What day did you send it?
Sometime in the last week, and it was very telling. And what was so telling about it is the fact that in this, and you've got to find it. I'll try to resend you. I saved it, and I'll resend it to your email again. But she's being interviewed on a crime channel that is run by two retired police officers. One's a sergeant. I thought it was Larkin or Lankin. But in it, she says that her favorite or serial killer is Jack the Ripper, and that she wished she could have had dinner with him. And he asked her, do you have a serial killer now that you would follow for the rest of your life? And she said, no. Now, this is 8 months ago. Now, think about this. This was 8 months ago. And if this Koberger we know he's celibate according to what the police and everybody else are saying. I forgot there's a term about solo something.
An incel.
Incel, yeah.
Yeah, involuntary celibate is what they call it.
Right. And anyway, and hypothetically, I started thinking, I thought, well, maybe he's fixated, Jack the Ripper. And she mentions this, that Jack the Ripper had 4 victims in the same room that he killed back in, I guess, what was it, 1800s or something? Anyway, that's her fascination. If she voiced this or taught this to this man who is the suspect, And he has a fixation on that professor, wanting to impress her. And my theory is that he wanted to possess her. What better way to possess the unpossessable? You know, I think he idolized this professor, this female professor. And how could he own her? The only way he could own her or possess her would be to outdo what Jack the Ripper did and create a fifth victim. And the fifth victim is the professor, because if he killed the 4 and possessed the 5th, she would, and she says on this interview that her goal is, she said, the ultimate achievement would be if I know the killer and can have him caught and get rich writing books on him, that would be perfect. And I mean, I was blown away when I heard her. This is all verbatim in this interview. And I was blown away. I went, wow, there it is, all right there. That, I think, hypothetically, that motivated him to go do what he did so that he could own her. Because you and I both know, if she, I mean, her whole life has been devoted to writing about serial killers, and she was the KTB's, she wrote his autobiographer, etc. And I think he wanted to one up her. I don't think she had anything to do with it. I pray to God not. I just think he's so disturbed in his own way, or not methodically. I don't think he's been, I think he, I'm not going to give him an out to claim mental illness. I think this guy is a methodical killer. And I think
the caps, like caps lock. Is that what you mean? Said stop the caps or caps?
Was so full of anger over maybe the way his life has gone in not having relationships with women, that his ultimate revenge would be to possess her by her own greed of wanting to write books about that ultimate untouchable serial killer that she hadn't met yet. Well, if he becomes that, he possesses her, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Because she's going to go and write books about him. I hope to God she doesn't. I do.
I said that the other night, that I think that that's what she's going to do.
And, you know, if she does, and I pray to God she does not empower him, because not only would she be empowering him, but I think we've got a whole culture coming up here that has lost touch with a certain moral value. They've been raised on computer video games that they seem to have there's like an insensibility to killing inanimate objects online or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I really think there's something here with that theory. What do you think?
Honestly, I get one theory in my head and then it changes.
Yeah, I know.
I do think that she's going to, like what you're saying makes perfect sense, as far as like him trying to oppress her and try to outdo the other ones. Because it seems like to me like he's trying to take most of these SKs and like combine them into one, and that one be him.
Well, it's not outdo others, it's outdo her chosen hero of serial killers, which was Jack the Ripper. Now he killed 4. Okay, yeah, there was 4 that allegedly our suspect may have killed, but the 5th ultimate victim would be that he can possess, that is alive, that he can control by his chosen release of information. I mean, when Nancy Grace read off the study he released, and I was blown away. The questions he sent out to all these.
Next, should we go back to phone calls, or we've heard enough already? Let me know.
felons.
Oh yeah,
About
survey questions. Yeah.
They were disturbing because
Mm-hmm.
he was basically getting a study down and how did you feel and how did you do it and what did you do, and if you get a chance to research and read that, it'll blow you away because he was basically.
I pretty much heard this already. I've heard this already, but thank you guys. I appreciate you. All right, so there's the affidavit still. Here's some of the affidavit. Let's scroll down for those who have seen. I'll leave it on this part for 1 second. I'm going to go let Sosa in real quick. Read that. Get a treat. Come on. All right, I'm back. Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? It is pretty crazy. I'll give it that, right? It's pretty insane. But if you want to call in, make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. What was your thoughts on the affidavit? Everybody gets 5 minutes. I'm leaving it at 5 minutes. There's no secure time, extra time. I'm leaving it at 5 minutes. Call in 219-885-9693. Let's hear it. Detective John. We'll give Detective John some time here.
Detective John.
Detective John, I'm hoping you read over that affidavit before you called in because we got a lot of questions. What's going on there, Detective John?
Hey, buddy. I want to let everybody know I wasn't able to read it over. I've just got home from work. I've got a double header tonight, and I got to drive all the way to Orlando. I briefly looked at it, which you scanned through. Some of that stuff, I mean, is that the actual, what's on the screen right now, is that the actual charging affidavit or those supplementals to the affidavit from?
I need you to get where you got better. I need you to get where you got better service because you're breaking in and out.
What you have on right now, I can give you a few minutes because I got to leave. Is that the actual? That's not the charging affidavit.
Bro, you're breaking up bad. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right. So what you have on the screen right now, I haven't looked. I haven't seen one iota except for a couple pages here. Those look like they're supplementals from investigating officers on the scene. Some of them, the actual charging affidavit, it should have the state statutes and what the elements were. These look like they're part of the incident report that were attached to the charging affidavit.
It's the actual probable cause arrest affidavit.
Okay, well that's because there's some other things in there that I read that are kind of unusual to be in a charging affidavit before the judge. Usually that stuff comes out later. That's a very formal hearing, and it's usually pretty quick. But you know, if it's 19 pages long, then they felt that it was necessary to put all this stuff in there. But there's way more. There's way more. I know I was saying last night, don't be surprised if it's not a whole lot that we get. This looks like we got quite a bit. And again, I have not read it, so I don't want to comment on it. I'll have to get with you later. Sorry, guys. I just have a lot going on today, and I got to take a long drive. So if you want to hit me with something real quick that stands out on it, I don't know anything. I've been working all day, so I haven't listened to any of this.
So, I mean, that's why I told you I need you to go over it before you call me.
Yeah, I can't. I just wanted to call you before I leave. I'm getting ready to hop in the truck and go.
All right, guys. If you have a question, drop it in chat. Drop it in chat. I'll try to pick the best questions that I can that you guys have about the affidavit. Drop it in chat.
We'll go over it later, man. I'm sorry, buddy, but we'll go over it when I get a chance to review it.
Yeah, you got to review. You got to review it. I read it all on this live. I've already read the whole entire thing. It's
You read
long.
19 pages. That's awesome. So, all right, cool. I'll read it and we'll go over it.
I mean, there's some questions in here. Let's see. It's very detailed. That's why I said that I need you to read the whole thing before you know what I mean? Before I call you.
I literally walked in the door. I'm getting in my uniform and I'm going. I don't have time to read it. I've got to play a doubleheader tonight. Sorry, guys. Tuesdays, Thursdays are my ball nights.
All right, Detective John. It shows Dylan heard and saw him, and he left her alive. What's your thoughts?
So Dylan actually saw the perpetrator.
Yes. DM stated she opened her door for the. All right, so let's go up a little bit. Let me see where it says. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered a person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.
Well,
Just listen to this part and then you can comment. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. My bad. Yep. The detective shoe print my bad. I said detective because I got Detective Juan on the phone. We got Detective Juan on the phone.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it says right here it says, hold on, let me get back to where I was. The blood test, or a protein stain that detects.
So that explains them returning back to collect more evidence. They probably saw something during the video process after they lit that place up with luminol.
Yeah.
And they probably was recovered inside or outside? They're saying it was inside. It was inside.
Yes.
So that explains them returning. They missed it the first time and they returned because they probably found it on the video that they took. So okay. Makes sense.
So what do you think about that? What's your thoughts on that?
That's pretty crazy so she's indicating that he actually saw her alive, but then she ran into the room and locked the door behind her.
Yeah, just commenting on that. I want to hear your full thoughts on the affidavit, and actually maybe we can after you go over it, we can collaborate on you going over it, and we'll put a video out explaining the affidavit to everybody in more detail, but just on that one little section I read to you of her seeing it and her being and freezing up and stuff like that. Because it's not freezing up, I'm sorry, frozen shock phase.
He probably fled at that point because he figured she was going to get to her phone and dial 911.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why he fled, or he would have pursued. I don't know. I mean, we're going to speculate. That's a lot. A lot there. I mean, that's surprising. Usually, there's not that much in the initial charging affidavit. I mean, I'm not going to say it's unheard of, but it's rare. It's rare to see that much. And trust me, everyone, there's way more. Way more.
Never said he saw her. Yeah, exactly. She never said he saw her.
She never said. I got the impression that he actually saw her.
No, she saw him.
She saw him. Okay. Well,
now, I mean, we won't know if he saw her because you know what I mean. That would be somebody else's. You know what I mean. That'd be his side of it. And is he going to tell the truth?
Right. Well, and this timeline's different. What the timeline? They're saying between 4 and 4:30 now.
Mm-hmm. 4:17 or between 4 and 4. No, between 4 and 4:25. That's what they put it at. That's why I said, bro, there's a lot of details that you got to go through.
Yeah. I'm sorry, everybody. I've been crazy busy today, so I'll look at it when I get a chance. I'm not going to get home till 11:30 my time, so you'll probably be done by then.
More than likely.
But I'll definitely dissect it and give my opinion on it. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, usually the initial hearing, that charging affidavit is not that fruitful, but that's a lot of information.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are going nuts over this part right here too. The her saying she opened it for the third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. So obviously, I would feel like he would have to have seen her, or maybe not.
Where were Kaylee and Ian?
What?
Where were Kaylee and where were Xana and Ian at this point?
Ian?
Yeah, where was he?
Who's Ian?
Not the girl, the boyfriend.
Ethan.
Ethan. Yeah, Ethan. Where was he at that point? I'm sorry.
They were dead.
But where were they?
In the room.
Stay in there. They were in their bedroom, so he wasn't outside the bedroom.
Not that I read.
Does it indicate who was killed first?
Oh yeah, and that's right, Chris Phillips. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. He's got to read through all that, but Chris said, "Make sure you tell John about the K-Bar Nice sheath on the bed that he left behind."
Yeah, yeah. And
God is that.
That's what we talked about that weeks ago. I said there's probably a sheath there because that's how they're going to know exactly what type of knife. It's one of the ways they're going to know. The sheath there. Remember when we talked about that? That's crazy. So you keep that type of knife in a sheath, and that's how they determine what type of knife it was.
Now, and Xana and Ethan were the couple in the room. So,
but who was killed first? Who are they saying was killed first?
Couldn't tell you.
It doesn't indicate who they thought was killed. See, that's where all of that's.
I have to read. I've read it one time all the way through. I need to read it multiple times. You get what I'm saying? To cram that information, because when you read it one time, that's a lot to take in at once. But I'm gonna go over it multiple more times just to get all the facts in there, because reading it one time is just reading it one time for me. For me, I got to read it multiple times.
Yeah, and there's like I said, the incident report, which is going to be the cusp of the investigation.
By the way, they were on to him from in November.
That's the car was key. I guarantee you they were on him within days, if not the next day. I mean, they were all over it. That's why they kept putting the ruse of the car out there, and I think they actually said the wrong year on purpose to keep him, off his toes.
They retracted it to 2011 to 2016, Elantra, in the affidavit also.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Okay.
At first, they put 2011 to 2013, then they retracted it from 2011 to 2016, and I remember reading that part.
Right, and that's what we talked about. With the technology, scan that car. There's some body lines that are going to indicate what type and model. It's not going to always say the year. It's the headlights and taillights that are going to usually dictate that, and they probably didn't get a real good view of the headlights and taillights. But that's cool, man. I'm glad they divulged that much info. I mean, that's pretty rare on a PC, charging affidavit to be that detailed.
Yeah, it's super detailed, dude.
They had a lot of time to put stuff together, so there's a lot of
people are asking, should she have called 911? Is that unusual, like from crimes that you've investigated? And I'm asking this for people, and I'm asking this respectfully. From crimes that you investigated that have been any murder, right?
Again, I haven't read this. Did they say that she made any statements that she went out of her room after that and she found the bodies and she knew what happened, or did she just assume somebody was in there that, might have been somebody visiting?
No.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't read this. So at that point, does she indicate that spooked her and she was freaked out and she went back in her room? Is that what she's saying? Because if she did, hell
all right,
yeah,
so I'll read it to you again so you hear it. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male,
hell yeah, she should have called 911.
The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Yeah, the murderer. I mean, hell yeah, she should have called 911. I mean, you see somebody with a mask in your house, you call 911. Now, did she have her phone? Was her phone maybe outside of the bedroom charging somewhere? We don't know this. I mean, that's something that investigators are going to have to determine. But I mean, there's charges. You can charge people with failure to render aid. There's all kinds of things. But I mean, you've got a shock factor here that she may have lost her mind at that point and was in shock. I don't know. But at that point, it doesn't sound like she saw anything other than him in the house. But hell yeah, she should have called 911.
I don't know.
Those are the details. Her statements are what are going to come out in the actual incident reports and the supplementals that are attached to that. So investigator A interviewed, subject A, and investigator B, using this used here, but yeah, I mean,
I got a question for you. Why would they use suspect vehicle number 1 instead of just suspect vehicle? Can you answer that for me?
Well, because there's in the report, there's going to be all those vehicles that were hooked up will all be indicated with numbers. All the vehicles that were towed off. So the vehicle number 1 in the incident report is going to be the suspect vehicle, and and then subsequent all the ones that they took after that and they got search warrants on. That could very well be
Somebody
why.
said, I don't know what you think about this comment. Fact, she didn't dial 911. Sounds sus. Connected? ?
No, I wouldn't think there's any connection. I think there's a shock factor, or she didn't have her phone. I mean, there's many times I leave my phone in the living room to charge, and I forget it, and I've got a charger in my bedroom too. But I'll go to bed, put it in there. I recently just missed a very important phone call because I did that. I rarely do that, but there could be a reason. She might have an area when you walk inside the door. She might have one of the chargers you just lay your phone on. I don't know. We're speculating, but I mean, I think a normal person would have called 911 at that point.
Now, another question. I'm just thinking here, like, why this dummy left the sheath of the K-bar knife at the scene, bro, and that's how they wrapped his DNA up.
Well, usually when you're carrying that knife, you got it on your belt, but he probably doesn't walk around with that knife. Allegedly, if it's him, he doesn't walk around with it all the time. So he probably had it shoved down in his pants, or maybe in his, one of his jacket pocket if he was wearing a jacket. And, or he had that sheath in his left hand or whatever, I think he's right-handed. It's going to come out that he's right-handed because the wounds will indicate, what his dominant hand was. But a lot of people, if you study any combat, you keep the sheath in your left hand, that can be used as a weapon as well. And you have the weapon you're wielding in your right hand. So that's very common to do that. You pull the sheath out. If you watch these samurai sword movies, they'll have the sheath in their hand while they're holding the sword. A lot of times they can use that as a weapon, but who knows? I mean, again, we're speculating, but he probably got into a struggle at some point and he dropped that sheath. I don't think he did any of this stuff intentionally. What was it? I saw something about the food delivery. Is that what the food, the bag from one of the restaurants that was?
It was it was a DoorDash. I don't know what restaurant, but
well, they're not saying he delivered that, right?
I think Jeff says he thinks sheath was knocked off belt during fight.
No, it depends on what type of. If it's a loop through sheath, then that's pretty much impossible. But if it was a clip-on sheath, it could have been. Yeah, and if it had a clip on it, yeah, absolutely, it could have been knocked off.
Jack in the Box. Somebody said Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box, and from what I heard, there's not a Jack in the Box real close. It's like,
Somebody said if DM was involved, why didn't Brian call her to get sheath off the bed? See, I don't think she was. Georgia Peach says.
I'm sorry, read that again.
No, everybody's having this debate, and they've been having the debate in the comments about Dylan being involved. Why didn't she call the police? Blah blah blah. I'm not even going to take it there. I did think 7 8 hours. I did think for 7 to 8 hours, it is kind of weird the police wasn't called, but I don't know what state she was in. I don't know if she was drunk out of her mind and just laid down with the bed, or she was in a free shock and was impaired at the same time. I mean, there's a lot of things and details that are out there. And people,
right.
We jump the gun and we speculate, but we really need to lay back and wait for the full entire facts to hit the floor. But the question,
right, and that's none of that's going to come out until the trial.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I was saying, Georgia Peach has said if DM
there's a gag order, there's a gag order now, so we're not going to see anything else.
Right,
I promise you.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what. But Georgia Peach was saying if DM was involved, why didn't Brian call her to get the sheath off the bed? See, I don't think she was.
No, she's not involved. No one in that house is involved except for the perpetrator. I mean, I would, now, did he ever meet them, or did he know someone in that house, or all of them? I would say he knew at least one person, or knew both girls that worked in the restaurant. I don't know. Again, we're going to speculate. I don't think he just drove down the road and said, this whole murders by numbers thing. It could be true, but
yeah, I mean, they're saying
we won't know. We won't know. I mean, from what I understand, he's cooperating. I mean, he's got a lawyer though, so I'm sure he's not saying anything.
Right.
Did we find out if that lawyer was retained, or is that pro bono? And is it it's an actual an attorney, not he? Correct.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
A public pretender, I think.
Yeah. Public defender.
Yeah, public defender. Public defender
would never be able to handle this case. There's no way.
I bet you this, and I'm going to call this before even the trial. I'm going to tell you this right now. I guarantee he dumps that he's going to get written by some big boat, some big lawyer looking to make a name, and he'll fire them.
Yeah, exactly. If there's a PD right now, she won't be along on the case. because what we talked about weeks ago, whenever this happens, somebody's going to want this case pro bono. You know, that's going to happen. But hey, I gotta go. I'll review this and try and dissect it for you. It won't be tonight, everyone. I'm sorry. You know, it's just bad timing.
Yeah,
But
no,
God
review
bless,
it.
God bless
Review
everybody.
it.
I'm just glad we got him.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Review it, and we'll definitely we can make something. If you want to explain to the people, we can make a little video explain it to the people, or we can do it live, either or.
Yep. It won't be tonight. We still have to dissect. There's going to be a little bit more out, but I don't think we're going to get anything of substance. Like the details that people want, we're not going to get till trial.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless there's a leak, which could happen. But that gag order shut everybody down, and it shut down any further reports, which still have to be done. There's investigators that still have to submit their reports on this.
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee you they're not done yet. So there's a lot of evidence to be gone over. There's DNA, you know, they got the DNA from the sheep. But what's funny is last night, remember somebody said that they pulled garbage? What did I say 3 weeks ago or whenever I was talking about? It's called garbology, and you started cracking up. I said they're going to pull, if they want his DNA, if they get a suspect and they want his DNA and they're doing surveillance, they're going to wait till he comes out and he hands his garbage on the side of the road.
Everybody keeps saying his voice in court, it sounds just like him in your call. So I ran a test last night, Detective John. We ran a test in my Discord to find out if you can clone a phone number and call somebody from that phone number. And damn if you can't. You definitely can. No, I'm saying you can 100%. You could spoof a phone number.
You can. Why do you think these calls from India that show local numbers? Those are cloned numbers. These scammers that are calling from India, they're cloned numbers. That's why it's hard to trace them.
It's crazy.
That's why you can't call them back.
Still, though, I haven't heard anything back, so I don't know. Like I said, so but people keep bringing that up.
Do you have another meeting with, to do your interview, or is that still on, or what's the deal with that?
They're definitely going to be doing that. I talked to the producer earlier.
Right on. All right, guys, I got to go. I appreciate you let me at least explain myself because I can't do it tonight. Sorry, guys. Ball means a lot. I'm still a player. I love this too, but I got guys depending on me to be there. So.
Yeah, no doubt, brother.
Good luck. I'll dissect it and we'll get together tomorrow when you're on again.
No doubt, brother. God bless you. I'll talk to you soon, Detective John.
God bless everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, Detective Juan.
Nice. Bye.
I've been trying to get Detective Juan on the phone, but I don't think I got to go through my email and see if he gave me his number.
Some troll being a jerk. But the reason why this guy's in custody is they did they did great police work. In the end, great police work. So, that's all I can say. And these internet shows like yours, probably helped because that vehicle getting out there, they probably got stuff back right away. And praise God.
No doubt, Detective. No doubt,
right,
Detective Juan.
See you guys.
All right, my brother. I'll talk to you soon, man. Be safe on your way to ball and all that, brother. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
All right, later, brother. Shout out to Detective Juan, man. Shout out to Detective John. Now, if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. This is the big part right here. Everybody's talking about this part right here. Personally, I like John's aspect on that. I do.
Call from
Michael from Ohio.
From Ohio, you were live. What's going on, brother?
I just wanted to talk about the theory about Papa Rogers. This guy was posting about the sheath. He said, what if the killer left the sheath at the crime scene? And these were questions that only the killer would really be asking.
Wow. That's crazy.
Like,
thank you.
And then, of course, the whole theory with DM and
you know, she might be lying there. You know what I mean?
You there?
Yeah. I just think it's really crazy that he would ask those questions on Facebook, because like only the killer would know something like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No, that is weird. Definitely.
And he was even arguing in the comments with this dude named Dustin, like, and he was like, he was saying some really like off-putting things, like, and everyone was like weirded out by him.
I don't know if you got an echo or what. You good, bro? You got an echo?
But yeah, I just think that it's really weird that you found the sheets and then the sheets came out like later on in the thing, and that it was left in the bed.
No doubt. Yeah. Can you turn the echo?
So maybe that was Brian Kohlberger. It should be fixed now.
Or just mute the YouTube or whatever. I thought I couldn't hear. I hear echo in the background.
My bad.
Nah, you're good, brother. You're good.
But yeah, and then also, has the whole DM theory been stated before?
The whole what?
DM.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard plenty of DM theories.
Like the theory that like, why would she just go into her bedroom and lock herself in there and not call the police?
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
And why would the killer just walk right past her after he killed 4 people?
Yeah, no doubt, bro. I've heard every theory that you could possibly hear about DM.
Yeah, and she was posting things with ski masks. She's kind of fishy.
Oh
my God!
Yeah, it's
but yeah, the main thing I was really just trying to touch base on, it was that Papa Rogers theory, because it's just really sketchy that he would ask questions like that only the killer would know before all the stuff came out about the sheets being in the bed. You know what I mean?
Most definitely.
On top of this dude already having an off-putting vibe on Facebook. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, and thank you for calling in.
Yep, you too.
Thank you, bro. Shout out to him, and if you want to call in, 219-885-9693. That's weird. My camera just stops working, huh? Why does my camera just stop working like that? I'm about to fix this. Hold on, let me answer this call.
Call from
Anita.
Yeah. Anita, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how you doing, T?
I'm hanging in there. So what stood out on this affidavit?
Oh my God. Okay. Well, first, before we start, I know you don't have time ever, but don't forget to get a P.O. box. I have an art piece I made for you. But anyway, so I'm gonna try to not cry or something. But when I was, I had a bad childhood. I think I told you. When I was younger, I saw something happen. I won't go into the event because it'll take an hour. But I hid in a cabinet for hours. I don't even know how long. When the police came and got me out, I couldn't tell them how long I was there, because after the fight or flight thing happened, I could hear my heart beating in my ears. Every single sound. I was a young kid. Remember, she's naive to the world. She's not going to have that tough skin. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, for me, I can only say that every sound I heard, I thought the person was circling the house and would come back in, and I didn't know if there were other people around. So to me, she probably didn't have her phone or left it, because I'll tell you, the room I was in, the cabinet I was in, there was a phone right in the next room. This was before cell phones. I could have run and tried to grab one, but I was terrified. I mean, beyond terrified. There are no words. You go blank. And you're sweating profusely and you're overheated and your heart's pounding. And a trigger warning for any of us out there that are on anxiety medicine. But I couldn't tell you if I was there for an hour or 8 hours. I just know that when the door flew open, I ran past the person, didn't realize they were even a cop, and I ran outside. I booked it, and then I passed out on the yard. So, I mean, oof. Sorry, I'm usually chipper, but, brings back little memories. But I think, I think I told you I grew up in a real bad area. She probably was just Snow White. She doesn't have a tough exterior or even thinks, and he probably looked at her like she's no problem. How is she? How many bad people do we know that wear ski mask and dark clothes? What does she have to go on when she tells the cops? He had a ski mask and he was wearing dark clothing. I mean, that we see that every day. Look at Antifa.
Right.
And that's the thing. I think she was frozen in fear. She probably passed out a couple times. And as soon as she knew it was safe, she probably ran out of the house. I guarantee it. So I don't know. And she probably didn't. She might have had her phone there, but her brain could have done anything like, oh, he might know if I dial my phone, he might hear it. He might be standing outside the door right now. Everything goes through your head when you're young and you're dumb,
right?
And you're Snow White. You don't have the bad experience unless you come from a world like I have a feeling you grew up in a rough neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I lived in hotels. We grew up in cars and hotels. So I had to grow up fast. And even as tough as I was and scrappy, I hid, and afterwards you feel shame. You feel embarrassed that you left people, like that. But she was probably, you hear your heart beating in your ears. People have no idea. And you never get over it. But that's just, people have, I can understand why people are upset and say she should have called. And maybe if she was a little tougher, she seemed like a little girl, like a young girl.
If you heard
probably
Detective
not
John, he said she should have called, but he doesn't think she's, you know what I mean? He doesn't think she's part of it. Maybe he said,
yeah,
shock, freezing.
Yeah, and she's Lily White in life. I mean, she's a college kid. She's probably never really seen anything bad. Nobody teaches you, if you see a person come into your house that looks like this, call. She probably froze because we all think we know what we would do. And I always thought that because I was tough. I had to grow up in a really tough environment. I always thought, I'd help anybody out. I'd run, if something happens to my friends, I'm going to run over there and do something or whatever. But when it really happens to you and you're staring at evil face to face, sometimes you just can't do anything. You don't know what to do. And every sound sounds like that person. Or was he alone? Are there other people outside? If I try to go out the window, is someone going to grab me? I mean, think about everything that was going through her head.
Right.
If I pick up my phone and I start to dial, is he going to hear it? Or if I run into the other room to try to get my phone, is he going to grab me? She's a lily white girl who probably hasn't had it that tough. Yeah. So that's just my feeling on that. But yeah. And the other thing, I don't know if everybody noticed, but as the cop walked up to his car, he kind of touched the back of the car. A friend of mine told me that a lot of times cops will do that now to leave a trace, because if he tried to ditch the car and say, someone put my DNA in that car, I've never seen that car before, it's just another trick for them to have their own DNA. The cop, his DNA on it, to say, oh, not true. When I pulled you over, I touched the car, you know? So a lot of them do that.
Man.
So, but yeah, she could have been, I can't imagine if what I'm thinking happened to her, only because it happened to me. I mean, she could have been a jerk, maybe, and was like, oh, I don't even want to know who that guy is. Yuck. You know, another idiot coming into the house. But I have a feeling she was just terrified. So, you know, but the thing went off. I'll let
Thank
you go
you,
because
Anita.
there are tons of people trying to call you.
Absolutely.
I
Thank
love
Anita.
you. When you do have time ever, get a P.O. box.
I will very soon.
Okay.
God
Okay.
bless you, Anita. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Oh, man. 219-885-9693. I want to hear what everybody's thoughts are. Has anybody been in this type of situation? I'd like to hear from you.
Call from
Mike.
Hey, what's going on, man? You live.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going, brother? What's your thoughts on the affidavit after you went over it? If you went over it.
Well, first of all, I want to blame Detective John. I thought it was gonna be nothing big, so I was just like, oh, it's just gonna be something small, like he said. But then when it came out and I downloaded the 9 pages and I read it all, dude, my jaw dropped to the freaking floor. It was insane.
Right? Yeah, no doubt. Mine
it was
too,
wild. They went like very into detail. Like, I'm wondering why, if they're maybe trying to bias the jury or something. I have no idea. But couple points. First one is so we know that Ethan was not on the stairs. He was actually found in the room with Xana. So I guess there wasn't like a big fight. We thought there was.
Right.
I think I think when he started like stabbing them, maybe they put their hands out to kind of stop the knife, but that didn't matter. So I think that's one of the points. I think second point, we kind of need to go easy on Dylan, because I mean, a lot of people, when I go to bed, I turn my phone off completely and I hook it up to be charged.
Mm-hmm.
So even though she might have saw him and she's terrified, there's a guy with a mask and she probably put all the things together, the crying, the whimpering, the thought, all this stuff. She probably locked her door, maybe hid in her closet or under the bed, terrified. She's probably in shock. And, her phone might not have even been on, you know what I'm saying? And, you can imagine that if your phone's not on, you have to turn it on. It might make a sound, or, when you turn on your phone, you have a bunch of these messages come in or notifications. She was like afraid, hey, if I turn on the phone or something, this guy's for all she knows, he might still be in the house, you know what I'm saying? Or he might come back to get her. So she has no idea at what point this guy's going to leave. Maybe he went downstairs to finish off Bethany. So I can't blame Dylan at all, for not calling the cops. We got to go easy on her. You know what I'm saying? She's a survivor. She could have been victim number 5. I'm happy she survived. Forget about everything else. You know what I'm saying? Even though she didn't call, you can't blame somebody like that. What I think happened was she got into shock. She hid under the bed, or she, hid in the closet, and she was in this shock for such a long time that she eventually just passed out and fell asleep. And then eventually, I think Bethany probably woke up. She's the one that, got everybody, called the friends over and all that stuff. I think that's most likely what happened. Or if it's not what happened, maybe she was just very drunk, and she just thought, I was like, hey, it's just somebody doing a prank, or, somebody's over. There's a lot of explanations. And I wish the cops would, release the interrogation that they did with her, or whatever, the interview. There's probably a pretty decent explanation. We just don't know what it is.
I agree. I mean, what we believe happened and what we think happened are two different things. Or what happened and what we believe happened are two different things. I just can't wait for the facts to come out. So, I mean, I really don't think Dylan is involved in my heart of hearts, but everybody, I want to wait.
I think because I think people are probably attacking because the way she looks, she's a little bit, taller than the other girls. She's a little bit more bigger or whatever. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean anything, man. I think people are just judging her by her looks or something. I don't think it's anything like that.
It was 7 to 8 hours longer that the police weren't called, which is, to me, it's alarming. But I mean, it could there be a shock, freeze, all that type of factor, and it all plays for me. How impaired was she? Was she under any drugs, etc.? That plays in the factor too, and we don't know that. We don't have that information, so I cannot really make an opinion on something that I don't know about, because I don't know if Dylan was drunk, or because she could have been wasted and just seen, and recollecting what she's seen. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, it is obviously, all of us think it's a bit weird that this shit didn't call, but I'm pretty sure there's a very good explanation. Also, one more other point. I think even if she did call the cops and the ambulances came, I don't think anybody was going to be saved. This is a K bar, and my coworker, he actually brought one into work. He's ex-military, and he has one, like one of the original ones. And I held it. It's a big ass knife. It's like a military knife. It's meant to kill. I think 1 or 2 punctures to the body, they're gonna bleed out. Those are big holes. Like, by the time she calls the cops, by the time the cops call and the ambulance is called, they have to put him in the ambulance. All 4 of them. They have to bring him all the way to the hospital, up to the operating table. They were gonna bleed out, like, no matter what. So people are going hard on her, like, oh, maybe if she called, they would have been saved. I don't think they were gonna be saved. This is a big ass knife, big holes, super deep. It's like 4 inches deep or even more. Very wide. It was meant to inflict damage.
Absolutely, brother. Well, I appreciate you calling in and speaking on what you feel, man, and appreciate you having a voice in the community, my brother. God bless you, and stay safe.
Thank you. Peace out.
You, brother. Peace. You want to call in 219-885-9693. The phone number comes across your guys' screen. The phone number comes across your screen at the bottom. So 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts on this part right here? Now, don't answer unknown, by the way.
From
New Block.
Ain't nobody screaming the N-word on my shit. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, T-REV, man? How's
New
it going?
Block in the building. What's going on, my man? It's been great. It's been great. What's your thoughts on this, my man? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I remember I obviously thought that it was very close, whoever committed this sad tragedy, up until maybe 2 weeks before this arrest.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember saying that I think now what's really scary is we have a serial killer. And there's no doubt in my mind that this sick individual, this was his first time. The one thing I also want to say, I don't understand. This killer is getting all this not praise, but oh, he's smart. Oh, he's going for a PhD. He left a ton of evidence. The guy is a psychopath, obviously. You can even tell in his demeanor at court now. But one parallel,
he went for a DMI. He was studying DMI. Dumb motherfucking idiot.
Oh God, yeah, and possessed by the double on top of that. But what's interesting is the BTK parallel, and it's not so much that maybe he corresponded with him, but BTK, the first time he did it, he was reckless, and unfortunately, the person he wanted was there. It was a young lady. Didn't know 3 other. I think there was 5 in total in the house. So he had to take care of the victim that he originally wanted. He was stalking the house, kind of like the killer. Eventually went in and saw 4 people, and then I believe that youngest one was hiding in the bathroom. But it's a little bit bizarre because they both killed 4 people, and they were completely reckless.
Right.
Like this guy, yeah, like you said, DMI. Or what's it stand for? I'm sorry, Brad. I know the
fucking idiot.
Yeah, dude. So I mean, this guy is toast, obviously.
Sorry, not sorry.
So it's just it's obviously this is horrific, but I think just thank God they got him, man, because this dude was going to do it over and over again. The one thing that broke this case was that and she should be awarded for something. They tell what the clerk at the gas station is a hero. She's a hero. She needs to be recognized for that by identifying the car.
Absolutely.
And from my understanding, the DNA was there, but she left the sheath in, or what is it called? A sheet? Whatever you put the knife in.
A sheet.
Yeah. So this guy's a moron. I mean, it's, and even BTK, man, when BTK was tried and found guilty, he even said that he should have been caught looking back on it now because he left a ton of evidence.
Right.
But yeah, so the parallels are weird. And if this person was talking to, BTK and the professor who helped write BTK, I guess you could say semi-like autobiography, if she was giving students contact to this guy, I mean, what in God's name is that? Why do you have to get in contact with this individual? You already know how sick and demented and demonic he is.
Exactly.
So that's just another bizarre thing. It's so bizarre. And that also needs to be looked into now. But dude, that's all I gotta express, man. I want to say one other thing, T-REV. You remind me of one of my favorite people who passed away. So I like true crime I think I was in a junior in high school, and it was the Chris Benoit murders, the WWE wrestler.
Yep.
And I tuned in, and you know what you remind me of? You remind me of the GOAT man, Larry King. You're just a man, dude. Like, you remind me so much of him because he would take everything in. He was always positive, and even when he got like the most lunatic or like lunacy theory, he would be polite about it, and he would just make a weird face and kind of smirk, but he never put anyone down. That's all I gotta say, man.
That's what it's about, brother. It's about putting loving light into this earth, and if you put darkness in this earth, this is what creates these fucking monsters, and that's what I'm about. I'm about keeping love, peace, and positivity out there. Fuck the darkness. Let's let the love and light in your heart, and watch what happens when you do that. Thank you for calling in, New Block. God bless you, brother, and thank you for calling back in. We've had a couple conversations before, and they've been great. And I want to appreciate you I want to give my appreciation to you for calling in and the good conversations and speculation, etc. Man, I hope to hear from you again.
Eventually, man. But I took a week off, but I think I'm just gonna sit back for a while. I'm of course gonna listen. But yeah, thank you, man. Keep doing you, man.
Thank you, brother. God bless you.
God bless.
Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. He said his friend died. God bless his friend, man.
Call from
Paul.
Balls, what's going on, my man? You got 5 minutes on the clock. What you got to say, man?
Key, this is Paul.
I thought you said boss. My bad. Paul,
No.
what's up?
Just reading that Dylan told the police she saw the suspect dressed in black. One of her roommates says there's someone here.
Mm-hmm.
She's under a gag order. Could that have been Ethan saying there's someone here? You see what I mean?
I don't know.
And then she also heard the suspect say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you."
Mm-hmm.
If he heard Ethan's voice, which was male, could he have had a male accomplice and thought it was his male accomplice calling him? That's my twist. And they, like I said, she's under a gag order, period.
Mm-hmm. She's definitely under a gag order.
Yeah, so is there maybe an accomplice that's male?
I have no idea.
Are you following my logic?
I'm following your logic, but yeah, I have no idea. Elaborate a little bit for us.
Okay, if she heard him say, the suspect say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," as he wandered the house committing the atrocity, was he going to help an accomplice and not necessarily the girls hollering out? Maybe it was Ethan. that was male. So he's responding to a male voice who he could have thought was his accomplice.
Mm-hmm.
His eye, he was just locked on where he was going. That's why he walked past her. So it was like, uh-oh, I got to get this done. Maybe my accomplice needs help. Making sense?
Yeah. I'm trying to hear you.
Okay, if he said it's okay, I'm here to help you,
Mm-hmm.
could he have been saying that to an accomplice that was male?
I have no idea. I'm here to help you.
Who's there to help?
I have no idea.
This is what I'm just theorizing. She said heard one of her housemates say, "There's someone here." It doesn't say that it was a female housemate.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me? And then he says, "I'm here to help you." And he walked right past her. Because maybe if his accomplice was having trouble, maybe taking Ethan down or something, that he was going to go help his accomplice get Ethan down.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Just something I threw out there. And again,
where did you see I'm here to help you?
I'm on dailymail.com. She said that and she made a statement.
Actually, instead of going to dailymail.com, read the affidavit.
Yeah, it's in the affidavit, right where he says,
get the regular
male. Yeah, I'm looking at it. It says the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock.
No, it says DM stated she opened the door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth from nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room. So you're saying that she heard. What do you read what you're saying to me?
I'm on Daily Mail. These are statements she made. Okay. This surviving roommate heard scuffles and he walked right past her because he heard someone say, someone's here.
Man, what's your email so I can send you the hold up.
I'm reading the affidavit. I've read it.
Okay.
I'm saying, was there a male accomplice? Could there have been an accomplice when he answered, "I'm here to help you"? Could it have been one of his students helping him and that we don't know?
I have no idea.
That's it. Again, not everything's been unsealed.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And I said,
I'm hearing you out.
And like when he was arrested, his first question was,
"No, you heard. No, this is what was said. It's okay. I'm going to help you."
Yeah.
Not I'm here. It's okay. I'm going to help you. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." So that was coming from Kerr Noodle's room.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And who was in her room with her?
Ethan, and alleged killer.
And that could have been Ethan's voice coming from that room. It doesn't say that it was Kernodle making that statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could have been Ethan.
No, it says male voice.
Yeah. Well, she heard a male voice. That was Brian. He was saying it's okay, right?
Yeah, but it was never "I'm here." You said "I'm here." I don't know why Daily Mail switched that up and put "I'm here," but it's okay. I'm going to help you. Not "I'm here."
One of the roommates said someone's here, and he heard that.
Mm-hmm.
He heard that, and that's when he walked right past her because he was fixated on helping.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. It's been past 5. I'm trying to get some more in here, Paul. If you can get back through, I'll take it again, brother. Thank you. God bless
Thank you,
brother. Shout out to Paul for calling in. 219-885-9693. I do want to get some more callers in. Shout out to Paul. Paul's he's digging just like the rest of us are, guys. But I would advise everybody to please get the regular affidavit. Please get the regular affidavit. Please do not read them from these news sites. Get the regular affidavit. Shout out to Paul.
Call from
Lisa.
Lisa, what's going on? You're on the line.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself? So what's your thoughts on everything that you read today from the affidavit?
Well, I was the young lady the roommate. I just felt that she said she heard crying and then, a few things in the house. I think she kind of came out because the killer was on the second and third floor and she's on the bottom floor. I mean, she probably came out and kind of walked up those stairs to look around, and that's when he was walking out, headed to leave, and he kind of seen her. I mean, she seen him, and because it says she had, after he left out, she locked the door, and after she locked the door, she probably was like, okay, oh wow, who was that? But she probably went back down and went to sleep and didn't think nothing else of it, and then, and then when she woke up, she probably figured out, oh my God, she saw what she saw. And then she realized, and that's when she probably passed out and her roommate probably found her. But I think she's kind of went up there and was just peeking, looking looking what's going on upstairs on that little one, those steps.
Mm.
And she saw him as he was coming down off of the third floor, probably getting ready to leave because he probably already did what he did on the second floor. So he went up to the third floor. And by that time, the fourth time, she decided to go peek up and look as he was coming down after he got done. And he was leaving out that door, she said. And so she went up there. She locked the door, she said. So she probably didn't check on her roommate. She probably just went on down there and went back to sleep and was, probably a little nervous. Then she woke up and realized, oh, shoot, they ain't woke up yet. Let me go check.
Yeah, she was on I know Dylan was on the second floor. Bethany was on the first floor.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dylan was on the second floor. Bethany was on the first floor.
Oh, she was on the second floor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the two roommates that they were on the first floor that made it out.
You said what now?
I thought the two roommates that survived, they were on the first floor. Their rooms was on the first floor, right?
Bethany.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently she must have been down there and she probably seen him because I'm quite sure on the second floor, I don't know. I mean, that's just weird to me.
It said Dylan was on the second floor from what I read, but maybe I'm reading backwards or something.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought that everybody on the second floor, they died, and everybody on the third floor died.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was just thought maybe, okay, I don't know. That was just kind of strange. I just thought I'd share that perspective. I'm not for sure. I didn't know she was on the second floor.
Yeah, she was. She was on the second floor, and that's where
she had a room. She had a room on the second floor.
That's from what I gathered. Yes.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that changed the whole thing. Well, I don't know how, because she said he kind of walked past her.
Yeah, we've been hearing the whole time though, like what you were just saying. We've been hearing the whole time. She was first floor. They were both first floor, but she was second floor according to affidavit.
Oh, okay.
So just going off the facts of the affidavit, she was on the second floor.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Yeah. So that changes it. And also too, he, I don't know. He's just strange. It's just creepy to me.
Yes, ma'am. It is creepy. This whole thing is creepy, and I don't know, man. My heart breaks for these families.
Right.
My heart breaks for these families that they have to even endure so much pain from.
Right, and some people trying to say, oh, they don't believe he did it. They got the wrong person. I was like, hey, whether they got the wrong, whoever, somebody did it. So shoot, they got all that evidence. They can't say that now. They got evidence that he was in that house.
Definitely alone on first floor. Yep.
So that's pretty horrible, And then he circled, but they got a video out where it was a reporter, a young guy. I guess he was, at the crime scene. He was outside, and they saw this little white car go by, just, drive by, and they highlighted, is that the car? That could have been the car because he just circled around there 12 times.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. You know how long you think? When does the trial gonna start?
Year, 2 years. Shit.
I thought maybe since it was kind of like a small town, they can go ahead and get it all started.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot more than that. Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
then.
Thank you for calling in. It's a great caller. I'm glad you called in. Thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless her. Lock your doors, please. 219-885-9693. Man, things are, Now this caller is thinking. Yeah, she's definitely thinking. She's definitely thinking. We're all thinking. All of us are. We're all in deep
Call
thought.
from Rebecca.
Rebecca, what's going on? You're live.
Hey,
How
so
you
I
doing?
got the affidavit. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I found it on a website called heavy.com. My first question is page 2.
Whoa. I don't know what happened there, but 219-885-9693. Cash cleared. Are we getting too many calls? A lot of calls? Is there a lot of people trying to call in? 219-885-9693. Let's see if that happens again. I don't know what that is, but I'm about to switch.
Call from
Aaron from Indiana.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Aaron from Indiana. What's up?
I got 5 on it.
Yeah, right? What's your thoughts on this affidavit?
Well, when I'm reading through what you had up, and I shot you an email. Bear with me one moment. Okay, you had that up for a long time. EM stated she opened her door for the 3rd time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a black mask and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10", blah, 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 blah. The male walked past DM. As she stood in a frozen shock phase, the male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room. So in my thought, if he went to the 3rd floor first, and you would think that because the sheath was found there, right? So you'd think that when he started to use the knife, then that's when the sheath came off. So that's why it would have been next to Maddie, right? So 3rd floor potentially was first. And then he comes down and he goes Santa and Ethan. So it would make sense. My point here when I'm saying this is that everybody is kind of on her, Dylan, about, well, why wouldn't she call the cops or whatever? But I figure when we've seen what's going on in that house in the weeks previously, we've seen all this footage of lots of people coming in and out, right? And so you think maybe she saw this person and got a bit of a weird vibe, but didn't realize the depth of, the situation at the time. When you read through this, we can make a lot of assumptions, but I feel like when we're looking at, she opened the door, she heard some sounds and stuff, but not necessarily a scream. And then what I'm thinking is, she saw him walking towards her because she opened the crack of her door. Maybe. Say she opened the crack of her door. And if you know the layout of the house, you could imagine if I were her, I opened the crack of the door. She sees the guy coming from Ethan and Xana's room after he's committed the second, say that they were second. So that would be why he was coming towards her.
Mm-hmm.
And he may not have even seen her. And then he makes a beeline for the door. So I'm wondering because if he was coming down the stairs from the third floor, she wouldn't have seen what the visuals that they're giving us, the bushy eyebrows and the whatever. He wouldn't have been coming towards her if he was coming down the stairs from the third floor, right? Because it would have been adjacent, like it would have been on the side to her room, right? And she wouldn't have been able to see because only when he popped down from those third floor stairs, and then if he goes out the door, the only point she'd see him is like smack dab right in front of, I assume that's where her bedroom door is, right? So he had to have been coming down the hallway from Xana and Ethan's room through past into and out of the kitchen area, right? That's the only way she would have been able to see him like that. So anyway, I'm reading through this thing and everybody's making these speculations and I get it. And I totally am like, why the F were cops not there until noon? I totally agree and am on board with people about what the hell about that. But when I read through just line for line and word for word on what they've written, they're not giving us 90% of the information that they have. They are stating in this affidavit only what they need to get this guy locked down. And we are not going to have that until later. So all she says is she opened the door, say she even cracked the door, and then she saw the guy. And then he beelines it out the door. And she stood frozen. Yeah, maybe she was in shock, but also there are lots of people coming in and out of the house. So maybe she thought it was weird, but maybe she didn't think it was weird enough. All I'm saying is try to have an open mind about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, all right, that's my time. But
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Aaron. Thank you for calling in.
Well, what do you think?
No, I mean,
I will get off the phone, but can you, as I get off the phone, I will go, but can you tell me what you think about that? Because you haven't really stated a lot of your opinions. You've just been listening to everybody else, as you always do.
Yeah, well, I mean, what on the aspect with Dylan?
Yeah,
my
when you
opinion on
read
that, I really, like I said, I need to know, was she impaired or anything like that? That's what I want to know. I don't want to give out an opinion until I know those facts, and I'm not going to get those facts right now. You know what I'm saying?
I just think there's more detail. Yeah, I think there's more details needed, so that's why I was making my argument.
I'm with
I
you
hope
on
that
that.
I hope you all have a good evening, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you,
Have
Aaron. I appreciate you.
Have a good one.
Got lock your
Thank
doors.
you. Bye.
Lock your doors. Shout out to you. 219-885-9692. Like I said, I need to know if she was impaired. Was she drunk? Was she? I really cannot make it. I don't want to make a statement when I don't know how. Was she slammed? Was she drunk? Did she take anything? That's where I'm at.
Call from
Ray Douglas.
Ray Douglas, what's going on, my brother? You're on the line. You got 5 minutes. What's your thoughts on this affidavit and everything that you see? Damn. I'm watching the calls come in. It's literally going. I bet you it hit 1,000 in 4 minutes, if not more. Call in. Try again. Let's see. Hold up. Try one click down. Register. Browser. Try one click. That's weird. All right, let's try again.
Call from
Michelle.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, this is Michelle. On the Dylan situation, I just wanted to say it's not to me so much that she did.
Yep, it's doing it again, guys. It is doing it again. Weird. Weird. I don't know why it's doing it again, but turn on link numbers when you want to forward the calls. Should I? Huh. Try again.
Call from
Amanda.
Amanda, what's going on? You're live.
Oh my God, I can't believe I got on. Okay.
I know, but it keeps cutting people off, so hopefully you don't. You might get cut off. I don't know why, but I think it's because all these it's like thousands of calls coming through at once.
Yeah.
Like that right there. You get like everybody's getting cut off. Incoming call after record call for associate phones. Show my. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. Hold on, let me try this. Maybe this will fix
Call
it.
from
Lily from New York.
Maybe from New York. What's up? Let's try it.
Hey, hi T. How
What's
are
going
you?
on?
Okay, trying to get a hold of you is like trying to get a hold of the president. I've been
Well,
calling
it keeps cutting callers off over and over again. So,
okay, so my thoughts, like someone was saying, I think in your last live, real quick, they were on the wrong train. Boy, I was so wrong. I couldn't even begin to say how wrong I was.
mm-hmm.
But after reading this, I mean, and we don't want to shame the victims. We never want to do that. Because we weren't, I can speak for myself. I've never been in that situation. I can't even imagine what it could be like. My thing though is, being a paramedic in New York, I've seen patients in shock. I've seen them go through a lot of mischief. The only thing is that, they're capable of breaking through at least to get certain things going. But everyone is different, and she could have panicked and froze. The only thing is, if you look at the layout of the house, the killer, whoever it is, which is this SOB, would have to pass her room, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but I thought that's how I saw the layout, one time seeing, on the news. But let's say she was in the room and the door was locked. Now you're hearing all this commotion. They, according to the affidavit, that the Zena, I think, I want to make sure. Yes, Zena was in the bathroom because they saw that they found the body in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ethan was in the bedroom. I mean,
the bathroom.
So, the bathroom. Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. Please correct me if I am.
The bathroom. I don't
the
remember.
bathroom on the second floor.
I don't remember seeing that.
Well, at the beginning when he first walks through, the examiner, I guess, with the officer.
I can almost guarantee there was no bathroom, body and no bathroom.
By the bathroom, like something mentioning the bathroom. I could be wrong.
There is something in the affidavit that mentions by a bathroom, but it's not. No bodies are in the bathroom.
Okay, no, it's not in the bathroom, but by a bathroom.
Yes.
You would have to, if you look out once or twice or maybe
3 times, you know, you would have had to seen the body. And I mean, you know, it's just horrible all over, however you want to look at it. I don't want to assume that she had anything to do with it.
Right.
No matter if she did or she didn't, though, there's something that she's going to have to walk with and carry with for the rest of her life.
Absolutely.
But I don't think you could ever get over that.
Absolutely.
You know, and then I stopped to wonder, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if the parents, when they're reading this, you know, unless they know more than we do, but if they're reading this, I wonder if they're thinking the same thing, you know, why didn't you, or why couldn't you, or you should have called 911, you know. I mean, you're there, you know, you have your phone. I don't believe there was a second male in there that was helping him. I doubt that very much, because then they could have finished the whole house if that was the intent. And if I'm not mistaken, again, real quick, he had someone by the mouth, and he was making his way through the sliding door. And I believe that's what she said she saw. I could be wrong, but if you
did you read the affidavit?
It is. I was going through it as you was reading it the last time, and then you were going to take calls, and
Well,
I don't know what happened.
I'm hooked on phonics, so you might want to go read it yourself.
You know what? I am going to go read it, but I don't know. I just think it's a sad thing all over. I do question. I you know, just a little bit of me questions, why didn't you, and why did you wait so long to call 911? You know, the scared part, everything, and you know, I know my time is almost up, but you know, I just pray for the family.
It's up now. I appreciate you calling in.
Okay. God bless you all, and like you said, lock your doors, stay safe.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you for calling in.
You.
Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in 219, or hold up. Let me see if she emailed. Let me see if she emailed. Huh? Rebecca, hold up. Rebecca, right? Let me know in chat. Is it Rebecca? Hold up. He said, quit hitting do not disturb. First of all, do you want to hear beep, beep, beep through the whole call? I don't think so. Wasn't it Rebecca that called before? Hold up. I'm about to find out right now because she got hung up on. Let me see. I want to try to get back to everybody, so hold up. Everybody I possibly can. I'm going back up to find this comment. Since comments don't disappear on here, I can go back up and find it right here. Okay. I keep getting hung up on after stating my name. Send me your T-REV. I can't stand Tim either. No doubt, Captain Kurt. Shout out. I just seen your comment going back up scrolling. I'm missing so many comments. Who is this that emailed me this number? Let me call them back. All right, email me your number if you want me to call you back. I'll do 5 right now. This is going to be number 1. AC, send your number. Says your call was disconnected. Let's try again. What? Oh, she's trying. Oh, that's why. Not working. Must be trying to call at the same time. Literally must be trying to call at the same time.
Call from
Tracy.
Tracy was going to be like,
Hey, buddy. I'm just calling in because I just wondered about that Dylan. That was the roommate. Hi, T-REV. It's Tracy.
Can you mute the background for me?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay. It happens.
It's
It
the
happens.
first time I'm doing this. Yeah, I just did now. Is that working? You good now?
Yeah, perfect. You're good.
Okay. I was reading about Dylan, unfortunately not phoning to the police officers until 11 or 12 the next day. And something came in my mind wondering is Dylan a trans person, and was there any relation to her having a crush or any sort of jealousy with the other girls? Like any thought that she could have been in helping Brian in any way?
I have no idea. No, that's not a fact in the affidavit.
No, I was sitting here and I thought, what would take that long? And then I thought maybe Dylan, had a bit more going on for the girls. I mean, the whole case is a horror, and I don't want to be putting that individual involved in it. But I thought that many hours that would go by, it just seems very strange. I know drunk or stoned, okay, but I still would have thought, 3 or 4 hours she would have phoned if she heard that type of information and stuff. So I thought I'd just put it out there.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's trans.
No, because I just thought that may, I don't know, give us some reason to think why would she take so long? It's just a hard thing to swallow, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think she's trans at all.
No, she maybe just a bit flighty or what have you, right? Just a young girl, so she just
athletic young girl, beautiful young girl. She plays volleyball, stuff like that. From what I was able to find out, I do not think she's trans. I do not think any of that.
No, I was just trying to piece out why it would be. But again, and they're in college, they're young. Who could have ever had a nightmare and thought that would occur in their home? So maybe just they made the mistake of going to sleep, right? So anyway, I wish all the best for everybody involved here, and hopefully he'll get what he deserves.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. God bless you too, ma'am. Shout out to her, man. Yes, I did. All right. So look, you said DNS flush, did it, flushed cash, etc. But when I'm looking at the calls right now. I got it on do not disturb. I'm looking at them come through like crazy. Like right now, it's going back to 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 back. Like it's nonstop. It is not stopping. It's not stop. I cleared call history. I've cleared everything, literally. So let's see. I'm gonna do callbacks. I'm just waiting for a couple numbers to come through. I've been trying to call for 3 days. There's a number. I will call this one. Let's see. All right, I'll call Audrey. I'm calling you after this. Rebecca, here you go. You're on.
Hey,
Rebecca, you're on. You're good.
Hi.
5 minutes. The floor is yours. What's your thoughts on the affidavit? Except like what's going through your head? What are you questioning, if you are at all?
Okay, so I read the entire 19-page affidavit. I had a question for you. On the copy that you have, is page 2 redacted? Mine is.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, right up here. This page 2 is redacted right here. Yep.
Okay, fair enough. So we have the same one. I read the entire thing. I spent a lot of time just analyzing it and rereading it. Some of the things that nobody's talking about, maybe I got in late on this conversation, is that he went and visited this place 12 times prior to the murder. The night of the murder, he's caught on camera multiple times, and he does a 3-point turn on Queen and King Road. He actually tries to either park in the driveway or do a turnaround, and he fails to do so. He's not able to navigate that with his car. And then he goes up. I don't know if it's behind, but nonetheless, within 2 minutes, he's then basically entering the house at 4 a.m. And that's what's curious is that Xana got DoorDash at 4 a.m. So he might have gone in at 4:02, but nonetheless, Dylan, and again, she's on the second floor. And I thought what was interesting in the affidavit is that she says, initially, I was in the bedroom on the second floor. So we know that that's where she was when she saw Brian come out of the house. In my opinion, he had direct eye contact with her. I'm thinking he came out of Xana's room after killing Xana and Ethan, because that's right down the hall. And at that point, he had killed all 4 people. He grabs eye contact with her. She says she freezes in fear.
Mm-hmm.
And then right there, her room is right next to the kitchen. So he takes one step up to the kitchen and he's out the sliding glass door. So to me, she saw him. There's no way, in my opinion, she was drunk, so drunk or on drugs that she passed out, because in the affidavit, she's very clear in her memory with specifics. I just don't buy that she was blasted, passed out. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, so yeah, the guy does a 3-point turn. Nonetheless, Kaylee's up, and so she says she was woken up at 4 a.m. to Kaylee playing with her dog, which it sounded like. She goes back in her room. She comes back out again, and she hears Xana crying, and then immediately hears somebody say, don't worry, I'm going to help you. So, I mean, that could have been Ethan saying, don't worry, I'm going to help you, which it doesn't really sound like that. Or it could have been Brian being sadistic saying, don't worry, I'm going to help you. I'm going to finish this for you. Basically, I'm going to kill you, take you out of your misery. The other thing is that there is a camera. From the neighbors next door, and their camera catches sound at 4:17 a.m., which is 50 feet from Xana's room. At 4:17 a.m., you can hear moaning. This is all from the affidavit, and a loud thud. And this is 50 feet from Xana's room. Now remember, that is the second floor where we see all that blood coming out of that room. And then from then, he's left the building. He's seen on camera leaving approximately at 4:24, actually on the road. So I wish people would actually read the affidavit, because there's a lot of great information in there.
Yep, there was. I read it earlier. There's a lot of information, more than some expected. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and they were talking about that the lady at the gas station. I give her props too, but they're saying that the police are already on top of this. They already knew, because they had already gotten ring footage that right immediately, and saw, number one, that wasn't the guy in the body cam, because he is already on footage in Washington around 3 a.m. It's all in the affidavit. So that, the launcher that we think we see on the body cam from the cop, in the background around whatever, 2-something, that's not him, because he's on camera in Washington, actually making his way to Moscow. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
What else? There's so much good. So no, they actually got footage from rings, and they had already knew that it was initially, the FBI thought it was a 2011 to 2014, and then after a Washington State University police officer was starting to run people's, tags, whatnot, that were just going to that, just trying to help out, going to that university. He linked Brian, but he had a Pennsylvania tag, but that was what was in the system. And then that same day, another guy named Curtis something or other ran his tag, but it was actually at his home in the Washington University housing there, and then it was already changed to the Washington place. But nonetheless, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to say or share,
No, I'm listening to you guys now, because I've read it. I got my personal thoughts, and I just want to wait for more. I've gotten some answers on things that I've questioned for the whole entire time this case. I've even touched this case. I've gotten some of those questions answered for me today. Now I'll get the rest of my questions answered when the trial comes. So it's that's where I'm at with it. We know that they were on to him from pretty much, a little bit after the beginning, right. And when you get up into late November, they were on to him.
That's right.
They were on to his ass. So, a lot of the questions, a lot of the smirks that people were talking about from the chief, including myself, I made comments saying that they knew stuff that I
totally. I mean, the police now, they hoodwinked us. We were, I'll speak for myself. I was so off in left field thinking it was DL and, DB.
Mm-hmm.
He was smirking because he had the info. I will say this though, and I just want to say this, man, I have a major problem with with Dylan. I'm going to tell you, just as a woman, that being another woman, and that she's being supposed to be my friend, I don't give a two flips, dude. You know what I mean? Give me a break. She saw him, the guy's masked. Give me a flipping break, and you're completely just shut. You know, you're. I mean, I can tell you, you would be. No, I don't. That stinks like to high hell. She doesn't make a phone call that night to the police, and then she takes a solid 8-9 hours of sleep. Either she's a fucked up friend. She's like, I mean, I have so much to say about her. She makes me really angry. And there's so much wrong with that.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna give somebody else some time, but thank you so much for calling in, and God bless you, man.
Yeah, totally. Thanks, T-REV.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Let me see. All right, here we go. Audrey, infamous Audrey. Hold up, I gotta do some callbacks. Hold up. Infamous Audrey. Let's give infamous Audrey. Wonder if it's doing it because of this, which I think it is. Well, exactly why it's not going through. Yeah, it is. I gotta take that out of it. The way that you sent the number. Take this. Take that out. Put it all together as one and send. Now we should be good. Nope. You must be trying to call. Oh, she was trying to call. She was trying to call. She's still trying to call. All right, let me try the next one. I'm going through email. Let's see who else we got. I think I just missed your call. Yeah, she's still trying to call. This was just now. Let's try. All right, this is for Rebecca. Let's try Rebecca now. Yep, she's trying to call. I won't be able to get through if you guys are trying to call at the same time.
Hi, Trev?
Yes, this is Trev.
Oh my goodness, God bless you, dear.
Thank you. You're on the line. You got 5 minutes. What's your thoughts on that right there? That's the thoughts. Oh my God, is the lines are going crazy again to where it's doing that? Let me find out. We broke Google. Guys, we broke Google. Yep, we broke Google. It's fried. Google is completely fried now. Google is fried. I don't know if she's calling from a landline or what, but talk fast. They said talk fast in chat. I don't think that's gonna work. But I still see the numbers going crazy right now as we speak. Back to back to back to back to back to back. It's all those coming through at one time. Try again. Oh my God.
Hello?
All right, let's try again. You might get cut off. I have no idea, but I'm watching.
Well, I'm going into the kitchen so I don't hear the back sound. What I want to mention real briefly is I started watching you a few weeks ago, and I love you, and you're great, like everybody else does. But it's a spirit box. I thought that was really hokey, but I took notes during the last three sessions, and I heard a lot of things. And I kept hearing Dylan. And I heard Xana say, did you hear that? I love you, babe. I love you, babe. I heard a lot of that. And it broke my heart.
Wow. I didn't hear that.
But, you know, we often hear things that other people don't do. It depends on...
Well, I didn't review it, should I say that? Let me say that I didn't review it. I'll tell you that.
And I texted you a couple weeks ago to see if you reviewed some sounds.
Nope, I never reviewed any of it.
Hear myself talking. But anyway, dear, for some reason I kept hearing Dylan, and I could hear Xana saying, "I love you, babe. I love you, babe." And the other girl, other girls, there was never complete sentences, but it was chilling. And I'm glad the alleged suspect, but gosh, you've been following this. Anyway, thank you for calling back. And I want to become a member. I've been trying to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll try to figure that out.
Yeah, no, the mods will put it down in the chat for you, or you could just go to the channel and click on join, either or.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for telling me that, because I'm old school.
Yeah, I know how
But
it is.
God bless you, and thank you for your work. And let's stay safe, and let's lock our doors.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, dear.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. God bless.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling back. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's no problem. Shout out to her. She said, I thought it was hokey. Yeah. All right, let's take some calls. I was going to do 5, but there's barely any here. Everybody's too busy trying to call in. So let's see. I got you. I see your comment. Maris, I see your comment. I got you.
Wendy.
Wendy, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, oh my God, the affidavit. I can't even believe it. Like, I am flabbergasted. So from day one, I've been, don't pick on the roommates. There's nothing they could have done. They didn't know. How do you go 8 hours without calling the police? Like that, it is blowing my mind. I can't wrap my head around why she didn't do something. I mean, the bare minimum. Toddlers know how to dial 911 and do it, in those situations, or a terrible situation. Like, how many times have we heard 911 calls from toddlers? Like, she couldn't have done that. It would have been the bare minimum.
Mm.
I'm disgusted. Like, I can't, there is not a single excuse in the world. And I understand, like, what is it? Fight, flight, and freeze. I understand freeze for a minute, but then you got to get into action. You have to. And I feel like most normal people feel obligated to help people when they're in trouble. Most people do. Like, so she just, and that's her friend. It wasn't even, a random person that she didn't know. She knew these people. Right. And she did nothing. Like, I don't understand how, I can't fathom how she did that. Like, and then what'd she do? Just go to bed? Like, she said she was frozen with fear, and then, but not for 8 hours. Like, no, you weren't. What, did you go to bed? Like, what'd she do? You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, I don't know.
I can't explain.
Yeah, this whole time
we don't know how impaired she was. We don't know any of the information besides what was given to us on paper.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she couldn't have been impaired, and she wasn't blackout drunk. She obviously remembers, quite a few details from that night. Like, so I'm just not, I don't know. But I saw, this was years ago, there was a hit and run that happened right in front of me. And I remember, like, getting out of the car and thinking, being terrified, thinking, oh my God, I'm about to walk up on a dead body, because it was a bad accident. Mm-hmm. But, like, that's what you do as a human being. Like, you don't just, like, you drive off like, oh, well, not my problem. Like, most people would know to call 911. Like, who is raising these fucking kids? Like, that's what I want to know, because my kids wouldn't do that. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm so angry. Like, and maybe she could have saved Xana. You know, if she's in there crying and, you know, maybe, but we'll never know because she didn't do shit. She did nothing. Like, it's pathetic. Like, yeah, with friends like those, shit, who needs enemies? Like, just gonna let her friends die in the next room. I'm so mad. Like, I was floored when I read that. Floored. Like, out of the whole thing, that's like the one thing that was like, hold on, what? She saw him? Like, oh man, I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions people are asking. It's where's Bethany? Why didn't Dylan call the police? Why didn't I have no idea? I wish I could answer that.
Even, you know, she's in a room and she was posting, you know, pictures or doing stuff on her phone. So she obviously had her phone in her room. Did she send out a text to Xana? Like, hey girl, are you okay? Like, what's going on? Did she text the other roommates? Like, I'm hearing a lot of noises. Like, you know, did she do it? What did she do? Like that, because to me, the bare minimum would just be calling 911. Like, you know, they're not going to give a shit that she's drunk if some dude is in the house stabbing people. Like, nobody cares, you know? They're not going to care if she's on drugs. Like, that is not their concern. I don't know. It's to me, that is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. Like,
it's heartbreaking. I mean, I'm sure she didn't plan on never being in that type of situation either.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I understand.
There's a ton of aspects here.
I understand that, but you know, when you are put in that situation, like, just be a decent human being. Don't just go to fucking bed. Like, that's what kills me. It's like, I think we're all like tested in life at some point, and like, she failed. Like, she failed.
Well, I appreciate you calling. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
God
thanks
bless.
for taking my call.
Yeah, no problem. And lock your doors.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I'll be calling 911 if I hear something or see somebody dressed in all black in my house. I will call 911.
Yes, ma'am. You do that. Thank you so much. God bless you. Shout out to her. Hold on. Let me see. I see a couple callbacks here that want to get in. Let's try it again. It seems like every time I try to call somebody back, it hangs up on them. We'll see. First one I'm going to try. Stone Cold. Let's try it. Yep. Stone Cold, you're not working. Yeah, maybe it is working.
Oh, this is Stone Cold. How are you?
Oh, I thought it was going to say their number. I'm thinking it's a voicemail. Is it Stone Cold? Let's see. Let's try again. Stone Cold, I'm going to blow you up to the answer.
Is this Trev?
Yeah, Stone Cold. What's up?
Oh, my goodness. My goodness. I better talk fast.
I got your email.
Trev and the Trev family, how is everyone? Let me just dive right in. Yes, this affidavit is loaded. There's so much information here, but at the same time, there's a lot of information that's not here. You know, it's almost like they hit on the highlights and there's still more to come. That's how it looks to me. And I want to commend the law enforcement for the great job that they were doing, you know, just tracking the phone calls and tracking the movement of the vehicle. And even in the beginning, when Steve was so frustrated with the police, to him it appeared that the police were, you know, not doing a good job. They were dragging their feet, and all along they were doing an outstanding job. And at some point, we all did notice that Steve wasn't complaining as much, so they must have pulled him to the side and revealed to him some information to let him really see what they were doing, just to reveal some information to him so that he could fall back and just feel, you know, content knowing that they definitely were on the case. However, now Dylan, I have mixed feelings for Dylan because I know what she went through is traumatic. You know, me personally, I don't know. I think I may have handled the situation very different, but I'm not Dylan. However, I love Truth and Transparency's channel, and she did a thorough job with the layout of that house. And room number 3 is Dylan's room. Room number 4 was Zaina's room, and those rooms were on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come through that sliding glass door and you're coming through the kitchen area, the first room that you visibly see is Dylan's room. You have to turn left and go down a step. There's one step you walk down. You walk through the living room, and then to your left is the bathroom, and then next to that is Zaina's room. So for that killer to have walked past Dylan and for her to be able to see his bushy eyes, he had already done what he came there to do. He started up on the third floor. He took care of the two girls. Then he went into Zaina's room and took care of Zaina and Ethan. And as he was leaving, I personally feel he was in a deep trance. I feel that what he just went through, like in his mind, he played it all out in his head, but it didn't really happen the way he played it out, because now it was real. It wasn't just make believe anymore. And I believe he was like in some kind of a trance. He was out of it. He didn't even see Dylan. I don't think he saw her. And she froze. Even if her door was cracked or if it was open a little bit, she was motionless. She froze. And I think his mind was just on getting out of there. And that's how she was able to get, the description that she got of him, because he never even saw her. He was trying to leave. And I don't know. I just can't wrap my head around how a person can just wait 8 hours to make a phone call. My heart bleeds for her, because she really has to deal with this the rest of her life. But, there's two schools of thought here. There are the people who are saying, oh, you have to have sympathy and compassion for her. And then there's the other school of thought that says, wow, the least you could have done is called 911, because I believe her phone was in her room. I believe it was there. I could be wrong. None of us were there in the room. None of us were in that house, but we all have our theories, all of us. And that is it. I got it all out. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And listen, I live right outside of Philly, so you can best believe I'm in here locked and loaded, and my doors and windows stay locked. Security system, I have it all.
Thank you, and stay that way, because that's what it's sad that we gotta live that way, but it is what it is, and you know what? I have the same.
I know. God bless you, and God bless everybody in the T-REV family. Y'all take care.
Thank
Bye.
you, Stone Cold. Hit him with the stunner. Shout out to Stone Cold, man. Shout out to Stone Cold. Let me give all right, let's see somebody else here. I thought it was interesting and wanted to answer you here. Okay. I just seen about that Dave Morse caller that you were talking. I'm getting tons of emails about that. Oh man. Let me see. Where else are we here? Call back. This whole page is full of callbacks. Just keep getting disconnected. Here's our number. Okay, let's try. Here we go again. Let's try this again. Gotta take that out when you send me your number, or else it won't work. Here we go.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You emailed me for a callback, so I called you back. And
yes.
5 minutes is yours. What's your thoughts about the affidavit, if any?
Okay, well, I've been listening for a while, so I've kind of have a lot of thoughts. But first, I wanted to thank you for the great job that you've been doing. I've been listening to you since the 1st of December-ish. And I actually called you on the 19th, which I believe was around the same time that you got that really strange call.
Mm-hmm. 15th.
And, yeah. So, that was the last time I called you. But to the last caller's point, I think since the beginning, most of us have been kind of like skeptical about the surviving roommates, just from the things that we obviously don't know. But I do think that the affidavit was heavily redacted. I obviously don't think that there was all the information that they gave to the police in there. I think there's a lot more that maybe we don't know. I hope, anyway, because if not, then then DM does look pretty suspicious, or at least in the very sense, kind of cruel to not call 911. So I'm kind of hoping there's more to that, with her not calling. I don't want to say to put myself in her shoes what I would do, but if it's true that she kept hearing things and she kept opening her door and the things that she said that was in the affidavit, and then seeing somebody dressed like that coming out of or in your home and leaving, I can't think of any excuse in my mind to not call. But so that's my take on that. The other thing that I found kind of odd is we don't really hear much from Bethany in the affidavit. Didn't it just basically state that she saw Ethan and Vanna at the frat? Is it the frat? Is that what it's called? Or St. Mackay at 1:45, right? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then basically that was it. And we don't really hear much from Bethany in the affidavit. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe there's more, and that hers was heavily redacted. That's just my thoughts. I don't know, but because I don't know. I just feel like if DM's bedroom really was on the second floor, which we found out obviously from the affidavit that it was, there is just absolutely no way that you wouldn't hear something with 4 people being murdered in your home. At the very least, you would hear a scream with 4
Right.
different people being stabbed to death, right? I mean, especially if the camera outside caught those sounds from the dog and the moaning sound. They had to have heard something. There's just no way. I mean, there's just no way. 4 people getting killed inside your home. There's just one person at least.
That's why I said.
Yeah.
That's why I said for Dylan, I want to wait to see. Like, was she? You have to be that. You have to be fucked up out of your mind and not pick up the phone and call 911.
And obviously, she wasn't fucked out.
That's
Never
what
mind.
I'm saying. People don't understand. People are like, oh, let the fame get to your head and this and that. It's like, nah, there is no fame. Fuck a fame. T-REV is on YouTube. And this is what I think. I'll tell you exactly what I think. I want to see if she was fucked up. Because if you're fucked up, maybe you don't call the police and that you're so fucked up. But if you remember what you see and hear, I would, that's why I'm waiting for facts. I'm waiting for the facts to come out because I don't know. I mean, allegedly, Dylan had made these statements, which is in the affidavit. So my opinion is, I mean, was she slammed up out of her mind, even though she could recollect seeing this person, but, was frozen? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know if it's good or bad if she was fucked up out of her mind, because in the future with the court date with the trial coming, the defense could have a heyday with her, calling her as a witness.
Right.
I
have
so
no
I'm
idea.
kind of hoping that there's more to it than what's in there, just for
I could
her sake.
speculate all day long on why she didn't call the police, and I could be absolutely wrong. Just like I was about Jack D, just like I was about any other person that I've looked at.
Yeah, see, I was the one that thought it was the weird neighbor. I don't know if you remember me calling on the 19th. I was like, he was the one that gave that weird interview and went off on that rant. Anyways, I can't remember his name, honestly, but after watching his interview, I thought it was him all along, and then this happened. I never really thought it was Jack D, and I never really thought it was Hoodie Guy. I don't know, I just didn't think that, but I thought it was somebody that lived close by. But yeah, I mean, it was shocking. There was a lot more info in there than I thought there was going to be. Anyways, there's my time. I'm sorry to go on and on, but thanks for calling me back. I appreciate it. And one more thing I wanted to say about your channel is I really appreciate you being so transparent and honest, and obviously using common sense, because there is this other channel. I have to call them out. But it is, let's see, what is Unresolved Crimes? I don't know if you've oh my heck, I don't know if you've seen his stuff, but he is saying the most outlandish.
I don't even pay attention to. I don't pay attention to dark noise.
Yeah, he's saying that he thinks Brian's innocent and just all these terrible things, and that it's a cover up with the police. And I don't know. Just today, affidavit came out.
And that's what that's gonna be out there. You're gonna see more than just that. You're gonna see that from a lot of people, and I've already seen it in multiple platforms. And that's part of life, and that's what's going to happen. There's going to be people that think he's innocent, and that's that. There's nothing that I can't change. We can't change the world's or people's opinions. You know what I mean? We can't. People are going to go with conspiracies. People are going to go in every direction. People are going to blame Dylan. People are going to blame Bethany. People are going to blame the type of lifestyle they lived. People are going to blame everything. And that's what people need to understand. There's an opinion, just like there's an asshole, and it's shit. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for calling in. God bless you. And I hope you have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9692. And that's just a fact. Everybody's got an opinion. Simple as that. You can't change your opinion. Simple as.
Call from
Sammy.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm so glad I got through to you. Thank you for taking my call. Just, you know, I'm sorry what everybody's saying about Dylan. She's young. You know, I have nieces and nephews that are young, and they really do go in shock. That's pretty much my intake on that. And I was just wondering that the number that is on the affidavit, did that line up with the Dave number that you had?
Say again?
The phone number and the affidavit.
No, that's not the phone number that I have. Absolutely not.
Okay, I was just curious about that. I heard you say.
Absolutely not, and I'm making that clear.
Okay. Great. Well, I hope that I think the authorities did a great job, and I just hope the best of luck to them. And you know, let's pray for the families, and you know, they need our prayers, and bless those kids' heart. You know, that's pretty much what I'm gonna say.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, dear.
Well, thank you for calling in.
Okay, bye.
God bless you, ma'am. Shout out to her. You know, it's funny. To people, if you don't go with people's narratives, man, they don't like you, and that's bullshit. Like anybody should be able to have their own opinion about anything, and that's the problem with this world. Everybody wants to control everyone's fucking narrative. Wake the fuck up. Get out of that dark hole you're in, and stop trying to control everybody's narrative. You think what you think, and leave it at that. Stop trying to push your narrative on everybody else. I get it. I understand the victim blaming aspect. I understand every aspect, but at the same time, you cannot control people's narrative, and stop that shit, because it don't work. Call in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Climb up out that fucking hole you live in, and stop trying to control people's narrative. We do not tell you what church to go to. We do not tell you who to vote for. We do not, none of that. This is free land over here.
Call from
Salvatore, my man from West Virginia. What's going on, my brother? How you doing, man? You got 5 minutes. How you doing tonight, my man?
Good. I'm doing good.
Salvatore, man. Every time you call, I feel the light shining through this bad boy.
Good. Buddy, I just got my West Virginia driver's license, so I am officially a New York, West Virginian.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Hey, congratulations.
Hey, let me tell you something. I got to admit, when I first seen this document, my first impression was, how the hell could she not call the cops? I mean, I would have, and then I started thinking of what I would have done, you know? I would have at least, when she left, I would have at least walked upstairs and seen if everybody was okay. Like, what's going on up here? You guys okay? But then again, she's a college girl. You know, she didn't grow up the way I grew up. You know, they're just not that way. So I started feeling really bad for her. Who I blame is the cops for putting her name out there like that. To say that she heard something and didn't do anything for 8 hours. That's going to open up a can of worms. Everybody's going to be on top of this chick.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Why would they do something like that?
Right.
That kind of messed me up, you know. And as far as seeing this prick, I know she's seen his bushy eyebrows. I wonder if she's seen his nose. You know, how did he get that fucking mask over his nose? Unbelievable.
Yeah, no doubt. I have no idea.
But no, I just wanted to say, I guess I'm with everybody else. You know, at first I really was like, wow, how come she didn't call? And then I started thinking, you know, I mean, at least a phone call. At least. I mean, if you stood there in shock and watched this prick walk past you like that, you knew something was wrong. You go into your room, I get it. You lock the door, good. Call the cops. Or now that you know he's gone, at least check on your friends. Check on them. Hey, is everybody okay? You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And you know what else about this guy coming back to the house for his sheets? Nah, I think he came back at 9 o'clock in the morning to see maybe if she did call the cops, if there were cops around the house. I think he circled the house in the morning to see what was going on. There was no way that he was going back in that house. I don't care what he left there. No, he was just checking the area. Like, if she called the cops, are there cops outside? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things like that. That's just my opinion.
No doubt. Yeah, you're welcome. That's what I've been trying. Everybody's welcome to their opinion.
Yeah.
You know?
I love you, bud. I love you. You got a great show. You got great callers. Great show. Keep up the good work, pal.
Thank you, Salvatore. I appreciate you, boss man. I'm gonna adopt you as my grandfather. How about that?
I was gonna say, you know what? Everybody, the women that call in and say they would be proud to have you as their son, I would be proud to have you as my son.
Well, yeah, that's my pops right there. Salvatore, my pops, man. Shout out to Salvatore, my pops, man.
Hey, what do you think of that guy? Real quick. What do you think of that guy? SNL. What's his name? Shit. The guy that eats the pizza when he's talking.
Who are you talking about?
I call him SNL.
I call him SNL.
but he does have some. He's good for, you know. He gets my attention now and then, but he's just a little crazy. This guy.
JLR.
JLR. There you go. I call him SNL.
He said I call it. I really don't know much about him. Okay.
Yeah.
I really don't know much about him, but you know what I mean? I don't know much about him. I've just seen some information out there. I personally don't have an opinion because I don't know him.
Yeah.
I don't know him, you know. I don't know him to speak on his name. You know, I can't go based off of what people tell me. I have to do my own research to develop my own opinion on any of these guys.
Right. All right. Listen, have a great night. God bless you and your listeners. And I'll talk to you soon.
God bless you, Salvatore. We love you, my man. And stay safe, brother. I can't wait to hear from you again, man. I always look forward to hearing from Salvatore, the one and only, my new pops, the Rev Gang pops. I appreciate you, brother.
Right. Thanks, pal.
All right, pops, take it easy, man. Salvatore, the legend, man. Shout out to Salvatore. Man, shout out to Salvatore. Well, we've been on for 6 hours. I'm going to go devote some time to my fiance. She deserves that. I've been on for 6 hours. I go on every day for 8 to 12. Usually. Yesterday, I think maybe 7. I'm going to get off here. I appreciate you guys. I got some, and also I have to do some work too, though. I have to talk to a few people that hit me up. So I love you guys. I'll be back. I might be on tonight. You never know. So keep a look on for that. Keep a lookout for that. Love you, love you, love you, love you. I'm out. But it made me come back. So now I got to come back and hit ending. So it made me come back, you know, it made me come back. I'm back. 1 second. Salvatore.